if you want to control people, you have to lie to them, unfortunately.
Okay, but they want us to think that the Earth is a circle. For what reason? Instead of it being flat.
I couldn't really tell you the motives, but it's because like the whole, I guess, system is built around this. Like the Big Bang and evolution and space, and it's like your whole worldview. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it. I'm open to it being flat. I've heard people say it many times in my life. I just don't know. I've not done the research like deep enough myself.
Well, all it is testing the curvature. That's all it is. The globe is curving, so we're testing that. Sorry, Alaskan. What do you want?
Yeah, yeah. AJ. Do you understand what reality means? Do you understand that the word
What
reality?
reality, like existence?
Do you know when you're inside your house or a building, yeah, and you walk straight outside, you open the door and you walk straight outside onto the street? That is called
Okay.
reality. Yeah, that
Okay.
reality, yeah, is not what we've been told. It's not a globe. So how do we know that? If it's not a globe, we need to test the surface to see if it curves. Do you know why we need to test the surface? Because they tell us the claim here is that the Earth is a globe. It has a circumference of 24,901 miles, yeah, of Earth curvature wrapping itself around the globe. That's what gives it its roundness. Is globe ball sphere shape, yeah. So reality is where it matters the most. Yeah, anybody can do this. You can do this yourself. It's just a matter of you. Are you willing to go outside and test the surface for curvature? Because
Okay,
the
I'm trying to
curvature is the number
visualize it
one.
then. So this is the question
The,
that's coming into my mind. If this is not a globe, what, we're flat? Like what is it? Is it like a we're just
yeah, yeah.
flat?
The reality is, yeah, the surface, yeah, the surface is flat. With a. Oh yeah, go on. Somebody want to say
Is there
something?
anything below us? Like I don't get it. Is there stuff up above us? There's like things above us, but what about below us? Like we're flat? Are we floating? So we're like a floating planet is what I'm led to
No,
believe.
no,
So
no,
we're
no,
not a
no,
floating
no,
planet?
no. That's incorrect. Nobody has evidence for that being the case. That's why nobody can claim that.
So
What
are
you
we a
just said.
floating line? Like are we a floating anything or we're not even floating, we're just stationary?
We're stationary. The Earth is not moving.
Okay, so we're stationary and is there like space below what we are or is everything just above us? Like
No, no, nobody can claim this. Was nobody has the evidence or observation for that being the case?
interesting.
Do you understand? Do you understand empiricism?
No, I don't.
Is where you can easily demonstrate something easily straight away in reality, because reality is where it matters the most. Do you know the reality is where you find a nature? Yeah, and nature is reality. And who created nature and reality? The creator. And it would be foolish to go against the creator. Do you understand what I
Okay.
mean?
Which like what beliefs are you like when you say creator, are you thinking like the Christian version of creator, the Muslim version of creator, or like a different version of creator?
I'm just gonna say is an intelligent designer that created this earth.
Okay.
Anything else, I cannot prove it to you, because in here is about empiricism, something that you can
Okay, so
easily
you
prove.
believe
Uh,
there's a creator for sure that created us?
yeah, but who is the creator? I don't know. I can't confirm to you, but I don't have the evidence. Do you understand?
Okay. But then so that leads me to believe or to question who created the creator then? He created us, but who created it?
How can I answer that question for you? It's not empiricism.
But wouldn't it need a
The
creator
Earth
as
is flat,
well?
yeah. Is measured flat, yeah. That is empiricism. There's no measurable curvature when we go outside in reality to test the surface of the Earth. That's empiricism. What you just said to me about who
And
created a creator, I can't
and
answer that.
do you believe in divine revelation?
Are you asking me or him?
Him, Alaskan, do you believe in divine
Divine,
revelation?
n- that I don't know what you're talking about. I believe in
Do you,
reality. What reality presents itself to you, to everybody here on Earth.
so you don't believe in religions?
You don't need to religion. You just need to go outside in reality and test the surface, and then you will know for yourself if the Earth is a globe or flat. It's very simple. You are already here on Earth. You have that opportunity. It's just a matter of you yourself are willing to go outside and test the surface for curvature. That's it. Because you're
If
already
you
here.
will notice,
It's
if you
self-evidence.
will,
Do you understand what? Yeah, go on.
yeah, if you will notice a tall buildings from a few miles away, you won't be able to see the bottom part of a building.
That's because of perspective. Do you understand? The buildings far.
No,
How far are
because
they away? How far are they away? More than 10 miles?
a few, yeah, 10 miles, you won't be able to
Yeah.
notice the
Well,
bottom part.
yeah, but over this 10 miles, yeah, the building should be 66 feet under your line of sight. You shouldn't be able to see the building.
That's
Yeah,
it. You
That's the
therefore,
most.
shouldn't even be
Yeah, go
able to
on.
see the buildings. You're right.
Yeah, 10 miles? Holy shit, that's far.
Yeah,
Yeah, Yaga
yes.
Bruno posted long distance observations in the side chat if you want to have a look at it.
Let me see. Okay.
Because yeah, when this first started, everyone was doing like 10 miles long distance observations, and then it was like 20 miles, then it was 50 miles, and then I think the record now is like 250 or 300 miles.
Interesting, though. That's interesting. Hmm.
And yeah, people like, yeah, again, like in the Salt Lake Flats, over water, over lakes, over frozen lakes, um, all different types of terrain. So I guess that's the biggest thing. It's not about religion. It's not about the Big Bang. The only thing it's about curvature. But then we get people like Encrypt and most of the other people. Like we can't see the bottoms of the buildings or can't see the bottoms of the ships.
Okay,
But
but here's the thing that I'm thinking. Like,
yeah,
when they tell us it's a globe, that means there's so much space underneath us. But is there any space underneath this flat Earth, or is the space only above us?
I think maybe just we don't know what's below us. The deepest hole ever dug is like 12 miles. So beyond that, we don't know what's below us. Above us, We don't know. Like, have you heard of the firmament? Like, some believe
No.
like there's a barrier up there, and then like what's beyond the barrier, we don't know, man.
I guess like above us we see the stars, I guess, in space, but like below
Uh,
us,
well, we
I
see
don't know. Like,
lights.
well,
We see little dotted lights, and
yeah. I mean, I
we don't
guess
know
we
what they
can
are.
see something is pretty far away from us, but below us is like, how do we even know what's below us on the flat Earth version?
Well, we don't know the distance to the
Yeah.
stars. They could be close or they could be far, but we can't verify it.
Below us, there has
Interesting.
to be empty space because moon revolves around the Earth.
It's
Otherwise, the moon would crash into the land.
well, the moon definitely revolves around us, but what it is, and that's an assumption.
When the moon isn't visible, it's definitely beneath the Earth, and there has to be the empty space.
Beneath the earth. But,
Yeah, when it's not visible.
when it's not visible, that's just going beyond our limits of perspective. Spot, you're in side chat. Okay, well, that's a lot of links in side chat. Is Dr. John still doing it? Wonder if his YouTube channel has got any more long distance.
I have an honest question for y'all flat earthers. Do y'all think the moon landing is fake?
Uh, yeah, pretty much. Look
How do
pretty
you think
dodgy.
they would fake it?
Come on, bro. Studio.
Yeah, they never
What?
went back for like 60 years. That's what's always like been weird to me. Like they went once 60 years ago or whatever and never went back again.
This year, they did revolve around the moon and came back as part of the NASA Artemis 2 program.
But they didn't land on the moon. Why would they not land if they went that far?
It's
They
actually
will land back. They are preparing for the challenge, and in the next
Okay.
mission, they are planning to land on the moon.
But why didn't they do it since like 60s all the way till now? They never went back one time?
Yeah, that's because the NASA allocated the funds on other projects such as International Space Station, and also
Okay,
they
but bro,
received
60
less
years,
funds.
they can't throw a couple $1 million for 60 years?
No, I think it's more than a couple millions of dollars.
Yeah, but you think governments can afford a space rocket or whatever to go one time? We're talking about the United States of America, bro, the richest country in history. Like that's pennies for them.
actually I'm pretty sure the America is like in trillions in debt.
Huh?
Aren't they? Or are they in debt? Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
are a lot of debt.
Yeah, but they can purchase it with debt then. Doesn't really matter. They can afford it though. Like it's not
I'm
like
gonna
they
ask
can't
you a
afford a
honest
spaceship.
question. How do you think the moon landing is faked? If there was barely
I
any
never said it
evidence as
was
to,
fake. I'm saying it's kind of suspicious that they never went back
yeah,
after
I'm gonna
all
ask you
these
why it's
years. It's pretty
suspicious.
crazy. I just told you the fact that they went once and then never went back. Like I'm sure they would want to collect more moon samples. They would want to like observe it more. Why would they not want to go explore? Why would they not explore the moon? Makes no sense.
They have sent robotic probes to other moons and planets.
Okay, I'm talking about our moon. They never sent nothing back in all these years to go explore it and collect some samples, or they have?
Hello.
I don't know, bro. It doesn't matter what they do. We can't verify it. You just have to believe what they say and show. So,
I mean, yeah, we got the grainy pictures from 1960s that we know were studio produced.
yeah, it's highly questionable at the very
It
least.
is, it is, it is. Like, yo, I'm open to either way, but that was always suspicious to me.
Yeah, like I personally believe it was in a studio, whatever. But at the end of the day, yeah, we can't verify it. So it's just a belief, and
I
don't
would
know what
like.
else to say.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
You go.
Excuse me. May I have asked for proof? Why you think the flat Earth fact, quote unquote, is real? I would like to ask you that.
Yeah. If you look at the side chat, yeah, there's many citations that Yaga Bruno has
Yeah,
posted
but
for you
I
to
want
look
you
at.
I want you to explain it to me. I want you to explain it to me. If you can't explain it to me, then you don't know how it works.
Yeah. We shoot a laser beam over a body of water, yeah, to see if there's a deviation, the surface of water, to see if it curves, yeah. There's a citation. It's called the FE core laser beam experiment in the side chat. But you need to have a look at it. You need to watch it. It'll be better for you to watch it. Do you understand? Than me explaining it to you.
No, I don't understand.
You don't understand?
Yes.
A laser beam consists of photons, and gravity also acts upon those photons.
Yeah, that like gravity, gravity exists, and we're not just using it gravity for debunking flat Earth. No, there's southern and northern hemisphere. You cannot see the stars from the southern hemisphere, and you cannot see the southern hemisphere stars in the northern hemisphere.
That's irrelevant, though. We're testing the surface
Irrelevant.
of the Earth.
How is that
We're
irrelevant?
we're
That's
testing
what I mean.
the
That's
surface of the Earth.
how
Doesn't
is
matter
that
what does
irrelevant?
doesn't matter what the sky's doing. It's about the Earth. What's under your feet? You get?
Because
Do you understand? Like that's the explanation. You wanted
no,
an
I don't
explanation.
understand. I don't understand.
Do you understand what curvature is?
Yes, bro, it's the Earth.
Okay. So what should the ground be doing?
Spinning,
Sorry, what was that?
spinning,
Bending.
like the whole Earth.
Okay, so how do we test that if it's bending or not?
What?
How do we test the bending? Like you said, it's bending the
Yeah,
Earth.
because that like what I said, the northern and southern hemispheres. If the Earth were flat or a dome, then you would see the northern hemisphere stars at the southern hemisphere. But that
Uh,
that doesn't work like that.
that's an assumption. We don't
That's an
know.
assumption, and so is
I
your belief.
No, because we can test what's under our feet.
Yeah, and
We
prove it.
can't test. He just tried to show you, but you don't want to look at it.
No, I'm not looking at it. I'm hearing it. I can't hear it. I mean, I can't look at it because there's no video chat.
There's
The
no video.
Earth is spherical.
The best way to confirm would be to
Not
take a space
flat.
flight
Sorry, what was
and
that?
see
Incorrect?
yourself. Yeah, and the best way to confirm whether the curvature is real would be to take a space flight and see it yourself.
Why can't we test it here on the ground?
No, I'm saying the best way to confirm that the curvature is real would be to by seeing yourself. And there was recently an entrepreneur who took a space flight.
Yeah, but I know we can't. That's not really going to happen, is it? That's just a
And
hypothetical.
you know solar eclipses, or do you not believe in solar eclipses?
Yeah, they're definitely real. When we see it, everyone sees
Yes.
that.
Why is it curved? Why is the solar eclipse curved? The circle. Whenever you see in the moon, why is it like black circle? Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the moon is rounded.
I don't know. You don't know
No, you're looking to the sky again. Stop looking to the sky.
why?
Why?
Moon
Because
is rounded for sure.
we're testing it's like going to a job site or building a house, and we start to like get the tape measure out, and you're like, no, just look up at the sun, look up at the moon to build this house.
But
Like you would
it's
get
kind of relevant because
you would get thrown off the job site so quick.
Yeah.
No, but like he's talking general, like we live in universe and all big objects in universe try to be circled, like like a ellipse.
I've been delaying.
So this is what he's trying to say, like
Sorry, sorry,
why
sorry.
everything is ellipse and our planet then is flat. Like what's the point
Yeah,
then?
yeah, yeah. Naka. Yeah.
What?
What you're saying would be true as long as you can provide Earth surface curvature measurements right now. You're saying the planets are round, yeah? The sun is round, the moon is round, yeah? Now what you need to do to confirm what you're saying is true is to provide Earth surface curvature measurements.
Of
Do you
everything,
understand
of
what you said?
sun, of moon, of
If you
everything.
Just
don't have Earth surface curvature measurement, then what you're saying about the planets being round is not true. Do you understand?
just take a
Repeat.
big measurement ruler. That'll work.
We have dirt, soil, and earth wrapping itself around the globe. Yeah, we have nearly 25,000 miles of earth curvature. That's a huge distance of curvature wrapping itself around the globe. Do you understand why the curvature is so important? Do you understand that?
Okay.
If there's no curvature to be detected, how can the earth be a globe? Think about that. It cannot be.
No, but wait, guys. Like, I just have separate questions. Look, I enter here for ask some questions, the flat earthers, yeah, to just get knowledge. What are y'all guys thinking about this type of situations? And I'm asking you guys, why does everything in our universe, like big objects, yeah, try to be like ellipse, and our Earth is exception? Why is it working in this way? How you guys like explain this kind of phenomena? Like, I don't understand this. I
First of
don't want
all,
to
you'd have to
understand it.
understand that the way that we were all taught the globe, you and I both, they told us it was a globe by pointing at the sky and going, look, that's how you know we're on a globe, right? They didn't point to the ground. They didn't take you to a beach and go, look, we can measure the curve, right? We were all taught that we live on a globe by literally somebody giving us a story about the sky. So for instance, to answer your first question about the eclipse, I would say, well, how do you know it's a shadow? That's a story, right? In fact, we have an instance called the Selenilian eclipse where the shadow goes the wrong way. But why doesn't the eclipse work on a globe, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's just one, you know, anomaly, right? But in our case, I would say, I don't know. Measuring the surface of the earth doesn't magically tell me what the sky is doing. But what we're trying to tell you is that in order to prove that story of eclipses, right, you would have to have a globe in the first place, right? You would have to measure surface curvature. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about eclipses or ellipses?
Either or. Yeah. Lunar eclipse or solar eclipse. In this case, the Salinelli eclipse is with the lunar eclipse.
But I wasn't talking about eclipses.
Oh, well, maybe it's just the other guy. If you're asking about space, like why do we look up at the sky? And we're also told another story about the sky, right? That they're little balls of gas and hydrogen, and they're millions of miles away, and they're millions of times bigger than us. But we can't actually go there to verify that, right? I have to take NASA, JAXA, RASA, ESA, all these space agencies. I have to take
But you
their
can
word
see
for
them
it.
by yourself if you buy like a
Yeah,
tool for
I
it.
mean, I see the same thing, but I don't magically know somehow that it's, terrestrial land that I can go on. Do you? Have you been there?
So you think it's like some kind of like a picture or just like a, don't know,
That's what they
illusion? Like
give
what?
us. In fact, we have some of the whistleblowers that come out of NASA who, his name I'm blanking on right now. You guys might actually remember. But he actually used to work for NASA as a painter, and he went on a comedy show basically going, "Look, are you looking at a picture or a painting?" And of course, he was the one who was painting them, right? And everybody thought it was a real globe. We also have Robert Simmons, one of the guys who admits that essentially he worked at NASA making the blue marble, right? And he even said it is Photoshop because it has to be, right?
What do you mean
Yeah, we
by
can tell
blue
like most of the
mark?
NASA pictures get photoshopped. Yeah, this is the truth. But I mean, if you take like a telescope and look up into the sky, you'll see the circular objects. And what these circular objects is, this is just like what NASA drew them in the sky, and you can still
Right.
see
They
them. Or
replace your visual
how
with a
can we do
story.
something like this?
I didn't do
Let's
it.
get out.
You'd have to ask a liar why they're lying.
No, we're not
Do you
drawing
think a
it in the
liar
sky.
is going to
Like,
tell you the
okay, to
truth?
draw it on the paper, on the picture, but how can you draw something up in the space?
Yeah, I just take a picture and then I make believe what it looks like or what it's made out
No,
of.
you can take the telescope and look it by yourself. Nobody will draw you
Yeah.
this.
And
You
have you
will
ever
look by
looked at
your eye.
those? They look absolutely nothing like what they give us. In fact, here's a picture of it. Here's what people see in telescopes versus what NASA shows us. And why are they so different?
Okay, but you
I
still
was
can
told the
see they
same
are
story.
circular. Like they're like an ellipse, you know. They're not like a flat or something.
No, they're circling around
It's
us,
not
that's for
look,
sure.
it's not matter
And
how
they
detailed it
experience
is, but they are
retrograde.
like
They actually have
circle.
different motions. They're known as the planets, and actually it comes from the word planetos, which means wandering star. And you experience actually the planets, and they have retrograde versus the fixed stars, right? That seem to have like a fixed constellation with zero parallax, with repeating cycles literally every 100 or 365 days.
So guys, I'm gonna make potato fries.
Good.
I'm sure they taste good. Okay, I'm gonna cut up the fries. I'm gonna make 5 guys fries.
Very true. But Nuka, I'm not trying to like burst your bubble or anything because I was personally a NASA fanboy myself and wanted to be an astronaut, and I'm an architect today. But I mean, I hate to break it to lots of people that what we learned was essentially a story. right? About where we live, about our cosmology, about where we came from. That, oh, it was just one big bang and there used to be nothing. And now there's everything, right? Don't get me wrong, they've had 500 years to develop this story. And it's a very complex one with lots of different explanations and, um, you know, all this different stuff, right, about the sky. However, what we're trying to express to you is that if you actually, they claim the geometry of this globe for us, right? They give it a certain dimension, and you can test that dimension for yourself in reality. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, I would say don't believe me. Test it for yourself because you
Did you guys
can.
test this by yourself? No.
What is that? Oh
I said,
yeah,
did you guys
yeah. I went
tested
to
it
Corpus
by
Christi
yourself?
Beach. Yeah, and you can test the geometry yourself. So, for instance, for myself, back in 2013, I basically went to the shore of Texas and basically found a boat using the boat tracker way out there, right? I think it was maybe about 28 miles out. And I saw it kind of disappear over the curve, right? You know, or at least that's what I was taught, right? Because I thought it was a globe. And I zoomed back in with my telescope and I could bring the boat entirely back into view, proving that it was an optical illusion, that I thought the boat was going over a curve, but in fact, I was just experiencing perspective. You can also
This
take a
price was
laser
yummy.
test. We have like, oh my gosh, so many laser tests, right? Where essentially if that laser goes across and it doesn't hit Earth curve, then you know it's not Earth curve. And in this case, we set up a target at a certain distance, right? And we make it to where, well, if the Earth's a ball, then we shouldn't see the laser, or the laser should be drastically way up in the air, right? Especially if you look at the drop over distance of a curve. But in all these laser tests, they hit the target,
The
which is
gravity
actually
also
proof that
helps
the Earth is
photons.
not curving at the said geometry that NASA, JAXA, RASA gives us, the 3,959-mile radius, is debunked. Now, unfortunately, because this radius is set in stone, the cosmic distance ladder becomes extraordinary wrong, right? Because, well, if the radius is wrong, then the calculation for the orbit is wrong. And the calculation for the orbit is wrong, then the solar system distances are wrong. And you actually find out that all of this was an assumption based on the quote unquote size of Venus anyway. It was an assumption. Just like Eratosthenes, when he assumed, as he was measuring shadows from sticks, he assumed that the sun was a million miles away. He assumed that the light came in parallel rays. Meanwhile, China at the exact same time assumed that the sun was local, and they got a flat earth. What we're trying to tell you is that there's a lot of stories, and that if you look into this for yourself, you're going to find the truth just like we did. Now, the hardest part about this is accepting it. And that could take some people years.
And why would space agency
I
can't
don't
come
believe
up
on every
and fake
assumption
real?
from the NASA and all of this kind of companies and scientists, you know, but I don't believe what Earth is flat.
Bro,
Yeah,
this is
you don't have to
amazing.
believe. Yeah. You can test it for yourself. It's like your shoe size. Like, do you believe in your shoe size, or do you measure it and know your shoe size?
No
But measuring
correlation.
shoe size and measure the curvature of the Earth, it's like two different and more harder and complicated things. Like, you know,
Yo, this price looks amazing. Yo, I'm still not
Well,
trying
you're
them.
saying that's like a, hold on, CB Games. You're saying like it's not a perfect sphere, right? Okay.
No, I'm not saying that.
yeah, it's not a perfect sphere, of course.
Right. How do they know that? How'd they measure that? If you're saying they can't measure it in the first place.
I don't know. Maybe I guess this is the picture from the space. Just
Okay.
assumptions on
Yeah.
the different solar objects.
Yeah. And if I showed you a picture of a unicorn, how would you prove me
Mhm.
wrong? You don't have a cool spaceship that goes to the land of unicorns. You have to trust me, right?
And why would space agencies spread fake stories?
I don't know. I'm not a part of these space agencies and I'm not the one who's lying. Right. And don't get me wrong, I don't think these people are lying even intentionally. Right. In fact, they might just believe it like you do. And they're just going along with the story. I mean, if I was getting paid $200,000 a year, I don't think I'd question much either. And well, if I got $70 million a day and that's just NASA, there's a pretty good incentive to keep online. Even though I don't know necessarily if they are, right? Because well, at NASA, one person doesn't do everything, right? It's all decompartmentalized. You have the guy who works on the cameras for the satellite. You have the guy who works on just the propulsion for the engine, right? They believe that the other person is doing their job in order to create that rocket ship and go into space. However, the vacuum of space is already a second law of thermodynamics violation. You would actually have to be a science denier to believe that you can have pressurized gas next to a near vacuum. So the reason why we know all of that is fake, I mean, I know it sounds very, um, kind of standoffish, but the reason I know space is fake is because it breaks natural law. It defies science. So I know they're definitely not taking a picture from Narnia or Hogwarts, right? You can't take a picture in a place that can't physically exist. Now, that doesn't magically tell me what the stars are. It doesn't magically tell me what the planets are, but it does help me understand what isn't the environment that we're in.
Even inside a pressure cooker, you can have a very different pressure that's different to the atmospheric pressure.
Not without a container. And last time I checked, there's no container around the globe, nor does gravity hold gas. Because we experience evaporation, and we have the entire water cycle that proves otherwise. Good luck. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to look into this for yourself, which is why we help people every single day find the information. Because my goodness, if you type in flat earth on YouTube, you're going to get a bunch of ridicule, opposition, right? People saying that they're flat earthers in order to make flat earth look dumb so that you don't even look into it for a second. In fact, they'll even put a little box on the good videos that says flat earth is an archaic misconception. They're doing everything that they possibly can so that you don't even focus on where you really live. And wouldn't you want to know that? Wouldn't you want to be wouldn't you want to know if you were being lied to? Now, unfortunately,
Yes,
I have to go teach an architecture class, but OBG or OB games or CB games. Make sure you enjoy those fries. And Nuka, there's actually plenty of people here, or Encrypted Man. I heard you got a question too. There's a couple of people here that, if as long as you're calm and polite, um, we'll answer your questions to the best of our ability. But until next time, catch you guys later.
And
yo,
you
these fries
also
are
have your
cooking.
own discussion.
Yo, these fries, they look good. I haven't cooked them yet, but yeah, I bet they look good. Yo, these
Guys, but I want to
fries.
ask,
Sorry.
how does Earth look like? Do you guys have like a picture or something like draw, like somebody drawing how you guys perceive Earth? Actually, because I never saw. I saw a couple of variations, but I don't know what is the right one for you guys. The Earth, how's the Earth and Sun and Moon, all of this look like from the space? Not from our view, but from the space.
Well, Flat Lloyd just explained to you we can't go to space.
Yeah, I
Not
understand,
as you understand it.
but how you guys still perceive it? Like, then you still should have like an imaginary how sun moves, how moon moves with it
Well, we
as
observe
well.
that,
So,
right? We all observe the same things.
but I feel if
Sun seems to move in a roughly circular pattern. You know, moves is relatively closer to us. We have summer, and when it's relatively farther from us, we have winter.
so I can't understand how's the Earth for flat Earthers look like. Is it just like a flat surface? And
Yeah, the only
everything
claim we're
what we have
making
is
is
in
that
top of it, or it's also have in bottom as well.
well, no, because then you'd have to be away from it to know that, and we can't leave this space, at least not that we're aware of, right? Flat Earth is just based on measuring the surface of the Earth as flat.
Okay, but I hear you guys often say about measurements of the Earth, but this is all
Yeah.
what this is built on. Only the Earth curve, and that's it.
Yeah, because if it's not curving, it can't be a sphere. And then all the rest of it falls apart.
But in the logic of it, how then sun moves? Like if Earth is flat, yeah, then sun can't be moving as it moving like
Well,
right
you're
now.
thinking,
Like we're just saying.
well, okay, I think maybe you're conflating what we actually observe with what
Yeah,
you've
so
been
that's why
told
I'm
to
asking you
believe.
guys. Like,
No, wait, hold
tell
on.
me.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Are you still thinking the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum 93 million miles away?
It's a star. Yeah, I believe this is a
No.
star.
That's what I'm telling you, like, if there's no space, there are no gas balls in a vacuum 93 million miles away. Like, that just defies thermodynamics anyway, that there could be a gas ball existing within a vacuum with the laws of entropy. So, no, we're not fitting a flat planet into a heliocentric model. We're pulling the whole thing apart this way. Once the Earth is no longer a sphere, once we acknowledge the laws of thermodynamics, the rest of it just all completely falls apart. So instead of saying we believe the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum 93 million miles away, and yet there's no proof for that, we would just say what we can all observe is that the sun appears smaller than the Earth and it moves in a pattern above our heads. And
I'm by
that's
the
what we
way
see and
being bullied.
experience, and not
I'm making fries. stop making bullshit.
So wait,
Is that
so
your
guys, you don't have
okay, well,
even
if you don't have anything,
theories.
like, productive to add, like, just your opinions aren't really helping. So if you have some empirical evidence for the claim that the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum 93
How
million
about
miles
the
away, I'd like to
flat?
see it.
Wait,
Instead
wait,
of
guys,
getting
I think you
emotional
guys
about the
all have a
CB games,
problem.
you can just provide some evidence for your claim.
No,
Okay,
how
but I'm
about
not
you?
talking to you right now, and you're being rude to the person who is speaking, so you can put yourself on mute until she's done. Okay. All right, Naka, sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay, it's an issue. I'm just want to ask, like, look, guys, I'm come here for ask questions, okay? I'm not coming here for prove something. And when I'm asking questions, you guys not answering me nor in normal way. You just starting to tell me what I should bring the proofs. And I don't want to bring a proof. I want just ask a question and get the answer. So I'm asking, do you
Well, I
guys
didn't
even
I didn't
have
tell
it?
you to do that. I'm just telling you this is what we observe, and this is, we're not going to replace one set of beliefs with another set of beliefs, right? So we're not going to make up a story, a new story to replace the old story. We're just going to deal with what we can empirically prove or what we observe, right? Do you understand the difference?
Kind of like so you guys don't have any like theories even or thoughts about how everything look like. You guys just thinking it's just not circle and it's flat and this is all what you know.
Well, we have some idea of how the sun and the moon move, right? But we cannot leave the earth to tell you what it looks like in its entirety. That just isn't possible. So we could make up a story if we wanted or imagine things, but that doesn't make it true. And we just try to stick with what we can prove here, right? People are welcome to theorize or, have other sets of beliefs, but
Mhm.
they can't prove those things.
So one of the most proves what Earth is flat. It's just because we can't see this. We can't see the curvature is changing, right, on the tests.
No, because when we go out and we measure for curvature, because, as Flat Lloyd told you, we know how much curvature to expect because we were given a specific size of the Earth. That we can go out and look for that we can do that, with long range observations, with lasers, with infrared, with radio, and there's no curvature anywhere. Just
So
doesn't
like it's just
exist.
about the curvature. Is it have some different things would also prove that Earth is not circled,
You mean sphere?
like sphere, ellipse,
Well,
rectangle.
right. I mean, it's the most fundamental component of a sphere is that there must be equidistant surface curvature, and there is none, so it can't be a sphere. So that's really all you need to disprove it.
Sometimes I feel it needs something more than just one thing to prove it. So I don't know.
Well, what more do you need to prove that something's flat than a measurement that it's flat?
No, I also talked before with this guy, and I don't know actually. This is
Have
hard,
you
like
seen?
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I personally think that maybe for have some opinions and tell these opinions as a truth, you should have some knowledge, and you should maybe have like a physics degree or
Okay,
I
why
don't
would it?
know.
Okay, so first of all, it's not a measurement isn't an opinion. Okay. Has anyone present? I mean, and people have posted the laser tests in the side chat, so you can see that these tests have been done, so they're not opinions. And I'm not quite sure how a physics degree would help me with a measurement of a laser over a body of water. Can you explain that to me?
Because for example, the laser itself, as I know about it, like this line I think you should have some type of degree at least would give you knowledge about
Okay.
this.
Well,
But what
not
I
a
know,
physics degree. We do have laser tests by field engineers, and we have laser tests by a professor of spectrophotometry. And so, he's an expert in optics. You can check out his name is Dr. John D. And he wasn't a flat earther. He went out to test the surface of the earth and found out it wasn't curving. I mean, he's a flat earther now after doing the laser tests, but he wasn't before. But physics doesn't really play into it.
well, physics also apply to this as well. I don't know why physics is not there. Because physics also have about optics and everything, like what connected to this kind of
Well,
measurements and tests
you
as
don't
well.
Yeah, I guess I would just say you don't need a physics degree to take a measurement. I mean,
Yeah,
you can go
yeah,
out, you could take a measurement right now if you wanted to over a large body of water. You could do you live near a larger lake?
yeah, I know, but isn't the laser is like spreading around? Like lasers is not the best choice.
Well, you'd have to
measure
actually,
properly.
if you watch the laser tests, they really get into which laser is used. Is it a columnated laser? How much, they'll get into all the details of that. But the point is that even if we allow that the laser would spread in that way, there should be so much earth blocking it that it should not be hitting the target. And it's the center of the laser hitting the target, not the sides of the laser. But you'd have to
And
watch
how
those
and how
videos
can we
to
know
know
this
that
is
that's
the
true.
center?
Sorry, what did you say?
I say how can we make sure this is the center of it, not the sides, for example?
Well, you have to watch the videos because they get into the details. Right. It's really pointless to argue the minutia of the videos if you haven't seen any of them.
I seen them. I seen a couple
Oh,
of
okay.
them.
So which one have you seen?
I seen. Let me see if I can.
If you have a link, could you post it in the side chat? So, we're talking about the same one.
Yeah, I'll try to find it 1 second.
Okay, cool. Thanks. In the meantime,
I'm
I'm going to
also.
talk to this. Oh, go ahead.
I say I'm also just asking questions. I'm not trying to prove something. I'm just asking, for like what proves we seeing the center of it, not the sides of it, for example. Because maybe our eyes can't make difference. The eyes in camera is not the best thing to.
Okay, so if we
prove something.
can't measure curvature, how did anyone determine that the Earth is a ball? If we can't see it and we can't measure it, and we
Yeah,
can't
but they measure
trust
it by different.
lasers, we can't trust lasers, we can't trust our eyes, then how was it measured?
We measure it by optical. How's it called? Devices. Yeah, optical devices would more correct when they're just lasers and this kind of light.
Okay, so I'm not sure what claim you're making. Are you saying we can see curvature and measure it, or we cannot?
I think we can, but lasers, I think, is not the best choice to measure something with.
A laser, a straight beam of light that we can shoot over a long distance is not a good
No,
choice. Can you?
but
Okay, so
problem.
what would be a better choice?
1 second. I'll see how is it called. Right, for tell you how is it called. This optical device. Or I don't know. 1 second.
Okay, just a minute. I'm going to talk to someone else for just a second, but I'll come back to you.
Okay.
CB Games,
No, I'm
you there?
making fries.
Okay, then put yourself on mute. All right.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the room.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Is anybody here a physicist or an engineer?
I personally am not, but some of the people are. Yeah.
Hmm, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, engineers, like a structural engineer, it's important that they know that the surface of the earth isn't curving if they want their buildings to remain standing, right?
Uh, no.
No. Okay. All right. So, what's your background? What's your field?
If uh, I'm a medical student.
Okay, so you're not at all
You
in this space. Got it. Okay. But you have a
you
belief, right? You believe that the earth is a sphere, right?
we have calculus in medical
Well,
school.
not we. I'm talking about you. Who's we?
Medical students. We have calculus, and even before that,
Yeah,
in high
calculus
school,
is
we
is a
had.
field of math. It doesn't prove that the earth is a sphere.
You wouldn't talk to me if it wasn't for calculus. You wouldn't be talking to me that right now.
Okay, can you try to explain how calculus proves the earth is a sphere?
About engineers, they wouldn't be able to use their equations if they didn't account for gravity. And
Okay, we're not talking
as
about gravity. We're talking about the measurement of the surface of the earth, right? Gravity has not is not what we're talking about.
what why do you believe that the earth is flat?
Because it measures. I don't believe it, I know it because it measures that way.
How did you conduct your measurements?
Well, if you look in the side chat, people have posted tons of laser tests, but you can just there's lots of ways. I mean, you could do it yourself if you wanted to.
I'm fine. Yeah, this is the GNSS receivers. You know, this the way more accurate when the laser test. Yeah, and
Okay,
I
can
saw
you
before
post what you're
and
talking about, Naka? And how
I
and
I
because I
I
can't
just
really talk to you
uh,
about it if I don't know what it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll send you right now.
Okay, cool.
But I
Thank you.
sent it before here, and people said this is a bullshit, and they didn't
Okay,
do
well
any
then why are you
stream,
bringing
blah
it
blah
up
blah.
again if it's already been addressed?
Because still, like, you know, this is the problem, because I'm not professional in this kind
Okay.
of topics, and they not professional as well. If they
Well,
were
that's
some, you
not
know,
true. People have been in this space for over 10 years. So that's not true.
still, I do think you should have some degree what connected to it, at
Okay,
least
let me
somehow.
ask you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna suggest something to you.
Hmm.
We are told that the earth is a sphere when we are toddlers generally.
Okay.
Kids innately understand that the earth is flat until about age 4, and that's when all the programming kicks in. We are told that it's proven, but we're not given proof. And we don't investigate that claim any further. We build upon that claim as we get older. So I am not quite sure how having a degree in physics would prove that the earth is a sphere.
Not physics
Because
only. I'm saying
there's
some degree what connected to this type of.
okay, well, I'm not sure what the degree would do except provide further indoctrination. We can teach ourselves how to do things. We don't have to rely on other people to tell us what to think. And with a measurement, you do not need some kind of advanced degree to take one. It's really not necessary. You could go out right now and determine this for yourself if you had a large body of water and you wanted to. Most people just never ever question it and they never try to verify it for themselves. And that's what divides y'all from us is that we actually stopped and took a look and looked for the evidence.
Yeah, but still, I think using lasers is not the best choice.
But you don't
And
but as you explained, you're not an expert and you don't know why that lasers aren't a good
yeah,
choice.
no, I know why, because it's spread around. You know, it's spread around.
Okay, but you're
Even
gonna
the
have to
best
prove
ones.
that. You're gonna have to show me the evidence that the lasers are doing what you claim. Because we
Okay,
have
let's
we have
research. Maybe this do
pictures of
have
the
some.
lasers from the side and they're not doing that. So, you know, over 20 miles, there should be over 266 feet of Earth curvature blocking the laser. Are you trying to tell me the laser is spreading 266 feet
I
around the
don't know what
curvature
is
and
the
down
answer.
again? And you're
The
telling me it's
actual,
curving around the curvature and down again to hit the target.
yeah, wait, repeat how much it is because I don't know if it's 200.
Well, you can just Google it. Just Google
Yeah,
Earth
yeah, that's
curvature
why.
calculator. Yeah, and you can see how much drop over distance should be expected over any distance. So if your claim that we can't trust lasers, I mean, people use lasers for building all the time. Laser levels are incredibly common
No, it is, but
in building.
it's not this far. It's not 30 kilometers straight. It's like
Okay, so what is your evidence that we can't trust them? You're just believing that we can't, and it just sounds like coping because you don't have any evidence to support your claim. You just have a feeling, right?
okay. Let me see. Maybe it's have some like.
Yo, Nakba, go look at those pictures I posted up in the side chat.
Thanks, that's helpful, Lats. So, babe, I saw the Reddit post you posted. Can we talk about it for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so are you claiming the Earth is concave? What's your point here?
Uh, I don't
You,
claim.
your
We all
best
know
is
that
an
the Earth
image from
is.
a Reddit post. That's like it's kind of weak, but we can go with it.
Yeah, I know it's. Yeah,
You realize that
we all.
lasers would have to be refracting downward in order for our laser tests to measure flat when it's not when it's a sphere, and that's not what
I
that
just
picture
wanted.
shows.
Just wanted to point. It's not a. It's a gift. I just want to point out that lasers they trusted over long distances.
Okay, I understand that lasers can refract upward into a denser medium. I do understand that. There's no evidence that lasers refract downward in accordance with the curvature of the Earth. Also, we have photos of lasers from the sides where they're not curving. So, if this is your claim, you're gonna need to support it.
But it's also depends on the coverage, right? Sometimes it should go up, sometimes it should go down.
Well, it doesn't go down though. We don't have any evidence that's happening in atmospheric conditions.
But maybe it's
No one
go
has
up.
ever been
So
able
this
to
side
prove
is
that to
down.
me. Do you understand that the claim would have to be that it's curving downward in accordance with the Earth curvature at the same rate in every single observation? But it's a ridiculous claim because conditions vary, lasers vary, distances vary, but also because, like I said, when we photograph the lasers from the side, they're not curving.
You guys don't trust science.
Oh, I do trust science, which is how I know space is fake. What do you mean trust science? Science isn't a person. Science is a way to study things, right? Why should
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, unfortunately, you being a medical student with this attitude, you aren't serving people well. Having this assumption
Why?
that because you should learn to question things and you should not just blindly accept what you're told.
But probably most of
Yeah.
Medical
medical.
malpractice is like the number one cause of death in the United States. So, um,
What?
or number two. And yeah, it's because people just quote unquote trust the science and don't actually look into it or investigate it for themselves.
No, this
True.
is crazy to say about medicine.
Yeah, I mean, the second law of thermodynamics is science. And so we know that we can't have a pressurized atmosphere next to a space vacuum without containment. That's science. Why don't you trust that
That's
science?
I trust that science. That's
Okay,
where
so you
gravity
don't, so
comes
you
in.
reject space then. Okay, cool. Then we're on the same page.
That's where gravity comes in.
Oh, okay, so
Molecules,
now that's a
atoms have
claim.
weight.
That's a claim. Can you show the science, meaning a scientific experiment that shows that gravity can hold a pressurized atmosphere, pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment?
Sure. Molecules
Okay,
and
great.
atoms have
Oh, no,
have weight.
no, I didn't ask you for a claim. I asked you for the because you like science, the scientific experiment that shows that that's possible.
Well, we live in a scientific experiment right now.
S- What? I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your sentence.
I said we live in a very scientific experiment right
Okay, no,
now.
no, that's using no, that's affirming the consequent. No, I need to see an experiment that shows that this is possible because it's like if I was to say okay, the reason that most things fall to the earth at 9.8 meters a second is because invisible gnomes with lassos pull them down. And you said to me, "What's your evidence that it's invisible gnomes with lassos?" And I said, "My evidence is that things are falling down."
Can you see the repulsive force of electricity? I mean,
Okay.
between two electrons?
Okay, I am not okay, listen, I understand what you're trying to do here, but you're really getting afield. So I would like to see the experiment, the science that shows that the bending and warping of space-time can hold a pressurized gas adjacent to a vacuum without containment.
Sure.
Okay, great.
First of all, I want you to define pressure.
No, okay. Pressure is the force of the molecules
Yeah.
bouncing off the walls of the container
Why do they bounce off the wall of the container?
because gases are in motion.
Why are they in motion?
Okay, I understand what you're attempting to do here, and as I've said before, this is not my first rodeo, so I'm not going to be pulled into this. I just want you to provide the evidence for your claim. Your claim that
No,
there
where
can be I want to see evidence, A, that the surface of the earth is curving at the rate we're told. And B, I want to see evidence that we can have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment because of the bending and warping of space-time. And then we'll be done
you
here, right?
told
If
me
you can
to,
show that these things are happening and show an actual measurement of surface curvature, we can be done here.
yeah, sure. But you told me
Okay.
to prove that to provide an experiment.
Right, because you
Uh,
said science, you said we were denying science, so I'm asking you for the science.
yeah, because
Okay.
You believe in the laws of thermodynamics, but when I brought in gravity, you said that you don't believe in gravity.
I didn't say anything about believing or not believing in gravity. I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, but can you
I didn't say that,
just
right? So I want you to just acknowledge that I did not say that. That came out of your own
I
mind. I never said that.
I gave you I gave you a really simple explanation of why
I don't want an
the
explanation, I want
atmosphere.
evidence. I don't want an explanation, I want evidence. My invisible gnomes with lassos is an explanation, it's not evidence.
You quoted thermodynamics. That means you think that
Because we can
repulsive force.
test it's repeatable, it's testable and repeatable that we cannot have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment.
Okay, I'll give you a simple experiment that even a child could understand.
For
You
no,
have
I don't need okay, an experiment for what specifically?
proved that the atmosphere, or prove that gravity exists.
I
To
didn't ask you if
to
gravity
prove.
exists. That's not what I asked you, is it? I never made any
Oh,
claims for or against the existence of gravity, so I don't know why you're latching on to that. You're not listening to the words I'm saying.
you told me to provide an experiment as of why the
Not
atmosphere
why,
doesn't
to
fly
prove
into
that.
space.
No, I said to okay, I really want you to pay attention here. I need to see the
Okay.
scientific experiment that proves that we can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier, without containment, and that it's because of the bending and warping of space-time. You can just throw that one on after. Because your claim is that gravity, the bending and warping of space-time, holds a pressurized system adjacent to a vacuum without need for a containment. So I want to see the evidence.
Okay. Water. I mean, if you if you okay, let's do this. If you have a bottle of water, is it in liquid state? It is pulled down by gravity, right? If you take one atom of
Hold
uh
up, hold up. We're trying to prove one
yeah,
thing, and if you want to start getting into proof for gravity, we can do that after.
no,
I
not proof
just
of
need
gravity,
to
not proof of
see.
gravity.
No, water in a bottle is not evidence that we can have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment. You realize that, right?
Yeah, a bottle of water
Okay.
is a
So,
huge cluster of atoms. And
okay,
then
this is not
let's
the
just take
this is
one
not
atom.
okay, you're coping, okay? And I get it because
I'm not.
no such
I'm
experiment
not.
exists. You just believe that it's possible. So now you're talking about bottles of water.
I don't believe. I know. We all
No,
know
you don't know.
it's possible.
No, no, you don't know. You have no evidence for to know. People told you that this is what happens and you believe them. You don't have any evidence to support your claim, or you would have given it to me by now. You wouldn't be talking about molecules and bottles of water. You would just post the experiment that shows it happening.
Okay, give me a second then.
Okay.
My goodness, this is so painful. Good job, over fences.
Medical students are the worst. Sorry, I have some experience there.
No, you're good. Those are rough.
How you doing, Lats?
I'm all right. Just procrastinating in my car again before I go to the gym.
Oh,
Usual, you
no.
know.
You think you'd be used to that one by now.
Mhm.
Is it still the new one? The bigger one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
can go
working
in and
out for
out.
you.
Yeah, it's not bad anymore.
So what did Naka post?
No, she posted it with the
Let's see.
nothing that I can see anyway. Yeah, I don't see anything. I think Dave is currently watching a Professor Dave video right now. That's why I had to go into
Probably
him.
did you see? Yeah, he posted that Reddit post, like a GIF from Reddit. I just
Oh, I saw that. It's funny. No, I was having an argument with Knowledge yesterday. No, yesterday or 2 days ago, talking about how his laser is bending downwards and expanding. Let me see. I can find it. So this is a picture he sent me.
I can only imagine.
This one right here. He said, how it
Oh,
expands. I'm
and
like,
it
what
curves
the
too.
heck is that? Yeah, exactly. I was like, brother, do you not see it curving at the bottom? He's like, it's not curving. I was like, brother, what? I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this into my little app here. I'm gonna draw a line. Because I was like, if you look at that top line, you notice how
Yeah.
it's straight as an arrow, and the bottom line is bending downward. Like that hump is supposed to be blocking it. That's why I had to post up these two. I was like, brother, in
Yeah,
both
I know.
instances, either one would not hit the freaking camera anyway. I'm like, you dishonest
Oh, yeah, I
person.
talked to him the other day about this where he was claiming that the John D peer-to-peer 9.5 mile one, that the beam was spreading more than the earth curvature would exist at that distance. And I asked him, I said, which laser was used? Can you know, I need to see the evidence that this particular laser is doing what you claimed. And he could not provide any information about it whatsoever. But you know, he just did his usual thing.
Yeah. It's spreading, it's spreading. I'm like, okay, brother, who cares? Whichever way, spreads or no spreads, it's not gonna hit the camera either way. I'm screwed. Sorry. Sucks to suck, I know. Yeah, he wouldn't acknowledge that it was bending downward in his picture. That's when I call him dishonest.
Yes, I know, it's funny.
He's
But I
such a
mean, like,
freaking
do they
ugh.
not realize that even if the beam spreads, it's still gonna be blocked by earth curvature?
Yeah, exactly.
If the target for the laser is, you know, several story building below the earth curvature, the beam is not going to be hitting it. And like, and the lasers are collimated, you know, they don't they don't watch the tests. They just watch the debunks with, you know, a few screenshots taken out and, you know, Professor Dave whining.
Exactly. Unless he wants to claim the photon grapple effect is taking effect here, and then he wants to prove that too. So
I know, I keep waiting for someone to bring that up.
I'm
You
telling you,
know,
it's gonna be so popular. Somebody's gonna say it. I'm gonna laugh my ass off
someone's
so
gonna
hard.
say it. Yeah.
Okay, enough procrastination from me. I'll be listening in.
Okay. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Hi guys. Why is no one talking?
Someone's looking for evidence of their claim right now.
Oh, okay.
But you can talk if you want to. We're just waiting for him to come back in.
Well, I just joined the server, so I don't know what's happening.
Okay, well, we're just discussing that the Earth is measured flat, not curving.
Chicken. Good day, everyone. Let's get some globe evidence going up in here. Who wants to go first? Go ahead. Empirical evidence of the globe that supposedly exists in our physical reality. That's all we need. Go ahead. Is my mic working? Is this thing on? Anybody here? All right, just popping in for a few minutes. I had time to. Hope you wanted to play the bot all day, but whatever. Earth is not a globe. Oh well.
Hello. Hello. Anyone here know about MUN, Model United Nation?
عليكم. Hello, Salman. you can all see the same thing, if you're all in like a room and you can all see the same object, you can measure your angles between each other. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, but that doesn't work for celestial objects.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't that work?
Because the light's parallel, remember?
What?
What? Did you forget?
It's parallel to everyone?
Apparently.
So if you're on the South Pole and you're on the North Pole,
Well, this is what we know.
you're going to have the same sky?
Look, you can have the
Same
same
orientation?
sky, but that doesn't mean that, like, if you
No,
took
yeah,
your
so
line.
it's-
Well, brother, you're going to ask me a question and you're going to answer it? That's hilarious. Let me answer the question. Okay, tell you exactly what I mean. That means if there's an object in the sky, okay, and you're looking at it and somebody else is looking at it, if you took your lines of sight and extended them, they would not intersect at that object. You understand? And I know that seems counterintuitive, but if you actually take like 3D models such as AutoCAD or Blender or one of those,
So it's not
and
flat,
let me
what?
finish. If you take AutoCAD or Blender, right, and you take the sun azimuth and elevation angles, or the moon or any other thing, and you stick them and model them on the surface of a globe, and take those lines of sight, those angles, and try to intersect them in 3D space, they don't intersect.
If you're looking at the same object and a line goes
Yeah,
from
that's
you
what
to
you're
the object-
assuming.
No, hold on.
You're
If a-
assuming you got a line of sight that intersects at the object somewhere in 3D space.
If you have a line of sight at it, if you can see it, then you can have a line of sight straight line towards it, right? If you can, if it's right, if you can see it, you can make a straight line towards it. If someone else can see it, they can make a
geometrically,
straight
yes,
line
correct.
towards it. And if
Yes.
you're on a flat plane, you can make a straight line to each other.
That is true terrestrially, but it's not true for celestial objects, dude. What don't you understand?
No, but again,
I
you're
know
saying-
you
you're-
believe
you're
in
asserting it's not
uniformitarianism,
true. No, you're
and that you're
asserting it's
in the
not.
cult of uniformitarianism.
You know,
some
you're
things are
asserting-
different than other things.
You are asserting it's not true, but in order for it not to
I
be
gave
true,
you an
the
example of it
laws
not being
the
true
laws,
and
like
proof that it's
math
not
wo-
true. I didn't just
Since-
assert it, Donald. I didn't just assert it. I proved it. Okay.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I'll
The
post the
ability- no.
I'll post the AutoCAD. I'll post the AutoCAD video in the chat right now.
AutoCAD, if you can see something in the
Yeah,
sky,
AutoCAD to 13-digit precision. Yeah.
if you can see something in the sky, you can draw a line from
This
you
is
to that
using the
thing.
sun.
You can draw a line from you to that thing. Okay? Because you have a line of sight, you can see it. If someone else can see it,
Yeah, I know.
then
That's what
you can draw a
that's
line
what
from
you're
them to it, and
thinking,
then you
that's
draw
what
a
you're-
line between
look,
each other.
bro, I understand what you're saying. You're spurging because this
You're
like, you-
spurging.
it goes against everything that could possibly be true. What you're saying is true for you personally and terrestrially. It's not true for celestial objects.
It's not about terrestrial or celestial. It's basic math. Like if
It's
there's a
basic
line,
math.
the laws.
Where does this basic math come from? Does it have to have some
Euclid?
correlation? Does it have to have some correlation to reality?
It is correlated with reality, like straight
Okay,
lines.
so I'm
have
telling
a
you that
line
it's not
between
in this
you.
case.
Wait. So if you have a line between you and the object in the sky, let's say it's a balloon. Like if you have a plane in the sky or a balloon, you can do the same thing. See the thing when someone else sees it. Draw a line from you to the person,
and you
then a
mentioned
line
again
from
a
the
terrestrial
you
object.
have-
And you
What?
keep using terrestrial examples to prove the
You
celestial
own
examples.
There
Is
is
it
definitely
hard
no-
to
there is
understand
no-
that they don't behave the same way?
An object can be on the ground, in the air. It does not change math. You realize that, right?
Math is not reality, dude.
Okay. Now we're just 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, sure. Like that's where we're at now. Okay. I think you should have met someone else. That's
Okay, do you not? That's logic. That has nothing to do with math because the equal sign
You're
is
just
the law.
denying math now.
The law of identity. I said math is not reality.
Yeah, if that's your response to
Oh, you think math is
proof, then-
reality? No mathematician thinks that.
If you can prove something mathematically and your response is math isn't reality, then I think the conversation is done.
Okay, you're not proving it mathematically. You're just jumping
That
to
is
the
a mathematical
conclusion that the geometry that you apply to terrestrial observations is applicable to celestial ones. There's no justification for that belief.
Yeah, if it's a flat surface and the object is
You're
above us
just
on a
claiming the
flat
same
plane,
thing over again. You're just ipsy-dixit repeating yourself.
mathematically, it would be.
Do you have any
right.
evidence? Do you have any evidence that the laws of geometry that we apply to terrestrial objects on Earth equally apply to things in the sky?
Yeah,
Any evidence?
they follow normal physics. They follow
No, this is geometry.
Yeah, and with geometry, the laws of physics and math, they work the same.
The laws of physics and math. You're just saying buzzwords, dude.
Yes,
I want the justification.
2 plus 2, we are not seeing
But
2
that's
plus
what's
2
in
equaling 5.
question. But
We're not
Donald,
seeing any
that's
changes
what's
to
in
this.
question. The math that's
Laws
proven.
of physics and math are different.
Okay, yeah, it's great. So what?
Yes, and
but
both
are
are
you not
consistent in this.
Donald? Shut your mouth and listen. I asked for the justification that your terrestrial application of math that works terrestrially. What's your justification for using it for celestial objects, and what's your evidence that it works there too?
Because math doesn't care whether or not you're on Earth or up in the air.
So,
it's math.
Okay, so we can apply Newtonian physics to quantum objects, right?
Physics is different from math. If you wanted to use a frame reference,
no, because
the math would be the same.
they have a
The math would
position.
be the-
No, because
the rules of
objects.
math-
No, good try, Donald.
the
But
rules of math
quantum
would
objects
be
have
this-
to have a. They have to have a position. So did they
The
not have a
rules- the
position?
rules of math-
Do quantum
the rules-
objects have a position?
The rules of math would be the same.
Oh, so they have a position.
No, the rules of math would be the same.
Yeah, so they have a position, right?
What is the position?
A position. A quantum particle.
What has a position?
Quantum particle.
Quantum particles.
Yeah, like an electron or a photon.
They have positions.
Do they have a position?
They have positions that are, or electrons can have indeterminate positions.
So
but
no
the positions
position.
don't reveal themselves until you look at them.
So
But
if I
again,
try
that
to
is not-
express them mathematically in a Cartesian coordinate, there'd be
You
no
can't-
place there'd be no dot on that Cartesian coordinate where I could say this is where the electron is, right?
Well, you wouldn't be looking at it beforehand. That's the whole
Why
point.
can't you answer a fucking question?
Well, I'm explaining to you that your diversion here is a diversion. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
It's not a
The rules
diversion.
of
I'm giving
math-
you an
the rules of math-
example.
the same
I'm
rules of
giving you an
math.
example of you being wrong.
No, we're talking about a point of reference that we can both see.
A point is a geometric object.
Like even with quantum science, they still use positions of relative positions to make calculations.
No, they don't.
Yes,
You have no idea what you're talking. You have no idea what
no
you're.
matter how you
Look, no, you have no
around
idea what
this,
you're talking
you
about.
can
Don't do
use
it, dude.
math to triangulate.
Dude,
it's not that complicated.
Okay,
It's geometric.
You can use math to triangulate. Are there circumstances where you can't use math to triangulate?
If you're in non-Euclidean space.
No. Are there No.
That is one
that's
circumstance.
not true.
That would be a circumstance where it'd be harder.
Can you triangulate the sun?
Yes.
Oh, tell me the technique for this.
You know the distance between yourself
Where
and
would you know that?
other people?
Okay, and then?
You could look at angles between yourself and when
Okay,
the
so
sun
you're going to
goes out of-
measure. So what's the difference in angle between, say, two people 2,000 miles apart? What's the difference in their angle of the sun?
If you take the difference between known locations and angles between them, you can coordinate when the sun goes out of sight, how far you are between each other, and using
No,
those
that's not
positions.
measuring. No, that's
sir.
not using
It's
triangulation.
trigonometry. It's
That's not
trigonometry.
No, it
It's
isn't. No, it isn't. No, it
Yes,
isn't.
it is. It's
Then why do
literally
you use
Pythagorean
time?
theorem. If you
Then why are
measure
you
the
using
angles-
time? Where's time in trigonometry?
It's not about time.
That's what you mentioned. You
No,
mentioned
I
time.
didn't. If you
Yeah, you did.
No, I
When
didn't.
the sun goes down,
It's
when the
about-
sun goes
it's
up, when
about
you see the
hold
sun,
on.
that's time.
Oh my God, you're not. It's not
Okay,
good faith.
so
This
we
is not
know.
good faith. You're
Now,
not
you're
acting
full
good
of
faith.
You're just full of shit. I'm just letting you just twist
You can
around.
You use the Pythagorean theorem. You can use triangles to measure distances, like to see
So-
how far something is.
So
It's
if the
not that
angle is so
complicated.
small, that it's immeasurable, what happens? Can you triangulate the sun?
Well, the angle is not too small. You can.
Well,
if the
you
angle
gotta
is there, you
tell
can.
the astronomers this because they say it is.
Well, if the angles are hard, then
Well,
you
why
can
do the
get better
astronomers say
points
you can't
to create bigger
triangulate the
angles.
sun? Why do the astronomers say you can't triangulate the sun by looking at it? Why do they say that?
I don't know why the guy says that.
Why do they
Maybe
say
with
that
your
you
own
can't
eyes,
triangulate the
because you need a
distance
lot
to the moon by
because
looking
you
at it?
need because you need in what I described, you need several people around the world coordinating different information.
Then
so
why didn't
one
they
guy
do?
looking
Yeah,
at
they could
it,
have did that in
not
three.
going to do much, is it?
Yeah,
Like,
so why
if you
didn't
use basic math,
Copernicus
basic
do
math.
that? Well, why didn't Copernicus do that?
Because if you have basic math, and people
Yeah,
set up in different places, they could figure out where things are relative to other people. It's called triangulation.
yeah. You're just gonna say you're just saying
You need
buzzwords
to look
that you
at
don't understand,
triangulation.
brother. Why didn't Copernicus do it then?
Sounds like a question for you.
No, why didn't Copernicus do it? He could have just did trig. How come they had to use the transit of Venus and they couldn't
I
just
don't
look
think
right at the
Copernicus
sun?
I don't think the theodolite
Donald, you
was
just
around
don't know what
back
you're
then.
talking about, and
I
I'm
don't think the
just
theodolite was
watching you
around back
twist around and try to bullshit. Okay, it's well
You're
known.
bullshitting. You're
It's written
literally
in the leaflets of
squirming
the
out of you're
Astronomical
squirming
Society
out
of
of
the
reality right
Pacific.
now.
Okay, in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, 1943, Harold Weaver wrote an article called the Solar Parallax, which is about which you need parallax to do trig
Sounds
to measure the
outdated.
distance of the sun. Okay,
Again,
there is no solar parallax.
Very old. Why don't you use modern stuff?
So the parallax since 1943, it came after that.
No, I'm saying why don't you cite modern technology? It's like
When things are very far away, you can't triangulate the distance, which is
Yes,
why
you
they
can.
say the rays of what. If the angles are the same, you can't triangulate. You basically have two 90-degree angles, dude. Where do they intersect? You need an intersection point.
Again, if you know places on Earth, then you can coordinate.
You need to know where they intersect. So if the angles you measure at these places on Earth, let's say one person goes to the North Pole and sees the sun at 90, and another person goes to 45 latitude and sees the sun at 45. Triangulate the distance to the sun. Go for it.
Yeah, you would draw a circle, a triangle between those.
Yeah, you draw two lines, right? Those lines are fucking parallel, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but that's not reality.
Those lines are parallel.
No,
that is reality.
That's not reality.
That is reality.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I just cited it. That is the reality. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what you're fucking being a goddamn cultist about. The fact is, when we cannot triangulate by direct observation the distance to any object in the sky, any one, pick one, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, a star, the sun, anything, not a single one. That's why I asked you for your justification.
Yeah, but if the
think I don't know the answers to the questions
distance-
I'm asking you?
But if the distance, hold up. But if you're measuring the distance between you and other people on the ground, or if you know the distance between you and other people on the ground, then you can use the angle measurements of you and triangulate between you and objects that you can both see to cross-rep and coordinate.
But if it's so far away, they're going to be parallel lines, dummy.
The whole point is to triangulate.
Dummy, they're going to be parallel fucking lines if it's so far away. Triangulate means triangle. You cannot make a triangle with
So from your perspective, if you were to create great triangles on Earth using, large points, altitude points that everyone's aware of, and if you were to look up at the sky, you're saying that you would see the exact same sky?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because if not, like if you can see objects like the same thing and you don't have literally the exact same sky, then you can triangulate. You can triangulate angles between each other.
Okay. So why do they say the sun has parallel rays, dude?
Well, if the sun is directly over, then it's going to be parallel. It's very far away.
The rays of the sun are parallel. Why? Because it's very far away?
Well, if the sun is setting, then it's not.
So how do you triangulate two parallel lines, dude? Donald, tell me how to triangulate two parallel lines.
If the sun is on your horizon, if the sun is on your horizon and it's directly above someone, if the sun is on your horizon and it's directly above someone else, then you can triangulate the relative positions between yourselves. If an object is 90 degrees, like on your side, and for someone else it's directly above them, then you are not on the same flat plane.
Dude. Okay. Don't try to change the subject. Okay. Really simple. How do you triangulate?
And then you can look at the distance between yourselves.
I'm going to kick you out of here. You interrupt me one more time. How do you triangulate two parallel lines?
Two parallel lines.
Well, yeah, how do you triangulate them? Because you don't have a triangle. How do you do triangulation without a triangle? That's what I want to know.
Well, they wouldn't be exactly parallel, would they? And you would take measurements. You would take measurements between you the internal angles between you and the observed thing,
Uh-huh.
and then the angles between other people and the observed thing.
Okay, can you show us somebody ever measuring the distance to something using trigonometry? I want data. I want data.
I can't post in the chat, but
yeah, you're still missing the other DM too. So I want data that somebody actually did this. Because this would be your justification that, hey, dude, things we observe in the sky are the same on Earth because we can triangulate things in the sky. That's what we're trying to establish. Can you triangulate things in the sky? I already know you can.
Things. You can triangulate things.
Yeah, that's your claim. And it's wrong.
Now you're anti-triangulation. It's like
no. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. You're so desperate. You're so desperate right now. It's well known in astronomy that no object distance can be.
You said that's your stance.
No, you're just that's not my stance. That's a straw man, and you know it.
Actually, you were denying. Like you were saying, how do you know it's the same math? Like math is not the same when things go up. It's like terrestrial math. It's like, bro, it's math.
It's not. Dude? Who said every quantity? Yeah, I'm getting pretty fucking irritated with your bullshit. Okay, you dishonest little puke. Really simple. In the formula, you need to put.
Look at what I sent you. Let's look at what I sent
you. You need to put little measured quantities into the variables, right?
Just look at what I sent you.
Yeah, Metabunk. I debated Nick West. He's a fucking idiot. There's no reason even to look at it. It's not going to change the fact that it's a planar triangle.
If you don't want to look at it, that's your problem.
Do you have to put measured quantities into the formulas? So Google Earth is his measurement? Google Earth, are you serious? And this is a hypothetical. No one did this. There's no observation data here. They did this in like Stellarium or something. This is your evidence. Google Earth. Oh, I'm posting this in the chat, dude. Dude, you're just embarrassing yourself at this point.
What's incorrect there?
It doesn't represent reality.
Yeah, which one's off? Which number?
Google Earth.
Yeah,
it's not a sphere. Google Earth is a cylinder. Google Earth is a cylinder, and he drew it on the fucking sphere.
Okay, are any of the numbers wrong?
Yeah, it's not a sphere.
Which one of the numbers is wrong?
They're unsubstantiated, Donald.
So
which one is right, Donald? Donald, which one is right? Donald, I can play this game too. Which one is right?
I don't know what this like.
Which one is right, Donald? Which number is right?
I don't know how you.
Yeah, which number is right, Donald?
Well, I think they're all right.
Why?
Well, I mean, one, you can easily just check altitudes, and two,
because you can do it. Now, listen what you just said. Because you could check it out means it's correct. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. Just go on fucking mute, dude. I can't deal with people as stupid as you. Because you could check it means it's correct. That's why you think it's right. Because it could be checked.
If you're asking me why I think
that's what you said, Donald. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Me why I think something's right, and I say, well, you could just easily just check it. Like
that's not a reason. That's not a reason that something would be right.
If someone gave you their altitude numbers,
the ability to check something doesn't determine the truth of a fucking claim.
If someone gave you their altitude numbers, gave you their measurements, like you can.
They didn't measure anything, though.
You could start off with the assumption that they're not entirely lying.
Oh, so you could do it, so it's right because you could check it.
Well, I mean, the only reason you're having like this conversation doesn't make sense.
No, don't talk about me, dude.
You're lying.
We're talking about your argument. Don't try to switch it to me. We're talking about your argument that you think it's right because you could check it.
Should I trust you? Why should I trust you?
No. You're not trusting anybody. There's nobody to trust. Nobody did anything, Donald.
Why are you speaking in this chat?
You didn't do anything, Donald.
Why are you speaking this? Like again, you're just shitting on yourself at this point.
Why are you here? That's a better question. So Donald,
why are you here?
I just want. So Donald thinks things are true if he can check them.
No, I'm saying I'm going to default to thinking someone's not lying until
He
evidence.
showed you Google Earth. What's there to lie about? He showed you Google Earth. Why do you
So
think the
where- yeah,
numbers
so
in Google Earth are correct that he's showing?
So what? Yeah. Since when are the Google Earth numbers wrong?
All the time.
What's like? No. Tell me that.
It has to be wrong.
You can make a lot of money off this. I want to hear this because I want to.
Oh, okay.
Rich.
So go on Google Earth. So Donald, go on Google Earth right now and take the path tool. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now how to do it to show Google Earth's wrong. Take the path tool on Google Earth and draw a circle around the North to South Pole. Go ahead.
I don't have a computer in front of me. Sorry.
Yeah, but you can do this and it's going to make a half moon. So yeah, it's wrong. Because Google Earth's a cylinder. Because Google Earth's a cylinder, Donald. Donald, because Google Earth is a cylinder.
I don't know what you just said.
Google Earth is
numbers. What data or numbers are you getting out of Google Earth that are wrong?
I just told you would be the distance of that fucking circle.
No, but like you can't confirm that yourself. You've never measured. You've never gone out and done.
I know if I draw a circle around the South Pole, it doesn't look like a half moon to the east.
You've never traveled around the South Pole though. So what numbers can you confirm are actually wrong with your Earth? Like when has ever been
I know
wrong?
that a geometric form of a circle.
You know it's wrong, but when have you ever actually measured any of it to be wrong?
Because circles have properties.
Because what?
Because a circle has a property.
No, but
and if I draw a circle around something, the thing I draw it around, it doesn't go outside of it.
You've never gone in a circle around the South Pole. So have you ever
No. We're
has
talking about
any
Google.
data from Google Earth ever been measured to be wrong? Like
Okay.
You've measured.
Yeah, I just gave you an example.
No, but you did not do that. So
a circle is not a. Yes, I did do it. Yes, I did do it. I used Google Earth and I did it on Google Earth.
You went around the South Pole. If you circumnavigate the South Pole, then I don't know.
Okay, slow down. Steel man, what I just told you.
You said that you did it. Like if you circumnavigate
Steel man, what I told you to do on Google Earth.
Steel man, what you told me. No, you don't steal man what I say. No.
5 seconds. 5, 4. I didn't even give him 5 seconds. That was lame, dude.
So you're just denying the math. Well, you can do the math properly if you like, if you come to a different number.
No, I'm not denying the math. I'm going to fucking ban you if you do that gimmick one more time.
Wait, what?
You do that debate gimmick one more time, I'm going to ban you out of this chat. Where I made an affirmative claim about how you were doing it wrong, and then you characterize that as a denial. That's the third fucking time you tried that. You do it again, I'm banning you. You've been fucking warned. I don't do debate gimmicks, dude. I don't do like little fucking debate gimmicks.
On mute, it's fine.
So, yeah, go on mute.
Okay.
For your own fucking safety.
I did have this one question, though, because I posted this and you probably do.
Yeah. Save it. So it's really fucking simple, okay? I made a specific, well-reasoned, told him why, the geometric reason why, that's what he did was wrong. He said, I'm just denying it. I didn't just deny it. I didn't fucking not on it. And the fact you tried to characterize that either you don't understand what the objection was, but your claim that you measured the radius of the Earth using this technique and it matched is a fucking lie. Which is the third lie I've heard you say since I've been in here. Mark, if you want to know why, Matt, if you want to know why I'm mad, because this dude's a fucking liar, dude. And I don't like liars. I fucking flip out, obviously.
Okay. Yeah. The radius of the circle that arc would eventually make would not be 3,959 miles. No way.
Why?
Why? Because it's not the partial circumference.
Okay, think about this. You're looking at a ball, and on the surface of the ball, someone takes a fucking stick and runs it through the ball, and you're looking at it at a very low angle. Okay? From your
Right.
point of view, is that going to be a fucking cord connecting those 2 points? No, that's not what it's going to look like, even though that's going to be what it is. But he's saying, I'm going to go from what the camera pic shows me, and I'm going to just draw 2 points on that fucking arc and say that's the chord. Can't do it like that. Because you're not in a Euclidean geometry or orthographic geometry. We see shit in perspective. So it needs to be perspective corrected into an orthographic view, which you can't actually do. But this is the bigger problem, and why I get irritated. People like him would rather you believe his lies and keep believing the globe than to concede truthful things. I don't care if he believes it's a globe or not, but he would rather lie to you.
Right.
That bothers me. Would you really, like, if you really thought the Earth was a globe, you got to think about it like this. Say there's 100 pieces of evidences for the globe.
Okay.
10 of those you're unsure of. And then to give the illusion that the globe is rock solid and has no flaws, you lie about that 10. Just to keep people believing the other 75, which are true. Okay? Why would you lie to make someone believe something? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But
Because
the Earth isn't a globe; it's a sphere.
okay, whatever.
I mean,
dude.
it's not a sphere. No, sorry, I misspoke. It's not a sphere or a globe.
What is it?
Well, the Earth is a planet.
How do you know that?
That's you don't think the Earth is a planet?
Nope.
Okay.
Planet's a category, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would put Earth in that category? That you observe, that we can observe.
We can observe it.
You've seen the Earth as a planet?
Yeah, I live on it.
Okay, what did you see about the Earth that told you it was a planet? Just tell me
Okay,
some
well,
of the properties
what
or
do you?
characteristics.
Well, we live on it for one.
Yes, but tell me some of the properties or characteristics that you observed about the Earth that justified you putting it in that category.
It's in space for one.
How do you know? How do you know that? You didn't observe the Earth in space.
Yes, I do.
How? From where?
Well, I'm in space.
How do you know that?
Because it's a priori.
So you don't know that. You just assume it?
No, I just told you it's a priori.
Yeah, you're just assuming it.
No, I'm using different categories to apply to my experience.
It doesn't tell me how you know the Earth is in space or how you know you're in space. By space, we're talking about a near infinite vacuum, right? Not metrical space, not the concept of space. We're talking about space as a feature of nature.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so they claim that Earth and all the planets and stars and black holes and everything are in a gigantic fucking void that's 90 billion light years across. That space, outer space, vacuum. That's different than space 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, right? Dimensional space, metric, what they technically term as metrical space.
I'm talking about space in terms of just like your intuition of being in space. Like this, I mean, the basis of all relations.
The abstract idea of space.
Yeah, sure.
Not outer space vacuum. It's 90 billion light years
Well,
across.
I'm not talking about outer space. I'm talking about space, like space.
Well, okay, that's fine. I don't care either way you refer to it. I have no preference. But you said
You don't
the
wait.
Earth is the Earth is a planet because
Well, that's a category. That's a definition. A planet, like
celestial body. That's what it means.
yeah, an astronomical body, a celestial body.
Okay, what did you observe about the Earth that told you it was a celestial body?
Well, everything about it.
Go, just give me one of the everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, its magnitude.
What does that mean?
Its size, for one.
So size tells you something's a celestial body.
Well, partially, yeah. And the fact that it's in space.
That's assuming the conclusion, dude.
No, the conclusion is just a priori.
Dude, sophistry isn't going to work. Okay?
I'm not being sophistical.
Yeah, you are. Okay? Because you just did the word context fallacy again. For the Earth to be a planet, it has to be in the vacuum of space, not the metrical space concept. But you went right back to that. Doing a word context fallacy. We're not playing that game. We're going to talk about. So when you look up and you see Mars or Jupiter, they're supposed to be in the vacuum of space.
Just so we're clear, like you don't think space. You don't think Earth is a planet?
No, it doesn't fit. There's no property that you can observe about the Earth that would justify it going within that category.
So far as one, no. Doesn't meet the criteria.
It doesn't mean so. Earth isn't a planet.
No,
not in the classical definition or by modern standards either.
Okay, what is it?
Earth.
What is that? That's a.
It's not in a category. No, it's not in a category. It's unique.
But I ask you what it is, and you said
it's Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category. You're asking us to put it in a category, like planet. It's not in a category.
So you think we live on something
that's unique, not like anything else? It's not. Look, it's not a part of the universe. It is the universe.
You think the Earth is the universe?
Yep, this is it. Just the Earth, with the things above it that we see and can only see.
That sounds really dumb.
That's a great counter argument. That's dumb because you're so sophisticated. Because you believe the Copernican principle that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. Because you're sophisticated, and I'm sophisticated where I think that there's a giant void, and everything is very far apart and was created from something for nothing 9 billion years ago. Because I'm sophisticated. That sounds really dumb. Do you know that sounds really dumb? That you think the star is a fucking nuclear reaction 93 million miles away, and the moon, by some odd coincidence, it faces us the exact same way all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and just happens to be the exact same size as the moon?
Well, okay.
Earth is the only planet with liquid water. It's the only place with fucking life. It's the only place with all these things. But it's ridiculous to think that, from what we can observe, that's the case.
Okay, but where else have you gone that there's been no life?
There's nowhere. Did we take a telescope, look into space? Do you see life?
I don't know. Do you?
No. We don't see anything that resembles the Earth in outer space.
You think? Okay, so
I think the Earth is unique because all the properties that we observe about the Earth are unique from anything else we observe, which would tell you that it's unique. Now, you believe in something, a philosophy you didn't even know you had, in the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. That is a philosophical statement, right?
No, I don't know what that means.
That the Earth has no unique place in the universe, or what a philosophical statement is?
No, I don't know what it means like that the Earth has no special place in the universe. Like I don't know what that means.
It means that the Earth's not unique. It's like everything else. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet, because if you take this philosophy, right, as an axiom, Earth has no unique place in the universe. If you look up in the sky, you see a planet, you go, well, Earth's not unique. It's just like that. Earth's a planet.
Do you believe Earth is made of matter?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
That the Earth has no special place in the universe, and
we know after that. So when I look up in the sky and I see a planet, it's justified to have the conclusion that the Earth is also a planet.
Wait, when are you seeing planets? I thought we didn't believe in planets.
We see planets in the sky. We named them.
How do you know it's a planet?
It's descriptive of what they do against the background stars. So there's the fixed stars, and the stars that aren't fixed. It's called planets.
Have you ever seen any of these stars?
Planets?
Or planets, yeah. Have you ever seen them?
Yes. I've seen Mars, I've seen Venus, I've seen Jupiter, I've seen Saturn. These are descriptive. They're qualitative descriptions.
When did you see them?
Through my whole life.
Okay, you've seen them your entire life.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to them?
No.
How could you? There's no space.
Bro, listen, you're confused. There's a difference between, hey, we see something and we named it a category, planet.
But what are you seeing?
It isn't a statement about what they're made out of, what their composition is. Okay?
Yeah.
Or whether they're terra firma, whether you can go there or how far away they are. Those properties, right, all these things are not what makes it a planet or not. What makes it a planet is, does it move different than the fixed stars?
Okay.
Planet means the wanderer.
Yeah.
Okay? It means wandering star. That's what planet means.
How do you know that it's moving?
Relative to the fixed stars?
You see it.
I fucking see it, dude.
Right. You think that's sufficient?
They even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion.
Sufficient.
Wait. So
that one day I go up and I see it on the right side of one star, then the next night I go out and it's on the left side of that star. Is that sufficient proof that it's not that it's moving different than the other stars? Yeah, it is.
So wait, your proof is just that you see it.
That it is a planet. That's the definition. Is that it moves different than the other stars. That's all I have to observe. Bro, that's all I have to observe to justify putting it in the category planet, is moving different than the fixed stars.
Do you take what you see to be at face value? Do you take it?
Yeah, an event occurred. Yeah. The sophistry that you guys try, this ain't that channel, bro.
No, I'm not being sophistical. I'm just asking.
You're attempting.
No, I'm just asking you, like, when you see something, do you take it that's what it is? Like, if you see,
it's a qualitative description. We're only describing what we're not making any quantitative statements. Is it moving further, closer? Is it orbiting? None of those things. You see, we have fixed stars. There's a bunch of dots of light in the sky, in case you haven't heard. Most of them all move together uniformly, with keeping the distance in equal portions away from each other. But there's these other dots of light that don't do that. The ones that don't do that, those are called planets.
Right.
And so if you see one of these dots of light not moving with the other ones, that's all you need to see to reach the conclusion that's a planet.
Okay. So if you were to see a magic trick, would you believe in magic?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is intent. Nature isn't running around trying to trick you, dude.
Right. I didn't say nature is trying to trick you.
I'm try our actual equivalence instead of a false one.
Just trying to understand your logic here a little bit better, to be honest. Like,
how words work, how the dictionary defines things, that's what you're trying to figure out?
No, that would be kind of trivial, but like I'm trying to understand your logic. Like, how you understand the world. Because I
Well,
find it
it's even
fascinating.
described like.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, just a moment. Like even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion. The apparent, they call it the apparent motion, right? It appears to move. All the stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, they appear to move across the sky daily, right, or nightly,
Right, right. I'll give you that they
Right,
appear to
right.
move.
Okay.
That's all we're
right.
saying,
That's what we're
dude.
talking about.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you guys have a problem with descriptions and explanations. You just have problems with that. You guys don't understand. You think just seeing something and just describing what it does is making a statement about the how and why and all that. No, we're just describing. Hey, dude, we see these dots of light do this other thing. Let's call them something. Okay, we'll call them planets. We're not making a statement about what they are, what they're made of, how far away they are, what they're doing, or anything like that. It's purely descriptive of what you see.
Okay, but what do you mean by light?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Electromagnetic radiation.
What does that mean?
What electromagnetic radiation means?
Yeah.
Go back to school, kid. I'm not teaching you this shit.
I thought light was plasma.
You thought light was plasma.
Yeah, that's the kind of matter that light is. That's what I was taught, at least.
You better go smack your whoever taught you that right in the head.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they're wrong. Plasma is a fourth phase of ladder, fourth phase of matter, in which the nucleus of the atoms is disconnected from the electrons in a plasma.
I don't know what you
almost
mean
like
by atoms.
Atoms.
You believe in
Yeah,
atoms?
we're on the brink of what do you mean by
I believe
that?
in atoms.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we're not playing this game, dude. But mom,
Yeah,
why?
we're on
But
the-
mom, why? But mom, why?
Exactly. I was just going to say we're on the brink of the infinite regression of what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
And then?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so?
And then?
Classic Mark move.
You're being a time waster, Mark.
Well, I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm trying to learn about your epistemology.
You're trying to learn about then why don't you just ask me, what's your epistemology?
Yeah, empiricism.
Because you're obviously a brain in a jar person.
No, I'm not. Well, you think I'm like a rationalist or something?
No, I just think you think that you can't prove there's an external world.
Like a skeptic? Or do you think I'm a skeptic?
I think you can't prove the external world exists.
No, I think I can answer that question.
Do you think that the existence of the external world can be proven, yes or no?
What do you mean by proven?
Proven logically.
Yeah.
Deductively.
Yeah. Deductively, I'm not so sure about that, but.
And the answer is no.
I personally don't know about that, but I can tell you that I would not question the reality of the external world.
So, India, can you ask him if he has hands? Go ahead. You know that one.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Can you prove that you have hands, Mark?
Dude, to be honest, I'm going to level with you here and like kind of show you my cards. I wouldn't try to prove that I have hands or not. Like, it's evident that I have hands, okay? Just like you're an empiricist, I would say, look, empirically, here are my hands. Like, I don't have to prove anything. There's no logic or deductions involved in that.
Prove it. Like, if you, well, if you're just the brain in the jar, bro, who you proving?
I'm not. No. I'm not an external world skeptic.
Oh, good. Thank God. Couldn't take another one of them guys. I'm a direct realist. I start from the proposition that the external world exists and that there is no internal world without it, as opposed to, seems to be the latest vogue of the last 500 years of philosophy, that it's what's called, which Thomas Reid calls the ideal system.
Yeah. See, that is closer to something that I don't want to say
you're an idealist.
Basically, yeah.
Well, why would you why would you start from the proposition that the internal world is prime and the external world comes after?
I mean, that's how we experience it. That's how we
Really?
experience the external world.
You experience the internal world first and then the external world.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I have like my thoughts.
Are you sure
my
about that?
beliefs.
Are you sure that
Yeah.
you didn't experience the external world first, which created the internal world as a response to that external stimuli?
Well, that I might not be so sure about, but as far as idealism and materialism, I think idealism is the stronger position.
Go read Thomas Reid. Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. Go read that.
Okay, I haven't read that. If
It
I
should be
come
read
across it.
because he refuted this ideal system in Descartes, and he lived at their time. He lived when they were alive, Malebranche and Hume, and specifically he wrote it to Hume.
Yeah.
And Hume never refuted it. Because the whole point, I get the gist of it is this, is that the external world exists before there even is an internal world. The internal world forms from the external world, not vice versa. We aren't manifesting the external world through our perception. The external world exists, and like gives evidence, because there's plenty of evidence that this is the case. One piece of evidence is people in permanent vegetative states that have no brain function but respond to external stimuli. So it isn't their internal world and their thoughts making them respond to shit.
Well, okay, that's a really good. I mean, that's a really good point.
So if the internal world dictates whether there is an external world, how are these fucking people having any response to external stimuli when they're brain dead?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, like what you put into the object is going to be constitutive of the object. I mean, like what you put into it is what you're going to get out. I mean, if you don't have a mind capable of understanding the external world, then it doesn't really mean much. You're a vegetable.
Yeah, well, meaning's a different question. It's a matter of existence.
Okay, yeah, sure. So maybe at like some kind of primordial level, there, like you're right that there's an external world and it's material and blah blah blah. But in terms of like everyday experience, that's all mediated through our faculties. Like that's all mediated through the mind.
Look, I mean, that's why I said not necessarily, because there's the sense, right, the sensorium, and that's just pure perception. You don't have to have thoughts about it. You don't have to think about it or draw conclusions about it, right? Like what is a sensory deprivation chamber, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Why do people take drugs and alcohol and numb themselves? Right? They augment their senses to suppress their mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but the thing is, the sense is just pure perception. People try to tack on more to it than what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, take the senses.
I have a unified view of this. I don't think the external internal world are separate. We can separate them in language through analogy, but I don't think they actually are separate. I don't think there is.
Okay, I would agree with you on that.
I think they're just both they're intertwined and inseparable things. And if you want to separate them, you can just come up with different examples of how they're separate. But
you don't think
like no
you don't think like
functioning adult.
You don't think like the internal creates the external? Like you think you think it works the other way around?
How would that even work?
I don't know. I mean,
even if you imagined, even if it was complete imagination of the external world, within your mind you've created a distinction, dividing them, even if it was illusory. But practically, there is an external world because the entire thing is a simulacrum, right? But within this simulacrum, there's an external world. So like you're not really even making a distinction in the end. You're creating a distinction within your mind. It's like it's here's my brain in a jar, and in my imaginary brain in a jar, I'll imagine an external world that is not inside my mind. So, but for all intents and purposes, it might as well be real, right? Because you created a distinction. As soon as you create the distinction, the separation, it's just as it's the same thing. There's no difference. But this is all academic nonsense. Okay, nobody and Reed's principal argument is this is just academic nonsense. No one actually believes this shit. Okay,
I mean,
so
I do.
if
I do believe it,
if
though.
skeptics like Hume and Descartes and all that people actually believe what they thought, they never would have wrote a book for anybody to read it. Because who are they writing it to, themselves?
Well, people do read Descartes.
But really, no, because if we're all just figments of Descartes' fucking brain in a jar of imagination, he's
No, but
reading it
Descartes
himself.
wasn't an
Me and you
external
are
world
Descartes right
skeptic.
now. We're all just an extension of Descartes'
Did you read
imagination.
Descartes? He clearly thinks there's an external world.
Well, really.
Yeah. I mean, he questions that, but like he doesn't conclude that like I'm a brain in a jar or whatever.
It's because that concept didn't exist at that time.
No, sure, but like you get my point that
But the evil demon, didn't he come with the evil
Right, he
demon
doesn't
analogy
really-
where it
he-
could just be tricking him?
Yeah, he doesn't really believe there's an evil genius trying to trick him.
Evil demon, dude, not genius. Evil demon. So there's an evil demon creating a completely illusory world. It's the same thing as brain in a jar. I'm not saying whether he believed it or not, and even if he did believe it, he wouldn't have told anybody because he probably wouldn't want to face the Spanish Inquisition.
You think he was an atheist too? He clearly believed in like most of the things that he believed in before the meditations. But this,
Well,
like you said, it's all academic play.
yeah, they don't
It's like-
actually believe it though. Like even the people that advocate for this ideal system, they don't actually believe it because everything they do in practice negates it. They're like it's called the performative contradiction. They don't actually believe. They're just doing mental masturbation.
I mean, wouldn't you say though that like it for lack of a better word, like precludes any? I mean, if you can't even establish like whether or not the external world exists, like then it's going to be hard to come up with the shape of the Earth or what planet you live on or any of that.
Of course. So this is the greatest. I'll tell you what Reed said, which is probably the greatest observation about the entire endeavor. It says the ideal system been around since Plato's time, right? And going under different iterations and different philosophers and different ways to approach it, right? This is the external and internal. If after that pursuit, right? Because the pursuit of philosophy is the pursuit of knowledge, right? So we can know what reality is.
Yeah.
If after that pursuit of going through the ideal system, you end up with, I can't prove anything, you've taken the wrong turn.
I mean, that was the Socratic position.
Well, what his argument is, they should have, all the philosophers, especially when Descartes came to the I think therefore I am, and then the ones that came after that added on to that, like Hume and Malebranche, Hume with his super skepticism, they should, if the entire endeavor of philosophy is to say, well, all we proved is that we don't know anything about the external world, they should have known right then that whatever they did, they took a wrong turn somewhere. If their endeavor was to know about the world. If you set out to know about the world, and then at the end of it, and you go, well, there's nothing I can do to know anything about the world, and you spent fucking 20 centuries doing that, you fucked up somewhere.
I think, yeah, not everyone concludes that, but.
Well, it means that there's something wrong in the foundation of the endeavor, right, where they started from, that was built upon. and
I mean,
continued.
I would even say that like
I'm
no
talking
one.
about the field of philosophy as a general endeavor of humanity, not just particular people.
I mean, no one really believes that. To be fair, like no one really believes like they can't know anything.
Of course not. But we run
Like
into
that's
people that say you can't trust your senses. But what
well, I mean,
what else can I trust? The mind? Should I trust the mind over the senses?
yeah. I mean, maybe.
Or maybe. If you were going to take a bet,
I would trust reason over
what
your
what
sense
happens?
perception.
Really?
Yeah, like
how many errors of reason have you made this week?
oh, tons.
How many errors of your senses have you made this week?
Probably. I mean, probably
Almost
more.
none, because if you did, you would have checked yourself in with the doctor that there's something wrong with you. That your hearing's not working, that your eyes don't work, that your sense of touch is fucked up. Right. You'd check yourself in. You'd go get a checkup. But you make mental errors all the time. We all do. Senses are far more reliable than the mind. So it's like the argument that you can't trust your senses. It's just it's horseshit on its face.
Don't you need your mind to know your senses though?
No. They test your reflexes without you thinking about them, right?
Like okay, like I'll give you the okay. Your senses are reliable. Like okay, sure. Like let's just say they're reliable.
Not perfect,
You
but they are reliable.
No, but you still need like the capacity to reason.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do.
That's why I said no.
Crossing the street doesn't take reason.
I mean, it kind of does. Like you have to be able to like look out for yourself.
Okay, let me stab your eyes out, dude, and poke your ears out, and then I'll put you at the edge of the street, and you reason when to cross.
Well, yeah, then you would be using more of your capacity, like your innate capacity to reason.
Well, I did the calculation. Based upon my calculation, 55 cars come by in the next 2 hours, so I should cross now. I mean, come on.
I mean, that's almost like more rigorous than just looking.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rigorous
Like
funeral too.
No, I mean like trying to create quantitative and intuitions about these sorts of things are probably more reliable than just like, oh, it looks okay. But like I don't know, I'm sympathetic.
I think the moral of the story is topics like this, like flat Earth, is like we end up with a lot like that other fucking moron. We end up with a lot of specious arguments and a lot of nonsense, right? I don't know how long you've been listening, right? He was like, "Well, flat Earth can't explain X, so what?"
Right, but you can't just make
what are explanations mean in science? What's more important, the explanation or the experimental result in science?
I don't know. It depends. What do you mean?
Science is based upon empiricism, right? So it can't be the explanation. That's just a story. Quantum mechanics itself is it's just a mathematical formalism that predicts the results of experiments, results of measurements, I should say. And that's all it does. It doesn't explain anything. And people are all pissed off that, the whole thing about quantum mechanics is shut up and calculate. They want an explanation.
Yeah.
So they come up with these many worlds and the Copenhagen and all these other ideas, right? Because they want an explanation. So people like him, though they try to pretend they endorse science in some way, they endorse scientism. They endorse dogma and storytelling. But if you ask them about experiments or data or any of the things that are actual science, they don't know anything about it. They have no idea what it is.
I would agree with you on that, but what I don't agree with is like the general like hostility,
Yeah, well, you don't know him. I do. He's a liar. And it's irritating. Why would he lie? I don't get it. The funny thing is he's one of the people that would ask why would they lie while lying themselves. Trying to deceive people. He's trying to deceive you.
Fuck! I burned the.
You were in
I burned
here.
the bacon.
You
I
don't know
burned the
anything
bacon.
about.
Oh no! Did I really burn the bacon? Like,
I'll eat it. I don't fucking care what. You can burn the shit out of the bacon. I'll still eat it.
it's too burnt. You wouldn't want
I
it,
love
bro.
bacon, bro. You could drop it on the ground. I'll still.
Turkey bacon.
Oh no way! I don't want that. I mean, I would eat it if forced. No, I would just eat it if I
Too
was
hot.
just hungry.
Too
Bro,
hot.
I'm cooking bacon wrapped chicken, and then inside the chicken is cream cheese and jalapeno
Holy shit, bro!
with barbecue sauce marinated. Yep, I'm going on.
Oh, you ruined it with the barbecue sauce.
Well, it's not barbecue; it's like hot sauce. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, that okay? I guess we could do that. You ever have stuffed jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese? They're bomb.
Yeah, this is kind of like how it is, except in the chicken wrapped with bacon.
God, Neil, you gotta send me the recipe for that.
I can just go outside, so don't need to clean.
I guess it's like what I would call naive empiricism.
That you have, or that the other guy had?
No, like the position you're laying out is like it's too reliant on your faculties. Like, okay, I agree with the empiricism, but it's too simple. It's like, okay, like I
Guys
agree
hate
with
simplicity.
I agree with the critique of scientism. You know, I'm not trying to just appeal to science or whatever. Like, that's stupid. But
I really wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other guy. That there's two that there's okay. The word science has different meanings to different people, right? Would you agree with that?
yeah, of course.
Sometimes it's used as like a political weapon. Sometimes it's used
Right.
as a weapon to stifle debate. Oh, all the scientists, they all agree this. Okay, no, everybody has to shut the fuck up because you said all the scientists agree. Right? Or
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
some story about something in nature, right? The universe was created with Big Bang, black hole, evolution. Pick a story, right? Now these are explanations, dude. But people think they're scientific explanations. They don't know how to distinguish what's a scientific explanation versus what's just an ordinary explanation. But it doesn't matter, whatever the explanation is. To be called scientific, it needs to be tested in the natural world. So we'll hear things like gravity. Earth can't be a ball, or Earth can't be flat because gravity would form it into a sphere. We hear this all the time. So Earth
Yeah,
must be a sphere.
I
Well, if you're
basically
following
agree with
science, that's a great hypothesis. Congratulations, you made a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Now let's go test that hypothesis. See if it's actually
Right.
true.
But I'm
Well,
not
that's what
doing
you would have to
that.
do. You don't get to just skip the empirical part.
Yeah, but of course I don't really care that much whether it's a sphere
I'm just
or
saying, you
it's a
could prove
flat
the whole
plane.
9 yards. You could prove everything about quote unquote universal law of gravitation in every respect. But as soon as you make a statement, right, about some particular, like Earth would be formed into a sphere by gravity, you would need to test that hypothesis. You don't just get to assume it.
Yeah.
When you test it, then the claim becomes scientific. But when you don't test it, it's not scientific. They think the explanation is the scientific part. They think science is something a scientist said. That's what we fight against. That's what we ask them. And people like him go, you're just denying it? No. They think you asking for evidence is a denial. They make a claim, you go, what's the evidence for that? They think that you just asking for that evidence is a denial. No, it isn't a denial. I'm asking for the evidence, right?
I'm more inclined to treat science as something a little bit more flexible than just like you go and do an experiment.
Well,
I know that's how you see it. You see it in a strict
Well, science
term,
has to. Its
but
foundation is empiricism, right?
right, I agree,
That's
but
observation and experiment.
I'm willing to give a little leeway into what we, call science. Like, is linguistics a science? Like, I don't know, maybe.
No.
Well, yeah, I know you would say no, but I'm saying, like, well, we can do experiments about linguistics.
I'm talking about natural science, about the nature, not.
I know you are. I know.
Things that are not human.
Right.
Synthetic or man-made, right? So talking about the natural world, and statements about the natural world have to be shown empirically to be true, not just reason or logic or any of those things. Obviously, science uses reason and logic to reach inductive or conclusions and inferences and correlations and all these things.
Yeah, sure.
It uses them, but it's not. Those things alone don't make it scientific. You need that. It's the empiricism, that frickin' cherry on top, that makes it scientific. And that's how we can. That's why people used to. I mean, that's how, because when you say science proves it, people hear this is a statement of absolute truth. And why do they think that? Because they think that people have gone out and tested it, many people, and that, like, if they go out and they test it, they're going to get the same result. They think that's how peer review works. They think peer review is they replicate the experiments. You know how many people I've heard say that? That if someone publishes a paper of some experimental result, the peer review process before getting published was the people that reviewed it replicate an experiment, which is not the case, ever. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but what we're talking about here, at least, is flat Earth is about shape of the Earth, which isn't science. It's just simple geometry. Because when you say Earth is a globe, Earth is a sphere, Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, that's a claim about the Earth having some geometric form. And we know how to figure out what a geometric form is. Take your measuring tools, and then you measure, and then you figure out what it is. That's why when dude was like, yeah, I measured the radius. I took a photograph. Then I was like, what instrument? What were the units? Right? I'm asking very specific questions because when you say you measured something, I want to know what the instruments used and what the units of measure were. They'll say they measured the curve of the Earth, and we go, okay, what was the instrument? Stick. What were the units? An angle. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth with a stick and an angle? Well, if you assume the sun is 93 million miles away and that rays of light are parallel, and then if you assume your Earth's on a globe and that the shadows would converge at the center of the globe, then the Earth, it's not even a measurement of the Earth. It's Normie's lack of shock which shocks me the most. Because if I ran into this topic for the first time, especially now, like when I ran into it, everything I did was based upon myself. I researched it myself. I had no breadcrumbs along the way. But after what we tell people, everything we say can just be fact checked. You can just look it up. It's like, we're not trying to lie to people to get them to believe the Earth is flat. We're not trying to convince people of anything. Trying to, hey, test it yourself. That's it. Like, just go test it yourself. I don't hear NASA saying test it yourself. I hear NASA saying, oh, watch more TV. Drink some Tang. Buy some swag at our frickin' place in Houston.
Where are you buying swag in Houston?
At the frickin' NASA Goddard Space Center or something, wherever they got the little tourist trap.
That's a great point you made, Indio, about how these globe believers think that asking for evidence is denial. I mean, it just highlights how it's a faith-based religion for them. So if you ask for evidence, then you don't have enough faith. They get agitated.
Yes, you're being impious.
Yep. Just turn to page 43 in the globe hymnal. Start singing about the beautiful globe. Don't ask any questions.
Do you think he's got the whole world in his hands? Do you think that's a globe propaganda song?
Oh, does it talk about a shape in that song?
Well, how are you going to hold a flat Earth in your hands?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be hard to imagine what those hands would look like. Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe you can hold it without hands.
Yeah, you got the whole world in your lack of hands because it's too big.
And when did Atlas start carrying the globe on his shoulders instead of the celestial sphere?
I know. I want to know when too. Do you know?
No idea.
Yeah, we should find out.
I have a question for flat earthers.
You got a whole bunch of them here to ask.
Great. So, I'm in love with this girl, and she's a flat earther, but unfortunately, I'm a glober. Can I still marry her, or is that not like acceptable?
No, it's forbidden. Nope. She will be kicked out of the Flat Earth Club if you do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, you should your globe religion and join her in reality. That's what I would recommend. Why not do that?
I don't know. I think it's because I have more than like 70 IQ.
Doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Yeah, prove it. Give me the certified copy of your results, please.
Also, by the way, just as a glober, I'd appreciate if you guys did this off day. You would say globa instead of glober. You know, the glober that has a lot of history behind it. You know, my people were very oppressed. So can you guys say globa?
I'm going to just say Cobra anyway because I got a Boston accent. So,
I guess that's true.
So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have figured it out yourself?
If no one told me 1 + 1 = 2, how would I have figured it out?
Yeah, this isn't the same thing.
How's that not the same?
That's because that's an equality. It means the same thing. That's like saying globe equals globe. It's just dumb, dude. You don't have an IQ above 70. 1 + 1 = 2 is an equality. It's a law of identity.
Okay.
So now we're talking about what nature is, right? So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion on your own?
I've never been to Arkansas. If no one told me Arkansas,
how come you're dodging the question?
I'm just showing you how stupid your question is.
It's either
Have
yes
you ever been
or
to
no.
Arkansas? Does Arkansas exist?
No.
Does Antarctica exist? Actually, wait, no. You guys believe like the ice wall and shit, right?
Oh God. So I'm going to ask you for the third time. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have reached that conclusion yourself? It isn't from like something that you've seen in nature that would have led you to that conclusion.
That the Earth is round. Time zones.
Time zones.
Yeah.
What if you lived in China?
If I lived in China, what do you mean?
Yeah, because China has 1 time zone and it's supposed to have 4. So if you were in China, you'd be a flat earther because there's 1 time zone.
I think I would understand that
You don't even understand your own argument.
Do the Chinese believe in flat Earth?
They did until the 20th century. Did you know
they're
that?
still only operating under one
Did
time
you know
zone.
that the Chinese are flat earthers into the 20th century?
It's almost like time zone is really a man-made concept to describe the angle at which the sun hurts the Earth, not necessarily a universal constant, as in like
Wasn't my argument.
theory of law.
It was his argument. He said he would have figured out the Earth was a globe from time zones.
Well, the time zone is merely a descriptor of a relative idea of what time of day it is at any given moment in relation to another area. Like, it's not like a necessary function of science, but it is a function of science
It's
that
necessary
the
function
sun
of
across
science.
it is a necessary observable phenomenon that the sunlight moves across the nation of the United States and North America, as well as it does in the eastern continents, at a progressive rate from one side to the other, and returns on a cyclical rate across that same diameter, more or less, according to the seasons, which are predictable yearly.
Painful to listen to. Yeah, because they happen over and over again. Congratulations.
Why
we
would
didn't
that
need a
happen
globe.
over and over again on a flat Earth basis?
We don't need to know why at all. You don't know why.
So you just posit that it would happen.
Did people
on a
did people
flat
predict
Earth
day length? Did people predict day
geological
length
plane.
and year lengths before the
You're-
globe, or did they
you-
have to wait until they invented the globe to do that?
The globe wasn't invented. The globe was a very well established idea of the
That's
plane
nonsense.
of Earth back
You're making
into
shit up, dude. I can't
back
stand
into
it. Why are
Grecian
you
history.
lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay. So why in 1947 they were firing teachers for teaching the globe in America? Why were the
they were
Chinese
retarded.
flat earthers into the 20th century?
The fact is, there were philosophers and astronomers that had predicted the size of the Earth as a sphere as far back as ancient Greece
Oh my
in
God.
Africa, in modern day
Predicted.
Africa at least,
How did they predict it?
via mathematical equations based on
Dude, you're
movements
just
of
so
shadows.
foolish. They predicted it based upon mathematical equations. Can you post them?
Does a sundial equate with time in a localized area, or does it not? Is it not
Yeah,
a
and it
predictable way of approaching?
the sundial pre-exists the globe concept, dude.
Yes,
by
no,
thousands of years.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Eclipse predictions
It doesn't.
pre-exist the globe concept by thousands of years.
Just yelling doesn't make you sound any smarter, dude. Before you let me make a
what I'm
point.
saying are
No,
facts that anybody
he
can
didn't
Google.
give you. He just he didn't back up his claim. Just noted there. You asked him to show the mathematical equations that prove the globe. So
Well, he didn't
before you
ask
keep
me
going,
that even. He just
yeah, he
laughed
did.
at. He just
Yeah,
laughed
no,
at
he did. Yeah. Do you want to
I-
rewind? Do you want to rewind?
Do you want to speak for him?
No, I want you to back up
laughed
your
about
claim
mathematical
before you
equations.
move on to your next tactic because you're being asked to back up your
he's
claim.
on Xbox. He's
I'm
just a
standing on
troll.
the same tactic.
Yeah.
I'm standing on the same tactic,
No,
or the same
we were
topic.
shifting on to a new topic where you were trying to tone police because he asked you for the mathematical equations
Exactly.
that prove the globe.
So
Where's your mathematical equation? Are you backing
an
up?
idea, you get scared, and now it's time to change the topic.
Are you conceding? Are you conceding?
To change the topic. No.
Are you saying that your claim that
threatened to
you
change
have
the
mathematical
topic.
equations to back up the globe was wrong and you don't
I never
actually
said
have
I
those?
had mathematical
You
equations.
said that somebody has them, so go get them. Let's see them. You said somebody's got them. You're sure they're there, so why don't you have them? You're so sure. Why'd you say they're there if you don't know what they are?
I'm not
No,
even like
what we do is ask people to come in
what you do
here
is yell
and
over
try to
someone who's
use
trying to
their
make a point.
authoritative voice to try to
What you
make
do
it
is
sound
yell
like they
over
know
someone who's
what
trying
they're
to make a
talking
point.
about when they actually don't.
All you've done is yell
you're
over
actually
me.
talking over
Both
me
of you,
now.
all you've done is I'm talking over you to make to
We're
to
waiting for your
respond. 'Cause
mathematical
I'm not going to
equations.
sit
We're
here
waiting
and be
for
sunned
your
by some
mathematical
retard
equations.
who won't
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah, you can either
No,
give us
kick me.
that claim
Kick
or
me
back
if you're
off
so
and
much
say
of a
you
pussy
don't
that you need me
know.
to leave and talk over me. Kick me. Go ahead.
You just threatened us with leaving.
I don't give a fuck. I didn't threaten you with leaving. I said I don't give a fuck.
Real simple. You said you were
Kick me
trying
if
to
you
make a
wanna talk
point.
over me, or
What
else I'm
was
gonna
your
keep
point? That
talking
you have no
over you.
evidence? That you have no evidence for your claim was your point? Was that your point?
The point was in the same method you can set up a sundial right now without a government conspiracy. It's the same method that people were able to predict, or not predict, but they were able to create the same rationale that we have confirmed for the basis of a radial motion of the sun throughout the course of the day and through seasons based
You know
on
how
shadows
stupid you sound
of
right
large
now?
stars. See, okay. Okay,
Because
see,
listen, brother,
pick me.
we
You're
know
a
this.
retard.
We know this topic very well. Okay, and what you're
If you
looking
know it very
for
well, then who
is
am I talking about?
What you're looking for is Eratosthenes, not sundials. Okay,
I didn't
sundials
say. Oh my
predate the globe
god.
by thousands of years. Thousands.
You niggas are actually retarded, man.
Oh, as if that was an argument. You're the dumbest person in here right now, dude. The guy with
Okay,
the fucking Arabic name that was gonna marry a flat Earth girl was smarter than you.
Yeah, I
then
like
go
that
ahead
guy
and pick
better.
me.
Is he still here? Did he leave?
No, he left. That's what
He
this
was
dude
so
was
much
doing.
more entertaining than this guy. Ah, too bad.
This dude's only goal was to throw his body into gears to make us stop talking to
You're
the other
so
guy.
right, because that guy was real. You're so right. Absolutely, that's what happened, and it worked. Too bad.
We should have a Dr. Phil about a fake relationship between a flat Earth girl.
It's more entertaining than you lying about having mathematical equations to prove
Set
the
a
globe that you don't
prediction.
have.
I never lied. I never lied. I made a reference to a
To what?
historical record.
Oh yeah. Okay, post the history book.
Sorry, I don't have the. I'm playing a video game on Xbox in a 24-hour flat Earth chat right now. I don't have the Sumerian scripts to reference to you right now.
The Sumerian scripts. Oh, so now in Sumer, on clay cuneiform, they predicted the radius of the Earth.
Yep.
Dude, stop making shit up, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're an embarrassment to Glovers, man.
I mean, Indio, you've been asking the same question for years now, getting the same answer. Why are you? First of all, why do you ask the question?
What was the question? Hold on. What was the question I
And
asked?
second of all, why do you respond like that?
Hold on.
That's
What was
not
the question
normal
I asked?
behavior.
What was the question I asked for years? What was the question that I asked for years? I've been asking it for years, dude. You just accused me of asking some question for years. Can we hear it? For the audience.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be able to remember since you've been asking it for years.
Crazy how you just come in here and just make some stupid accusation and embarrass yourself. You guys have no shame, no self-awareness. Gatebreaker, you gonna tell me the question that I've been asking for years? Because I keep switching up my questions. Here's a question for you, Gatebreaker. This very important question. If the Earth was flat, how would you feel? Here's your time to emote. Emote some more about how you feel about flat Earth, and if the Earth was flat, how you would commit seppuku.
I don't know. He's gone silent. He must be making toast or something.
Just talking to this DM's probably Professor Phil. Making toast.
Yeah, he's got to focus. Making that toast. Don't want it to burn.
You sure he knows the recipe?
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. All right. Anybody else have any questions about the flat Earth? You're right. We had a semi-entertaining dude, and then these other weirdos had to come in here and wreck it. Sad. Maybe we can find another real person. Could happen.
Oh, yo, Indio, you are there. Yo, did you see the side chat me and 20 Cups posted?
No, I guess I'm reading it.
Go look at 20 minutes after the hour, dude. Me and him posted up gifs of what that dude sounded like. We want to hear your opinion on which one's more accurate.
This is the one with the bacon wrapped chicken? No, just kidding. You sound like bacon wrapped chicken. 20 after?
Yeah.
You're talking about computer voice guy, Mr. Slicko, who doesn't want to back up his facts. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it was Fentcom.
Yeah, that was my description of Fencom. Sorry if it
Oh.
wasn't clear.
No, that's my bad. No, sorry.
He sounded like a computer-generated voice to me. I don't know. Nobody else thought that?
Oh my god.
But no, me and 20 Cups posted up gifs of what we each think he sounds like. We need a
I gotta go with 20 Cups rendition. The macaroni and cheese, definitely.
Damn it, man.
Though it's probably a blend of yours and his. It's like eating the macaroni and cheese shirtless with the fedora on.
Fuck. All right. All right.
Dude has moves, man.
All right, you got this one, 20 Cups.
Dude needs a bra, man. What the hell, man? You're gonna hurt your back. How do you get like that?
Probably all that mac and cheese, bro.
Dude, what's in the mac and cheese? Is he freaking making him with just like lard?
He's still staring at it, bro. Mesmerized by his bouncing man titties over there.
I swear, I looked up in like the GIF, whatever thing. I swear, I looked up fucking Cheetos fat guy, and it gave me mac and cheese instead. I'm like, I'll take it.
Oh, damn.
It's probably not even mac and cheese. It's probably like macaroni, and he took the Cheetos and like crushed them into a paste and like mixed them in with some, milk, Cheeto paste. I bet you that might actually be good.
Oh man.
Neil, try it, Neil. He'll try anything.
No, it's like at the beginning, he's like resting his arm on his breast. Did you see that at the beginning? I didn't even notice that, dude.
Oh, this low IQ freaking video.
Oh man.
Oh,
have you
Neil's
seen it?
just
Have you
going
seen
through.
this video
Yeah.
before? This is a video that this clown posted.
Oh, which one? Oh, the trans dude?
Oh, teach kids to be trans. Where is he in here? Oh, of course
Doubt it.
not.
Oh, he is here. I see him in here. He's at the very
Dude,
top.
you think you can defend this video? But we got moon rocks. Oh, they're fake. Yeah, they are fake. When they tried to have them insured, the insurer said fake. When they said, "Oh, you can only find them on Earth," that turned out also to be a lie. Or that you can only find tranquilite on the Earth or on the Moon. Turned out you can find it on Earth too, in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Like, you want to defend this video?
That's wild.
Everything in here, every point, if they would have done like 3 seconds of freaking research.
That's crazy. Where should we research things?
Well, as far as the moon landing,
yeah,
3 of the points are dealt with, and by so there was Russian scientists that calculated the trajectory of the Saturn V and demonstrated that it never would have reached higher than 200,000 feet.
Where should we research this though? Like, I want to learn for myself.
Then why are you asking me where to research it if you want to learn for yourself?
Become a rocket scientist. Become a rocket scientist.
You said it takes 3 seconds of research, and I'm like, okay, well, I have 3 seconds at least. So, like, where do I go?
Research it then.
Obviously, that was an exaggeration.
That's why you guys are never going to make it.
I mean,
in
obviously,
this world.
3 seconds is hyperbole. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying.
Okay, so each one of these points in this video, because it's just Gish Gallop, it's probably like 10 points in there. Each one of them, that's why it's Gish Gallop, are weak arguments because they've been dealt with, and you could have easily found how they've been dealt with before this.
Where can I find out how they've been dealt with?
Just go by each point and then look on the internet
Well,
Yeah, sure.
does he? Do you want him to like? Do you think a funny thing happened on the
No,
way to the
I
moon is a
agree with
good
you
one,
that
or there's that other book that talks about the whole Apollo 1 thing? What's that book called? I'll find it.
Well,
for you.
okay, let's deal with the first point I teach kids, Trent. Let's deal. He says,
Wait.
I got
Please,
video. Hold on, dude.
I
No,
want to
let's go through it.
respond. I think you made a good point earlier when you said that we should do research point by point. I think it's a good thing, but I think you would agree with me that there's like good places to do research and bad places to do research, right? Like you would not trust CIA.gov, and I wouldn't either. Fuck the CIA. So it's like, let's find like where should I go to figure out the truth about the moon landing? What should
you can go to NASA.
I should go to NASA.
That's right.
NASA.gov.
And look at the particulars, right? The actual details of what they say they did, and you'll find out that they didn't go to the moon. Okay, you got to read past the headline, dude. So this says, got video proof of going to the moon. Says, nah, that's fake too. Do they have video proof? Okay, how was their video generated? With what camera? How was it transmitted to Earth? Who picked it up? How was that signal transmitted to fucking Houston? How was it filmed by the TV stations in Houston? Because we didn't have all the we didn't have the video transmission technology we have now. So how was the video created? Is it video proof?
Let's go to nasa.gov and figure out where they answer these questions. This is good. So nasa.gov. Okay.
No, you got to look up the camera first. What was the camera they used? What was the camera even capable of filming?
NASA.gov moon landing camera. Okay, let's look this up.
You're gonna get a bunch of shit because of the recent thing, dude.
I know I'd have to filter by like not recent.
Okay,
era, but
I'll give you the rundown. The camera that they say they had was transmitted. The transmission was picked up in Australia at a place called Honeysuckle Creek. Okay, they supposedly got the video downlink. Now that video is supposedly, according to the camera, it's called scanline interleave. Okay, so it's not frames per second; it's half frames per second, and it did 5 half frames per second, and it transmitted 5 half frames per second. So you have odd and even lines, right? So there's something like 246 lines. You get half of those, and then the other half, right? At 30 times per second, they alternate. It's called scanline interleave. It's how transmissions were done back then. So this is how it supposedly came back to Honeysuckle Creek. Now, how do they transmit that image? Now, how do they transmit that image to Houston, where the TV cameras filmed the fucking screen to transmit it to America?
I'm looking at this Honeysuckle Creek tracking station on Wikipedia. Is it NASA?
HoneysuckleCreek.net.
Oh, it's got its own website now? Shit.
Well, the people that worked there during Apollo create a memorial site for it.
All right. I want to learn more about like the transmission things they say they have.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to research. I don't want to distract from what you're doing, but I put 3 other things in the
I think
side
we should
chat,
just focus on the camera.
Yeah, we should. So yeah, but you asked about where the things were that you would find in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I just found you 3 more. But focus on what you're talking about now, and then later maybe you can research these other things. Because every single thing in I watched your little joke propaganda video there. Yeah, every single thing in there is easily disputed.
Easily. All right, Honeysuckle Creek tracking station.
It's been disputed for like 30 years at this point. This isn't new. People are saying the moon landing was fake back in the 70s when it happened, right? They were saying it was fake then.
Give me a second. I got to read
it. Current people that just went all of a sudden, moon landing's fake. They were saying it then.
I'm going to tap out for a second. I want to read this. Give me a second. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, go on. Click the Apollo 11 TV link, and it'll give you all the particulars about the camera, how the camera worked, and how they say they filmed it before they transmitted it to Houston, who filmed it off a projector screen. And then I'll tell you why it's impossible to have filmed what they said. Just because of the specifications of the camera. If you go from 5 frames a second to 30 frames a second. What happens? Where do you get all that extra information? What does the video look like? Oh, it's sped up. People run around at high fucking speed. Is that what you saw? Hell no. But it has to happen because they're only transmitting at 5 frames a second. So, video proof, my fucking ass.
Did you see how his little thing has that ridiculous lie they started in about 2019, 2020 of it'd be way easier to actually go to the moon than to
Oh,
fake
yeah.
it. Remember when they introduced that one? Everybody was like, oh, that's right. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Like, at least use your brain a tiny bit. You know what I mean? Just don't accept a trope just because somebody says it. It's just like so nonsensical. It's not even funny.
Literally, especially what they said, right? It's easier to fly to the moon 300,000 fucking miles with a 10-story freaking rocket than it is to fake it. Are you like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. It's easier to fly to the moon than to make like one really bad low budget version of like one tiny little scene in Star Wars. You know what I mean? That they've already done like 100 times over, 1,000 times over. I mean, it's so absurd. Like, how can anyone that has a tiny brain believe that? I mean, and he's got it in here in his propaganda video as if that's proof. It's just so obnoxious. At least the dude is willing, at least appearing to be willing to look at some sources. That's cool. He's back now. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Misty. So I went on the Google, as one does, and I found the National Museum of Australia, and it talks about exactly what you guys mentioned, Honeysuckle Creek. In 1969, the world watches the first ever moon walk with the help of Honeysuckle Creek tracking station and the park's radio telescope. Yeah, it was an interesting read. I think I learned about the moon landing and how they observed it. I think it's really cool.
Cool. Quick question for Indio.
They observed it. That's hilarious. They didn't observe anything, dude.
What they observed? I wanted to know what they observed too.
Really quickly before it gets lost. Indio, you mentioned the 5 frames per second. Converting that to 30 frames per second. Couldn't they just repeat one frame 6 times per second? Just have the same video?
How?
I'm just like set up.
Yeah, you could do it in Adobe Premiere today. Can you do it then?
It says here.
There's actually a movie about the Park telescope. You can go and watch that movie. I don't know how we transmitted anything from Australia back then. They were too busy playing cricket in the dish.
Isn't that where the moon rocks, the petrified wood came from? Australia. I think it came from the same area as that place you're talking about.
Okay, so check this out.
Yeah, the park.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The movie's called The
the
Dish.
park dish. Yeah, I've seen it. I've actually been to parks and seen the big radio telescope or whatever the hell they call it, the dish. Yeah. But yeah, you can watch the movie The Dish, and I don't know how we did anything back then in Australia. We were too busy drinking beer and playing cricket.
Okay, I did some more of the Googling on.
So check this out. So if you go on to honeysucklecreek.net, so one of the people that worked there took a 45 millimeter camera and snapped photographs of the screen that actually, so they captured the signal supposedly came down from the moon, and they captured it, and it was displayed on a phosphorus screen that they watched. He snapped a picture of that screen with a 45 millimeter camera. Okay? Want to see what it looks like? This is before it got transmitted to Houston and then what you saw on TV.
So I went on the Google and found some more from honeysucklecreek.net site. It says TV from the moon. This is more specific. This is more about what you guys were talking about. It says here the television camera taken to the lunar surface was a Westinghouse designed and built slow scan black and white camera with a vertical resolution of 320 lines scanned at 10 frames per second. This camera was chosen because the available bandwidth from the moon 500 kHz, kilohertz, I don't know, was not sufficient for a standard TV signal, right? Fair enough. On Earth, the received slow scan signal was converted to a standard TV picture. I don't know if they like added frames or something, interpolation bullshit. I don't fucking know. The standard. Okay, so they had to use some special scan converter equipment thing.
Yeah, and
but
it says 10 frames a second, but that's half a frame. It's not a full frame.
What do you mean?
Because it's scan line. A frame back then was the even lines, and then the next frame was the odd lines. They didn't have pixels; they had scan lines.
I'm not familiar with the difference. I always thought a frame per second was
Okay, so line 0 through freaking 300 and something, whatever they had, 320, right? All the odd numbers is 1 frame, and then all the lines, right? The horizontal line on the screen. So the 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's the actual physical count of lines across the screen. Same on any screen. But these are lines. These are scan lines because there's a little electron gun that went left to right that drew the fucking image on there. Right? So scan left, did all the odd lines, and then scan back the other way, forming an image. But it does it fast enough, so it tricks the brain, so you don't see all the half frames. Okay? The 10 frames a second is half lines. The full frame, the 5 frames a second is full screen. So to get a full frame, because it's going to be converted, you understand? So to go from the scan line to full frame, it's pulling out 2 frames. You understand? To make a full frame. So
are you
10 frames a second scan line converts to 5 full frames a second.
So are you saying that when
which is a
video,
slideshow?
Sure. So you're saying that the video they took was actually 5 frames per second. That's what we're seeing from the moon landing.
5 frames a second on conversion.
On conversion. Okay. So we only saw the moon landing at 5 frames per second. Got it.
No, because then it would be a slideshow.
Well, yeah.
Then when they piped it into fucking Houston, and then they filmed it so Houston supposedly projected what they were getting onto a screen, the same like a movie screen, in the media room. And the media filmed on their TV cameras what was supposed to be being broadcast to Honeysuckle Creek. Honeysuckle Creek got the radio signal down. They sent the signal via undersea cables via AT&T to Houston. Houston broadcasted on a big screen. The networks, all 3 of them, recorded the fucking the screen with their TV cameras. So now you have an up conversion.
Yeah, I would imagine that the resolution and frames per second broadcasting from the moon would not be as well as it's doing from Earth.
Well, the funny thing is, what they showed on TV is better resolution than what I just showed you with that 45 millimeter camera, which the guy took at Honeysuckle Creek while they were receiving it.
Can you post something in side chat about that?
It's actually even I got this 45 millimeter. Yeah, I did post it in side chat. I got this 45 millimeter photograph from that website, the honeysucklecreek.net.
What?
I have another one that shows the horizon. You can see the horizon through the fucking guy's body.
Was this with like a camera that was done with the same kind of technology at the time?
Okay. A 45 millimeter camera's film. Okay. So this is a photograph of the screen that was at Honeysuckle Creek, which was the first place that was supposed to get the radio signal from the moon. Understand? They have a giant fucking antenna. They're picking up the signal. They have a little fucking screen so they know that they're getting the signal. This dude, while he worked there, while they were doing this, snapped a photograph.
Okay.
I don't know if he photographed the replay. I think they played back the tape, and this is a replay. Because they had some what was it called, an Ampex something or other, where they took the fucking photograph.
Well, the great thing about cameras is that they are just 1 frame every second. It's just a frame, just a picture.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that What they tried to say is that the phosphorus screen, because it has a delay, acted as a frame buffer, but that's ridiculous. It's fucking utter nonsense.
Well, he just took a picture of the thing that was like 5 or 10 frames per second. He just like captured one of those frames. I don't know if there's like a contradiction here or anything. It just feels like
No. The point is that what people saw on TV, the so-called video proof, couldn't have possibly happened like that, because the camera they used and the way they transmitted it would have never looked like that. It would have been either it would have looked super sped up because you got to insert the other frames, right? You have to stretch it, so it actually would appear slowed down.
Yeah, I imagine
it wouldn't have looked right. I mean, they would have solved like, hey, dude, oh, we have to fucking convert from 45 frames a second to 30 for television. Oh, just do what Apollo did.
Did they broadcast it on television like at 30 frames per second?
Well, it's a standard, the NTSC standard, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like if I were to show
It's
you
like 29.97 frames a second.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying. Like that is true, but it's like if I were to, let's say I made a flash animation, and the flash animation is like really garbage. It's like 5, 7 frames per second, whatever. And then I show you that while you're recording it on a camera that records at 60 frames per second. It's like
I'll record a slideshow.
Yeah, basically, I guess, sure, yeah, but it's like.
So say it's 5 frames a second, right? And I'm converting to 30 frames. 1 frame, right, will take up what's 5 into 30, right? So the first frame will take up 6 frames. The second frame will take up another 6 frames. The third frame will take up another 6 frames. And then in that 1 second span, I'll take in the 5 frames and converted them into 30 frames. But one of those frames is going to fucking be, 6% or 1/6 of the whole frame.
Yeah, I would imagine that like when they showed it on television, it would
be so choppy, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It would have to be choppy. I mean, if it's like only like 5, 10 frames per second, and then putting it on television, like obviously it's not going to be the 30 seconds on television because they're showing a video of something that is 5 frames per second. So I would imagine that what they showed on the television is like really choppy, almost a slideshow. Like, it sucks that we needed like better technology. We didn't have better technology when we went on the moon, but now we're going on the moon a second time, and I assume the camera's really better this time.
Can I say something real quick?
Also, the length of the video was reduced when they sped it up.
Yeah, I mean, the cameras back then weren't great. And I'm just really impressed we were able to get pictures on the moon at all.
Come on, man.
And then we've got these 9 million K version pictures of them on the moon playing golf and all this other shit. But these guys are amazed they had cameras.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Artemis has to show. I don't know if they're back yet, but
No, they're probably out there doing something. I think they were going to an outing somewhere. I think they were going to go back around the moon, take some pictures, scout it.
Oh, here's the one giant leap for mankind. You ever seen this?
Oh,
how come I can see the horizon through his leg?
I don't understand the question. Is the horizon?
You can see the line of the horizon through his leg, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, his leg is transparent, dude.
I don't think it's transparent. I don't.
No, I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, you can see it. They're different colors gray.
But these weren't.
And on his foot, there's a little black thing sticking out. You can see that through his foot too.
These weren't CCDs. They had strong ghosting.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be phosphorus screens, dude. I was alive during this period. My father's the cable guy. Literally.
I was alive during this period too. I watched.
I know how all this shit works. You don't have to tell me anything. I know how all works like the back of my fucking hand. I grew up fucking nerding it out on this shit. Sure, Radwin did too.
I'm nerding out on all the new tech. I haven't stopped nerding out on technology. So give it all you got, new guys. But we've seen it.
That is a weird picture with the leg and the horizon and stuff. I wonder if that has something to do with the quality of the camera. I'm not exactly sure. Like even if the moon
Fucking
landing,
dude, that'd be a
even if
great quality camera. It's an X-ray camera.
like even if the moon landing was fake, like how would you make such a picture? It's so weird.
Because they're compositing it, dude.
Is
I
that
don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
is that a picture of the CCTV display, or is that from a photographic film? Originally,
I
I'm
think.
not familiar with like the technology of cameras. I'm sorry. I'm not like.
Let's see where I got this. I'll show you where I got this from. Okay, it's
I'll Google
from.
the Artemis thing. I want to learn more about the moon landing they're doing right now.
So you understand?
This came from Honeysuckle Creek, just for the record. I'll post the video I pulled the screenshot from. It's the tilt corrected. Now you'll just read the. You'll be able to read it. Fuck. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Teach, you understand that the point here is to refute your propaganda cartoon where you think that that video is proof that they did something. So, to understand, this is just one small example of the large number of anomalies from the so-called video proof. Do you understand that due to the nature of photography, that just showing a video of something, especially one that has clear flaws, questionable aspects to it that make it look like there was trickery, is not proof that they actually did the thing?
I'm not sure if my argument was refuted or anything, but I am looking. I do see that the pictures here from the Artemis are definitely much better quality. They might even have more frames per second. I'm not exactly certain what they're going to be doing there.
Oh, Artemis has got so many problems, dude. There's Camelback Earth. There's fucking different size Earth. There's transparent Earth. Fucking.
I don't feel very refuted, but I'm hoping we both had a fun time here today.
I don't feel refuted. We're not refuting you. We're refuting the video that you decided you were unspread, which this video is just garbage.
I don't know what I said is wrong, but whatever.
No, you just tell us your feelings. It can't be wrong. You feel the way you feel.
Know what was said in the video that is wrong?
It said that the video is there's video proof of the moon landing. That's nonsense.
Yeah, we took videos of it and stuff.
You know what proof? How do you? No, we just proved that the video that they showed couldn't have possibly been taken on the moon.
How did you?
The video that he's seen. Well, you admitted yourself it would be choppy, and that's not what they broadcast.
What?
I also showed you the guy's leg is transparent.
The leg is transparent. I already addressed that by saying that even if the moon landing was fake, that picture doesn't make sense. So I don't know what difference it makes.
Because
when it comes to
the point is, it constitutes proof, dude. Video proof. You not understand the word proof?
But wait, I don't get an answer to that question though. Like even if the moon landing was fake, it makes no sense that his leg would be like, what's the word? Transparent like that.
It does. It's called opacity, dude. They blended the opacity, but the way they did it back then was analog.
Okay.
Okay? All they did was take two video feeds and then composite. You said you don't understand what. That's the funny thing is you said you don't understand what compositing is, but but your understanding, your lack of understanding is the reason you don't feel refuted. I guess you'll never be refuted if you don't know anything. So just take a big fucking drill through your fucking cranium and scramble your brains. And then you'll never be refuted because your brains will be mush and it won't matter.
Okay. No, yeah, I mean that's cool.
Well, I mean, what are you saying, dude? You don't know anything about video or how video is taken or how it's made, but you're drawing conclusions that it's real based upon ignorance, dude.
How the video that they showed on the TVs at the time, like how choppy was it? You said it was like 30 frames per second. But it's like, well, the TVs themselves are like 30 frames per second. But it's like the example.
TVs are like 8 inches by 8 inches.
Talking, man.
Yeah, but it's even worse. Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's even worse than that.
On the TV was definitely like 30 frames per second. But it's like I said with the animation. It's like if the animation is like 7 frames per second that I drew, like it's still going to be 7 frames per second. Like I don't think the thing they showed on the television was actually 30 frames per second. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay, they broadcast in that.
I don't know if you heard anything I said because
I did. They broadcast in that.
They broadcast the 30 frames
so
per second.
there's a TV standard called NTSC. So when they made TVs, right?
Yeah.
It only picks up a signal that's broadcast in NTSC. It's 30 frames a second. They're not making any TVs that won't capture that. So the TV stations broadcast in NTSC. You don't have
Hey,
any
I didn't
option.
see it all choppy. I
would
don't
like
remember it
to
being all
see-
choppy back then. I just remember it being black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see not a video of the moon landing, but a video of like what the TVs were showing of the moon landing at the TVs at home. Like, what did that?
I did. I did you one better. I showed you a photograph of the screen of where the video first fucking arrived.
Wait, no, that's a photograph. That's literally one frame. We're talking about, is it 1 frame or 30 frames?
If you go on that site, they have multiple frames of photographs. I guess you could fucking make your own slideshow.
Wait, but I don't think you get it though. Okay, so like in America, okay, there was a family, okay, and the family was watching a TV, and the TV is like 30 frames per second, right? And they're watching the moon landing. Now, the claim that you seem to be proposing is that the moon landing that this family was seeing was in 30 frames per second, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have like, where is that video of the video?
How would they have that? There was no method to actually film it. You would need a film fucking recorder, meaning you would need to get like a Super 8 or a fucking, what was the other one? I don't remember what the other video camera was. I don't even know if they're out then at that point in time.
So if we don't know, if we had no way of recording what the television was broadcasting, then how do we know that it was in 30 frames per second, which would...
Because it's an NTSC standard. The TV won't pick up a signal that's not in 30 frames a second.
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. The TV won't pick up any signal that's not in 30 frames a second because analog technology has to be synchronized because you have vacuum tubes and shit. Okay?
Yeah, they don't know what that shit is. They should be lucky they're talking to us.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Bro, they think that vacuum tubes are just gas floating in the middle of the television.
Good one.
That's fucking funny.
Okay, I did some more
Peach,
Googling.
you just, oh, he's Googling some more. You just really want it to be true.
I
You
like
just have
attention,
faith. Yeah. What did your new Googling? What'd you find with the Google this time?
So I asked the Google, if analog TVs could show things at less than 30 frames per second.
No, that's not the question. Pick up a fucking television broadcast from a goddamn antenna at less than 30 frames a second.
I thought you said it had to be at 30 frames per second.
Dude, we all had antennas.
Are you a
on our
retard?
house.
How do you think a television worked back then? Did they have cable?
I'm pretty sure you told me that it couldn't show things that were less than 30 frames per second.
That's right, because there's a signal that's transmitted from an antenna. And in that signal, it's encoded little fucking impulse of electricity. The TV receives it, converts those impulses of electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and amplifies that with vacuum tubes via an electrical impulse. And those are synchronized with the fucking goddamn electron gun that's in the CRT, which draws the fucking picture. They have to be in sync or the fucking thing don't work.
Okay, so you're saying that the 5 frames per second was like sort of
Don't say so, you're saying.
Sort of like interpolated to make it seem more than like a slideshow. Yeah, I guess
It'd have to be done. It'd have to be done somewhere else. It can't be done mid-broadcast.
It would. I guess it would just look like a very slow moving, or there'd be a lot of jumping between the frames.
Dude, the technology. Listen, friend, you're not getting it.
I'm not.
There's no digital interpolator that can make the frames, bro.
Yeah, it was probably pretty choppy or something when they converted it to 30 frames per second.
He's a lost cause without even understanding what we're talking. It's like we're trying to explain something that he thinks never happened.
And he's fucking up the terminology too. What do you mean by interpolating? Like fill in the gaps between frames, smooth it out?
That's my understanding.
Like for every
With AI?
for
I
every
don't know if that's
5
like an
frames,
AI
you
thing.
add 4 that don't exist to make it smooth.
I don't know if interpolating.
Analog, listen, brother. Analog televisions can't do that, dude.
Oh, okay. I don't know the correct terminology then.
Interpolate would be like, say you have 2 frames, one frame taken, say they're taken 1 second apart, and you don't capture the motion between the frames. Interpolation would be creating the motion between the frames.
Oh, okay.
Which AI can do, but fucking you can't do it with analog television or analog video or anything like that. Way back then, didn't exist.
Okay, I understand.
All you can do is repeat the frame, the same frame. You
Okay,
repeat it
so,
5.
yeah,
I tried to explain it to you, like if you took 5 frames
Yeah.
a second and stretched it to 30 frames a second, all you're gonna do is take 6 frames and replicate it again and again and again and again.
Hello, my fellow.
Did you even listen to a goddamn word I said?
It definitely would have been
No,
chopped.
he's agreeing with that.
Dude, that guy's never gonna listen to you. That guy's subhuman.
We don't do that, dude. Don't call him subhuman. Though his name is might be an indicator.
I will listen. I
I'll
will
do some
take
more
this moment to
Googling,
say,
but, I'll get back to you guys. I'm
teach,
interested
shut
in
up,
learning
thanks.
What the moon landing looked
Oh
like
my
when
God.
people saw it, like in real time.
We got you, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to know about it?
All right, I'm gonna head on out. It was nice talking to you guys.
Oh, you're lucky my finger don't work.
Stop spreading propaganda. Thank you.
All right. But I have the Glober argument that easily solves this. Indio's correct that the technology didn't exist back then. Therefore, clearly this is proof of a time machine. Because you start with your first premise, the Earth is a globe and the moon landing was real. The technology didn't exist in the past. It existed in the future. Therefore, they must have went back in the past and gave the dudes the technology. Now the Earth is still a globe. Man, that's a big coke session.
Why would you think you live on a ball planet other than you saw it on TV? If nobody told you the Earth was a ball, would you ever come to that conclusion yourself?
I mean, doctors tell me cancer is real, but I can't personally verify it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, I can't.
Yeah, sure you can.
Okay, how can I verify it?
Well, I mean, you can go cut open someone with cancer.
Yeah,
Look
but how
at
would
it.
I know that it's what they claim it is?
Well, I mean, what does that mean? Now we're defining cancer.
That arguments from incredulity are not a good.
It's not an
way to reach
argument from
conclusion.
incredulity. What, you just throwing shit against the wall hoping something sticks now?
No, that's the flat Earth position.
No. Okay. Yeah, now you're trying to run away from the fact that you're
There's no running.
carrying the water for somebody else's idea.
What is cancer? Do you know what it is?
Well, I mean, depends on how you define it.
Yeah, same thing with the planet.
What planet? You don't have a planet yet.
Planet Earth.
Why would you think, if nobody told you Earth was a planet, why would you think it was a planet?
Because there's a uniformity to nature, and there are other planets.
Because there's a uniformity
why would we
to
assume
nature.
that we're not on a planet when we can see other planets?
Dude, that's circular logic. You're
That's
assuming
Well,
assuming
actually,
a
all
conclusion.
worldviews are circular, so.
Dude, this isn't a worldview. Okay, we're not talking about paradigms. We're talking about an argument. Your argument is circular because you're assuming you're on a planet in the first place. Some things are the same.
Anyway.
Some things are distinguished. There's nothing you observe about the Earth which would tell you it's a planet. You believe in science, right?
I believe in science.
Yeah. You think that the scientific method
I
is a
accept
valid method for determining truth about nature?
I accept that methodological naturalism can lead to correctness, yeah.
Okay, so is science empirical at its foundation?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. It's the foundation of the scientific method is empiricism.
Observation, hypothesis, experimentation.
Yeah, that's
conclusion.
empiricism. All that's empirical.
Yeah.
Except for the hypothesis part. It's observation and an experiment. So science, the foundation of science is empirical, and you need some empirical observation to draw conclusions and call that conclusion scientific.
Sure.
Okay, so you look at a planet and you look in the sky and you see a little dot of light that moves different than the other dots of light. And we name it that category of lights, planets. It's a category. Why would you put Earth in that category? Based upon empirical observation.
Why would I assume a disuniformity of nature?
Okay, you're already assuming that somehow it's uniform within that category. How did you get it in the category in the first place?
Why should I assume any different?
Well, because some things are actually unique and Earth is unique.
What's not internally consistent about my
Earth
position?
is that you're assuming your conclusion is true. You're saying uniformity of nature is the reason I think Earth is a planet.
Right.
Okay, the planets are uniform, but why is Earth part of that uniformity? You're already just taking Earth and sticking it in there without justification.
I'm not sticking Earth in there. It seems.
Well,
the
why
most
don't we stick a
plausible
dog in there?
explanation.
Why don't I just say frickin' a dog's a planet and I assume it's a planet because of uniformity in nature? That's how stupid your argument is.
You're
Anything
just
can
a
be fucking
coward.
planet. Look, it's really simple. There's nothing we observe about the Earth which would indicate it's a planet. You can't think of one thing. Nobody can. I've asked this questions of 100 people. Tell me one property that you can observe about the Earth that would put it in the category planet. And you can't. You have to point to a television set.
It's a good
And
question.
say, look, on the TV, there's a thing that looks like the planets in the sky. Kind of. All I wanted to know, it's a simple proposition. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion yourself? You don't like the answer to that.
Are you incredulous to the point of being solipsistic about any other position, or just the
What,
shape of the Earth?
dude? Just saying random words isn't gonna work, dude.
Are you
Okay?
incredulous about the solipsistic ontology?
Nothing I said had anything to do with solipsism. I didn't say anything that was incredulous.
Solipsism.
Do you doubt that nukes exist because you've never seen one go off?
Irrelevant. You're trying to change the topic, and you're trying to do a guilt by association gayness, dude.
Do you doubt that cancer exists?
Yes.
Have you seen cancer under a microscope?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact.
Okay, and how do you know that it's the same cancer that scientists?
Depends on how it's defined. We already covered this. You're like NPC reset, dude.
Yeah, but a scientist told you that what you're looking at is cancer.
Because there's a scientist.
Sure. A doctor.
Oh, a doctor.
Sure.
A doctor scientist? Just fucking.
A
just
doctor
a
is a
random
scientist.
anything. Yeah, fine. So there's
Doctors aren't
definitions of what constitutes cancer. The word cancer comes from original word is like a crab. They thought that when they cut people open in 1000 BC, they'd see that the way it spread was almost crab-like. It was like tentacles almost that went through their body. It's where we get the name from. Now, cancer as a category, that depends on how you define it. Because there's benign cancers, there's all sorts of things that grow in the body, which are not technically your normal tissue. So
what?
What? You ever heard of a skin tag?
That's outside of the body.
No shit, Sherlock. There's cancer on your skin too, dude. Stop, dude. You guys are just douches.
Can you prove that? Isn't that the whole question? Is can you prove that?
Can I prove what?
that like cancers are like that your inductive background about cancers like can actually inform you about any like true propositions?
Who
That
said
seems
they
to be
were
the nature
trying
of
to
his
prove
question.
that?
Well, that's like the nature of his question, isn't it?
No,
It's
it
like
has
when you see
nothing
it.
to do with his question. You're obviously not paying the fuck attention.
No, he asked you like when you look at cancer under a microscope, how do you know that that's what doctors are talking about?
What was my answer?
I don't know, some yap.
Okay,
He
so yeah,
said
you're
it
going
depends on
on
how you
mute.
defined it. He said
Yeah,
it depends on how
so
you
you
define it. That's your
know,
answer.
you know what I said. He
I
don't.
do.
So you can shut the fuck up.
I'm listening to you. I may disagree
Yeah,
with you,
I'm
but
not
I'm
talking about
listening.
you floundering. I'm talking about devotion. He can shut the fuck up because he isn't really paying attention. He's looking for attention. Anyway, carrying on.
I agree with
Why
you,
you
but
you're making all these false equivalences.
depending on how you define it. But the problem is that I can show you evidence for a round Earth, but your worldview requires that you hand wave it away.
Yeah. You can show me evidence for a round Earth, right?
Yeah.
Really? You're going to show me evidence that you think is evidence for a round Earth because of
Right.
your lack of understanding of what the evidence means.
Okay, right.
I
And then we
don't
get
need
into
to
the
hand
definition
wave
of
it
what
away.
evidence
I'll
is.
address any piece of evidence you want to present.
Sure,
Go
and
ahead.
then we get into a definition of what evidence is, and then it boils
No,
down to
no,
paradigms.
no. Don't try to
Yes, it
divine
does.
the fucking future, you coward.
No, I'm not trying to define the future. I've had this conversation.
Divine
many
the
times
future,
before
as in
with flat
read the
earthers.
future, not with me.
I'm not trying to divine the future. I'm trying to say that this rabbit hole is predictable, and that I've had this conversation many times before. I'm not saying it's going to happen this way. I'm saying it probably will.
Yeah, so give me one thing you presented to a flat earther and what their response was. Steel man their position.
The Artemis live stream.
How do you know it's live?
I have a reasonable.
Oh, it said it in
expectation
the
that it's live.
caption on top. It said live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so what? That's what you did. You read the caption. It said live stream.
Yeah.
That's how you determine that whatever is on there is actually happening right now, because it said it in text.
Well, it starts from the ground, right? So they have a
Yeah, I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story. See, this is narrative nonsense.
I'm just talking about the train.
I
of
want
thought.
physical evidence, not stories.
Well, sure, it's a train. I'm just going through the train of thought that led me to that.
Here's my train of thought on how fucking we went to Narnia and met a talking lion. And I can tell you a whole story about how going through a wardrobe and fucking seeing Peter and fucking Paul on the other side. Yeah, we can all tell stories.
Okay, so let me just paint this very quickly and very simply.
Yeah, let me paint a picture.
If I watch a rocket launch and that rocket has a camera attached to it, and that camera is streaming live, and it as I watch it go up and up and up until I can no longer see it, and then I could see it with a telescope.
It doesn't go up and up and up until you don't even know how a rocket launch looks like.
And then
this is what I'm talking about. You don't understand what your evidence is.
The live stream shows it in orbit. Am I supposed to assume that it's not?
Okay, first of all, you don't even understand the evidence that you're presenting. You don't understand what a rocket launch actually looks like. They just don't go up. Dude, it's well documented that rockets, when they take off, take a parabolic arc and go out of sight. It's well documented. There's hundreds of photographs. A parabolic arc, just like a cannonball.
Is that an upward parabolic arc?
Well, yeah, it's higher than your head, exactly.
Oh, thank you. So it is upward.
But it appears to go back down into the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, a parabolic arc.
As an orbit goes around.
It doesn't go up, up, up out of sight. What you see from your position.
From the naked eye.
What you see from your position is the rocket take a parabolic arc. That's all you see. It's visually indistinguishable from an intermediate ballistic missile, which only goes 500 miles. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all.
Hey, does it remove the fact that there's a camera attached to it, by the way? Because I think
how long was it until they cut? Because we actually took a bet on this before. How long before the camera cut away? How many seconds was it before they stopped showing the camera on the side?
There are predictable losses of signal.
There are predictable losses. Did you predict them?
You can actually do the math yourself on when these
I'm
rockets.
sure I can. I'm sure you heard that.
Yeah.
I'm sure everything you're telling me, somebody told you.
Do you know why?
Because you have no knowledge.
There's a uniformity
You've never
in nature.
predicted
Nature's
free space
predictable.
path loss.
Nature's
You've never predicted free space path loss in your entire life. Ever. Once. You have no idea how it works. Somebody told you something, and you're just parroting it. You have no idea how it works. You don't even know how a fucking launch works.
Cool.
Like you said, I'm going to present evidence and hand-wave dismiss it. Hand-wave dismiss what? Your imagination of the way it works?
This is why this is a cult, is because you guys have to hand wave things away as lies, as
Look,
deception.
It's not lies and deception. It's your ignorance. You're dumb.
It has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles.
No, you're dumb.
Yes, it has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles. You assume malice in everything that you see. It's solipsism.
Yeah, and you're trying. No, it has nothing to do with solipsism. Solipsism is that there's no meaning to life. You fucking retard.
This is hyper skeptical solipsism.
No,
Yes,
hyper skeptical. Not believing the claims of strangers is hyper skeptical. You really just say that?
Yep, hyper skeptical solipsistic cult.
So credulity is the rule of the day.
Yeah, you're incredulous about a lot of things. You have to be in order to maintain.
What am I credulous about? Tell me.
You're incredulous about a lot of things.
No, credulity is your sin, dude. You just said that you're hyper skeptical. No, you said you're hyper skeptical if you don't believe the claims of strangers.
It's not about the claims of strangers.
That's what. It is because what they. What?
The live
you don't know if it's predictable. You're floundering. You're making that up. Show me where it's predictable. Post a prediction in the chat right now.
Nature being predictable.
Post a prediction in the chat right now.
I can't post in the chat
because
I don't have.
DM it to me. DM me the prediction.
Which prediction of what?
Whatever you said is predictable. DM it.
Nature being predictable.
Whatever. Look, stop playing stupid.
I said nature's predictable.
You said their free space path loss is predictable. Put the prediction in my.
What did I say?
You said that the signal. You said all these things.
Yes.
About you said it's
loss
not just about
during launches.
Okay,
and
so
during
post
re-entry is predictable. Yeah.
Okay, so post the prediction.
Post the math behind it.
Yeah. Post what you use to determine that it's predictable. Your information, the analysis you did.
I can go find the math behind it. Yeah.
So now you got to go find your evidence. Didn't you already?
I don't have the math on hand.
Didn't you already see it?
I don't memorize equations.
Did you already see the evidence?
I've seen it before. Yes.
Okay. What did it look like?
It looked like a bunch of math.
It looked like a bunch of math. So it clearly could have been the equation for how far down you got to file your toenails to hang from a tree, and you have no idea what those equations mean, do you?
Nope.
So that's where you're going. Like I said,
I'm not infinitely incredulous.
Ignorance. No, you're ignorant. You want to believe a story, and you don't care about the details. You just auto believe. Oh, this is a story I prefer.
You auto believe it's a lie. All of it is a lie. All of it. It has to be. If any of it slips through,
I can demonstrate that it has to be a lie.
If any of it slips through
floundering,
your worldview crumbles into dust.
I can demonstrate with evidence that it has to be a lie.
Your cult crumbles into dust if any
Look,
of it is
brother,
true.
that's great. Your social commentary.
It away.
Nobody cares. No, I don't hand. I'll present evidence that it's a lie. I don't have to hand wave it.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes, I do. I can present evidence that it's a lie. You don't care about that because so you're totally projecting. You're in the fucking cult, and you know it. Okay, you want to believe this space fairy tale, and I asked you specifically about what the information you relied on and what analysis you did, and you admitted you did nothing. You did nothing. You admitted it. You did nothing. You admitted you did nothing. Now I'm saying, hey, I'll present you evidence, even though I don't have to because you haven't proved their claim. I can present evidence what they did has to be a lie, and you don't want to see that. You're in the cult.
Trust me. You guys have posted it in the chat many times. I know you believe it's CGI, But the problem is that you have to.
No.
The worldview
I don't need
requires
to
that it be
even.
CGI.
I can demonstrate that what they're claiming happened is impossible. You understand? I can just demonstrate the whole thing has to be impossible. Just like
based on incredulity.
based upon contrary evidence that shows it's impossible. So if you saw a video of Jesus walking on water, do you need to prove that that video is wrong to prove that men can't walk on water? Exactly, dude. You can prove that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible. Okay? And I can show that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible.
Isn't that what a miracle is?
What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
You mentioned Jesus walking on water.
Just as an example, because you guys are a bunch of fucking atheists. And I know
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
Sure you are.
Excuse me. No, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not an atheist.
Wait, are you saying that NASA, they're miracle workers? NASA employees and astronauts, they're miracle workers.
Fuck up. He was talking about Jesus
Okay,
walking on water.
okay, I will. Go ahead.
NASA.
Okay, go ahead.
He mentioned Jesus walking on water, which is a miracle because we do not see humans.
Yeah, but what if it said live?
What if it was a live stream of Jesus walking on water?
What if it said live stream Jesus walking on water? Would it be true then?
What do you mean? I already
You're
believe
fucking
it to be
retard,
true.
bro.
What are you talking about?
No, if it's a live stream, sometimes
this boils down to personal incredulity.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
That's
does.
a narrative
Yes,
you're trying to cook. Because
it's your paradigm, not mine. It's your paradigm.
No. You're trying. Look, all you're trying to do is project your credulity.
There is
okay?
no such thing.
You
as
already
a
admitted shit. You already admitted that you performed no analysis.
There is no such thing as a brute fact. Every single fact, in order to become evidence, requires a paradigm.
You don't know what a fact is, dude.
There is no such thing as a brute
What is
fact.
a define fact for me?
We both already know what a fact is.
No, you don't. I do. You don't.
It's a little snippet of truth.
Nope, that's not what fact means.
Okay, cool.
Okay, fact.
You're welcome to use a proprietary definition. You're welcome to use a proprietary definition.
No, a fact is an event or occurrence of something that happens, right?
Did you Google
That's
that?
what a fact is. In facts are events that happen. So you use facts, events, evidence, empiricism to prove something.
No, you can't lump in fact with evidence because evidence requires a paradigm.
The evidence, no.
Yes, it does.
No. The conclusion about that. The evidence existence or not does not require a paradigm. The conclusion reached to no.
Yes, it does.
Whether it exists or not.
100%, yes.
Whether it exists or not. Whether an event happened or not.
Fact.
So existence is not a brute fact.
There is no such thing as a brute fact.
Yeah, I know you learned that to say that over and over again.
Interpretation of everything requires.
I'm not talking about interpretation. I'm talking about existence. Yep. Things exist prior to interpretation. Did you know that there's people?
Oh, they do?
In beds, right? That are in permanent vegetative states that cannot think and have no mind and have no rational thoughts.
Sure.
But they react. They react to the existence of external stimuli. How do they do that? Because there's things that exist, and they exist independent of the rational mind. Okay, there are brute facts on whether an event happened or not. Just because you guys in your philosophical cucks in modern day, obviously, use the word fact wrong. Facts are events that occur. Okay, Artemis 2 was an event that was a rocket launch. That is a fact. Where that rocket went to space, to the moon, that is not a fact. Because there's no evidence that fact occurred. There's evidence that the rocket launch occurred. There's eyewitnesses. And all those witnesses could go to court and testify. I saw a rocket go into the air with my own 2 fucking eyes.
See, again, this is solipsism. Things are not.
It's not solipsism. You're using that word wrong. You're using the word wrong. You're using the word wrong. Solipsism means there's no meaning to life, you dumb fuck. Stop using that word wrong. Cool. It's embarrassing.
Cool.
How long have you been using the word solipsism wrong? That's what I want to know.
Buddy.
Bro, You've never even observed the world. Okay. When's the last time you've gone out and done any tests of the natural world?
Since you like using proprietary definitions, why don't you look up the
It's
word
not
solipsism
proprietary.
For me? Why don't you look up the word
Look at
solipsism for me right now and tell me what you find?
I don't use proprietary definitions.
Yes,
okay?
you do. Everybody does. Every single definition is proprietary.
I used to, and look, the words that have changed in the English language over time, I use the etymological definition.
Right, but solipsism only means one thing. See, this is the contradiction.
No, that would be. Are you saying I'm making a word context fallacy that you're not using it, and you're using it in a different context?
No, it's not a word context fallacy.
So what does solipsism mean in this context?
The contradiction is that you just said
what does solipsism mean in this
thing,
context?
And then you said, well,
you're just a weasel,
things can
dude.
mean multiple
What does
things because
solipsism
words
mean?
change
Well,
over time.
yeah, that's great. What does solipsism mean in this context then?
That knowledge outside of your mind is unreliable or untrue. That your
No
own
one
mind
made
is the
that
only
claim.
thing that you can trust.
No one made that claim at all.
That's what this cult does every day.
No one has ever made that claim.
Experiments are not reliable.
No one ever said that.
Information is not reliable unless you can personally verify.
Who
Your
said
mind
that?
is what is required.
Look, you're going to get banned out of this channel if you don't tell me exactly who said that right now.
You guys say it all the time.
Who's, not you guys, specific person. You're running out of time, dude.
I argue in here every day. I hear it.
Yeah, you're a liar.
If you didn't
you're a
personally
liar.
do the experiment,
Pondering,
if you didn't personally
you're a
observe
liar.
it, then it must not be true.
Look, no, you're a liar.
No, I'm not lying.
No, you
This
are a liar
conversation
because
happens in here every day.
look, everybody. Look, I know all the people that come in here. I've known them for over 5 years, some a decade. All of us are empiricists.
Not my fault.
We don't base reality on whether it exists in our mind or not. You're a fucking liar.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are lying.
You may not accept what I'm saying, but I'm in here pretty often. I hear it all the time.
You're not in here anymore.
Hello. We will. Hello.
What, man?
Hello.
Somewhere.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you,
What's up?
dude.
Yeah, dude. I was just waiting for your response. Knew you could hear me. Yeah.
So,
I'll be if you had everyone in here, but no one's listening. That's crazy.
they're lurking.
Working, huh?
Lurking, yeah.
I'm working on the railroad.
So, if the Earth was flat, how would you feel?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, dude.
You are?
Yeah, dude.
So, how do you feel?
Good. Good.
How long you been a flat earther?
Probably since let me think. Probably since I was born, I'd say.
Well, yeah, everybody's a flat earther in that sense. When did you realize it? When did you reject the globe propaganda?
Oh, I don't fucking did. I can't remember. Probably like 2019, 2018.
Yeah. Was there a particular piece of evidence that did it for you?
Oh, dude. I mean, I go to college for like fucking. One of my courses was like astronomy, right? So like the whole thing was just about the globe, right? There's 3 years back to back. And
hold on, dude. You're losing me. How is astronomy about the globe?
Because it uses the heliocentric model to like base
I
all.
guess kind of.
Yeah, there's this thing called the Nautical Almanac, and it basically gives all the angles of the stars in the day and night sky throughout the years, and it's always updated every year.
So you took astronomy, so you know about epicycles, right?
Epicycles?
Yeah. Epicycle astronomy?
I don't think I've ever heard that term, but I'm sure it means something.
Yeah, epicycles. They were the model that Ptolemy used before the heliocentric model. It's called the Ptolemaic model.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up right now. Yeah. Upon the circle, another circle, geocentric.
Yeah, so that method also predicts where the planets are. Though I don't know why the Earth has to be a globe, because in their coordinate system, the Earth is everything is assumed to be so far away that they just assume the Earth is a point in space. Typically, astronomy courses just deal with things in the sky.
Yeah.
Astronomy means to measure the sky. So you'll deal with things like instrumentation, angular resolution, radio astronomy, quasars, black holes, cosmic distance ladder, stuff like that. Proper motion, stellar aberration, parallax. Any of this ringing a bell? You took it for 3 years.
It's like, different depending on the distance, how quickly it moves and stuff. But like, I don't know. I've heard of like, yeah, I don't know.
My only point is the Earth doesn't need to be a globe to do astronomy. I mean, they did it before they thought the Earth was a globe.
I believe that. I can like comprehend. I can comprehend both sort of models, and I could see where errors would show up in both models. Like sometimes you see like what do you call economic precession? No, equatorial precession. What do you?
Precession of the equinox.
Yeah, precession of the equinox, exactly. Which changes every 25,000 years or so.
Yeah,
like,
that's what constellation the sun will rise on the equinox, right? So the sun will rise, like say the what is it?
First point of Aries.
Yeah, that's when the sun is in the first point of Aries is considered the equinox, the exact equinox time. But the next day, the sun rises, right on the horizon due east, and the constellation that the sun rises in is called the equinox year, right? So that constellation, because there's 12 constellations which encircle us, right? So right now I think we're in the age of Aquarius, so it'll rise in Aquarius for a while, for I don't know, 2,600 years or something, or 13,000 years. I don't know what it is. But like you said, that what you're talking about is called the Great Year. That's the precession of the equinox where it goes all the way around.
I could see how it could work in the globes model, but I can also see how it could work in the other geocentric model.
Well, it actually can't work in the globe model because the planets should precess too, but they don't.
Oh yeah, I like that's what.
So there's no precession. There's no precession of the planets, right? So if the Earth is wobbling, right, like a globe, not only should the sun's where it raises and falls, where the planets are in the sky should also change relative to the background stars, and it should precess the same way, but they don't. So it isn't me who make this up. There's regular mainstream astronomers that have talked about this. That the equinox precesses with the sunrise. It's called the tropical year, but the planets don't precess, which is a problem. There's all sorts of problems.
What if time itself is actually like constructed in a weird way? Where it doesn't exactly line up with the stars, and maybe it's just off just like a few like milliseconds, causing it to precess. Like it's not just position. The position in the sky is relative to the time of day too. Like that's why you got the nautical table where it's like on this day this star is going to be at this angle. On this day the sun will be at that angle. But because of the precession of the equinox, now they're saying like, oh, you know, it's going to be a few degrees off, so it's going to be over here rather than there, just because of the precession. So like, you know, maybe there's something wrong with like time.
No, that's not how it works, right? The Earth is supposed to be spinning and orbiting, but from our viewpoint, we'd see the sunrise. Now we have the celestial sphere, right? All the fixed stars. The solar system is inside that, right? So the solar system, well, the Earth is supposed to be wobbling, right? And that wobble will cause the sun to appear to be against a different background stars within the celestial sphere.
You're explaining the globe idea of it, but I'm trying to say like
I'm telling you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why they feel it's such a because it only applies to the sun, but it doesn't apply to the planets. They forgot to include that part.
Wrong or right? I'm not making that conclusion. I'm saying what would be the Earth, the flat Earth explanation, and that's why I said about the time thing. You know.
My explanation is there is no precession of the fucking equinox.
Then how do you explain the position of Aries relative to the sun?
You mean the first point of Aries? That? Yeah, that's
the position of the first point of Aries relative to the sun.
Yeah, but that's not precession of the equinox, though.
But how do you explain that occurrence?
That it's moved over time,
over like 1,000 years.
Yeah, it's an arbitrary time.
Is that what I said or not?
No, I'm saying it's an arbitrary time.
That's what I said, though.
That's what I said. What I'm saying is the sun is going to be in a position, and if you could see it, right, it's going to be on the quote-unquote equinox within Aries somewhere, within the Aries constellation. Now, what they say is that position has drifted over time and that the equinox, the exact timing of the equinox has changed.
Yeah.
They don't know that. They're just saying that must be the case because they have this thing called the sidereal year. And if you sit there and count the time, right, 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 56 seconds, if you count that time and go, okay, 365 days later, where's the sun? Oh, it's not at that exact point anywhere, so the fucking equinox must be changing. The equinox isn't changing. You're just assuming that there's a certain amount of rotations of the Earth before we see the same thing again.
Globe model, dude. You gotta like explain it appealing to the fucking flat Earth model.
No, bro. Explain what? I just explained that it's not a real thing. It is a calculative thing, meaning there.
Make a negative claim, you got to make a positive claim to like if you're gonna make the entire thing like the.
You're asking me to account why the globe says the equinox says the sun.
No, dude, I already know what the globe says. I'm saying, what does the?
How do you know when the? Okay, let me ask you. How do you know when the exact time of the equinox is?
I don't. No one, dude.
Okay, then.
Dude, listen. The reason why we know, right? Why the globe community knows is because they predict. They literally measure with a sextant, like the position of the stars, and just by looking at, they're literally using their entire model to like predict exactly where it is going to be.
No.
They use the index error. They use index error. They use parallax. They use the semi-diameter of the sun and the moon. They use all kinds of shit, dude. They use like declination.
You're not educating me, dude. I know about all this stuff.
They use latitude and longitude too to like determine.
Latitude and longitude aren't on the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's what they use. I'm telling you, that's what the globe community uses. So like.
No. They use latitude and longitude, but they're mistaken that is points on the surface of the Earth. Those are points in the sky. It's easy to prove.
Okay.
Okay, find your latitude and longitude. Don't use the sky. Use only geographical references and no sky. What's your latitude and longitude? Can't do it.
Celestial
No,
equator.
you can't use anything in the fucking sky.
Okay, I can't use anything for what? Like to determine latitude and
To
longitude?
determine your latitude and longitude, you can't use anything in the sky.
But you
If
could.
it's a measure of a terrestrial quantity, right? If it's a terrestrial-based coordinate system, right? That it's on the ground, then you don't need the sky.
Well, like how many years have gone by where you do see the same stars in the sky? You know what I'm saying? You see the same stars at the same positions, even though it's slightly off by a few degrees, you know, which you can say it's the precession of the equinox. At least you can have a close enough number to determine where it's going to be next time. So that's why they have the whole nautical almanac. And then you could by
You keep saying nautical almanac like you have any idea what it is or how to use it, dude.
I literally have a sample of it. And you can look it up too. Just type down nautical
I
almanac.
know all about the nautical almanac. I doubt you do.
Dude, I mean, I'm in college for this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really?
I have
What's a rum line?
A rum line is on a Mercator chart. It is a rum line is a great circle line on a Mercator chart, and a great circle is a straight line on a polyconical chart.
Okay, the point of a rum line is so that you intersect the lines of latitude at the same angle. That was the point of a Mercator map. That's why it was invented.
The Mercator chart is like it's all the fucking latitude and longitude is all straight, so there's no pull, right? So like
it's a cylinder.
When you draw a rum line, it's actually a curved line in
The
practicality.
Mercator map is a cylinder. It's a cylinder projection of the celestial
Cylinder on
sphere.
a globe, actually.
Well,
yeah, it's a cylinder.
No, none of the coordinate system's not on a globe. I don't know how many times I got to tell you.
Dude, I fucking said that a Mercator chart is a cylinder that wraps around the equator of a globe.
No, it's not.
So anything that, dude, that's why there's fucking so many different types of charts. Because if
you
you go higher or lower in latitude, if you go higher in latitude, you can use a polyconical chart. Then it's almost like a hat, like a chart. Like that's why they call it polyconical.
What's it a projection of?
Oh.
What's a projection of?
Polyconical. Just type down polyconical.
I know what it is, dude. I know over 100 different map projections. Okay.
There's only 3. You only have to know 3, dude.
Yeah.
The third one is the azimuthal equidistant chart, which is literally a fucking like a flat paper.
There's also the universal transverse Mercator. There's also the mill grid. There's hundreds of projections. There's the Lambert conformal. There's a whole bunch of map projections. But what are they a projection of? That's the question.
Like subcategories of like the main Mercator. You just gotta know like the main 3 charts for the whole entire world.
Yeah, maybe for your class. We're not talking about your class, dude.
Dude, I'm doing this like.
I'm asking you, what is the?
Why don't you just consider for a moment that maybe you don't know as much as you think you?
You really don't.
And listen to what's being asked of you. What is it a projection of? Yeah, keep talking and don't listen. What a moron! This guy's a moron, India.
Globe Earth.
If it's a projection of the globe Earth, give me the origin of the coordinates on the globe.
Yeah, it's based off of the magnetic compass.
No, it's.
That's how they find true north, and they base true north.
And then fucking get crazy, man.
Real quick, sir, did you say you were a student on this?
Yeah, and they. Do you know why they have?
So listen, Marcus,
what's the difference between true and magnetic north? Can you tell me?
Imagination.
2 words. Two words. Deviation, and what's the other one? Deviation.
So you're only a student. You're not like the teacher in this. So right now you're getting a class on this at the moment.
Dunning-Kruger.
Hardcore.
Martis, have you noticed that you're in a class and you're not the teacher at this moment?
You're trying to teach the teacher. You barely know anything about this, and you're butchering half of it.
So every year you have to adjust like a few minutes based off of where you are to get to true north. Okay. So if you use a chart, right? I can pull it up if I can go on.
Mars, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm about
How
done,
do you
dude.
convert true north?
You have no
to
idea what you're talking about,
north,
Martins.
Nigga.
Okay,
How
what's
do you say that? TV makes dull children appear smarter. True.
Okay,
variation.
This is a good combo, actually.
Tell me, what is magnetic declination on a
Deviation.
What is magnetic declination on a navigation map?
What is what?
Magnetic declination. What is the bezel on a compass that you can rotate? What's the purpose of that?
I heard of magnetic declination in my life.
Of course you didn't. You're the fucking dumbest person in here right now.
I'm actually gonna look it up, see if that's an actual thing. I doubt it is. I mean, we call it compass error.
It's not an error.
The angle between magnetic north and true north. That's magnetic error. That's a difference between magnetic and true. It's called compass error.
It's not the position, no.
Literally the total
it is not,
deviation
no,
of the variation, dude.
It's not the difference between magnetic north and geographical north. It's not the difference in that. Because magnetic field lines undulate and go in all sorts of different directions. Magnetic field lines don't point towards the poles. Okay?
That would be deviation, dude. That would be the difference between magnetic and compass.
No, because you can point. Okay, listen. If I go into the South Pacific and I have a 90-degree magnetic declination, is my compass pointed at true north?
No, it's going to go
west. Is it pointed at magnetic north?
30 degrees.
Is it pointed at magnetic north?
That's not practical. You're just making a hypothetical. It's like 90 degrees.
That it is 90 degrees in the South Pacific.
Yeah, so it's either you're going to be west or east, dude.
So is it pointing toward magnetic north?
Well, if you're saying it's 90 degrees, obviously not. It's 90
well, obviously, you just said it is. You said it's the difference between magnetic and true north. It's not. It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
Difference is not practical.
It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
Never practical.
The field lines go in all sorts of directions. They even loop.
But they only do that for like magnetic anomalies that are on Earth.
They do it all over the surface of the Earth. You're just making shit up now.
Because the surface of the Earth has different terrains and different fucking iron and different shit that's underground.
Doesn't matter what the reason is, dude.
That's what it is, dude. You're gonna say it's all.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Try to recover.
They're called magnetic anomalies.
No, this is not magnetic anomalies.
It is. What else would it be? Dude, your stupid little fucking goon boys over here. Who the fuck was the two fucking European cucks that were just trying to talk and say, like, I don't know my shit? You fucking Jew lovers, dude.
He said European.
What?
He said European.
Yeah, you're pissing, dude. You're pissing all over fucking.
Hey, buddy, Brussels. Just relax. It's okay. This is informative for many people.
Dude.
This guy an adult? Like the fuck?
Yeah, you say. Yeah, your flat earther LARP wore off quick, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
Dude, you're not even gonna trust the fucking coordinate system.
No one said that. I said the coordinate system is based upon the sky, not the ground.
No, you didn't. You said the opposite. You said you can't find anything in the stars using longitude, latitude, and longitude.
No, I didn't. Why you lying?
You did. You said you can't find the location of a star with latitude and longitude. Yeah, you can.
No, I did not say that at all.
I'm pretty sure you did. That's what we were talking about.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. I didn't say anything like that.
When we were talking about precession of the equinox and finding location of a star, and you base it off of the angle of where you see it, at what time and what place you are on Earth. Like if you're fucking like 30 degrees east, right? The position of a star is going to be.
How do you know if you're 30 degrees east, though? That's the point. How do you know from the land that you're 30 degrees east?
It's based off of Greenwich.
Well, how do you know where you are relative to that?
There's a system.
There's a system.
Yeah.
You know anything about that system?
Coordinate system. You got to tell me what's wrong with it.
Jesus Christ, that's what we're talking about, bro. Look, longitude is based upon the sun. Okay? Latitude is based upon the celestial equator.
No,
they're not based upon the ground.
Dude, it's based off of Greenwich, dog. You said it's based off of the stars. Like, what?
The sun, I said. Take the fucking cum out of your ears.
No, it's based off of Greenwich, dude. I just disagree with you. I heard what you said.
It's based off of Greenwich.
Yes. Greenwich, dude. That's where they found the fucking coordinate system. So that's 0.
When?
Probably like in the fucking 1700s sometime.
What is Greenwich's longitude?
0. Oh,
Why?
longitude is 0.
Yeah, why is it 0?
You're asking for a lot because that's the fucking play. I don't know. That's the convention that they fucking use, dude.
It's because that should I tell him?
Dude,
yeah, you should. Nah, wait, mate, make him sweat it.
Dude, you know how they came up with the
It's
latitude?
0 because that's when it's midnight. They set the thing. 12 hours after that, it's noon in Greenwich. Okay, they decided that they were going to pick a place on Earth and say, "Hey, this is where our 0 time is." That's it.
0 latitude, 0 longitude.
It's based upon the clock, dude.
No, it's not. It's based off of the nautical mile.
Longitude is based upon the nautical mile.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
So if I'm 1 mile from the North Pole, and
Yeah.
I travel 69 or 100 nautical miles.
Yep.
What longitude am I on?
That's about like based off of north. The North Pole.
Yeah, I'm a 1 mile from the North Pole.
1 mile from the North Pole. God, that would be like 99 point. Sorry, not 9. 89 point something. Or around 88. 89 actually. 89 point something.
Yeah, you said longitude was based upon the nautical mile, dude.
Yeah, because each nautical mile is equivalent to like a fraction, like 1/60. It's either 1/60 or 1/600 of a degree. Like a 60th hundredth of a degree.
Yeah. Where'd they get that from? Where'd they get that from? Where did they get that from?
The nautical mile.
Yeah. Where did they get that 60 from?
Probably, oh fuck.
Yeah. 60 nautical miles. What's that significant to? What's it significant to?
They're using arcs, which involves pi, which involves.
How are you an astronomer?
It involves sine, cos, and tangent. It involves pi. That's why they're called arcs. Like
They're also called hours, minutes, and seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's called degrees, minutes.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
It's not hours, it's degrees.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
No, it has to do with a circle. It's called radians. Have you guys looked at radians? That's why there's a
nautical miles.
You ever use your scientific calculator and you can convert from degrees to radians? That is like the fundamentals of that is literally pi, right? And if you draw a circle, let's say you draw a circle and you keep going around in a circle and you try to chart the fucking x and y axis off of that, you'll see a wave. And that wave has a lot to do with cosine, sine, and tangent. And when you draw it on a fucking grid, right, like an XY grid, you'll see that there's 4 quadrants, right? There's 4 quadrants. And those quadrants are directly related to drawing a fucking circle, right? And like wherever that quadrant is, like you can have like a negative, positive, but that's cosine, sine, and tangent. It all ties into that, but it essentially it comes from the circle. And the circle comes from the globe, right? Mind you, right?
The circle comes from a globe. Okay.
Well, they're assuming that it's a globe, and that's why they're applying the fucking circle shit on it.
No, they're using a celestial fucking sphere.
Okay, what's your sphere?
Because they're using a celestial sphere, not an Earth sphere.
Is this for the Earth, the flat Earth model, or the geocentric, or the heliocentric?
Dude.
Like, are you making?
There is no.
There's 2 models.
Okay. The model that we use, everybody uses, the celestial sphere model, is an observer-centric model. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's like apparent motion. It's based off of like
observer-centric.
It's based off of where the observer is on Earth. It's apparent motion.
No, the observer is always in the center. Yeah, that's right. The observer is always in the center.
I thought the North Pole was in the center.
No. The model, the observer is always in the center. Yeah, that's right. Because what did they say? They said everything is so far away, we can assume that the Earth is just a point in space. Right?
Because wait, what?
They say that the stars, the sun, everything is so far away that you can assume that the Earth is just a point in space.
I guess that's what the globe heads say, yeah.
Well, because you just named a bunch of trig functions, right? So when they're doing spherical geometry, all that really is a rotation, right? What are you rotating? It's rotating about you, the observer, right? When you measure, right? So you're going to measure the elevation angle of a star. Where are you measuring from?
Like your location, the observer.
Yeah, but when you take out your sextant, where are you measuring from?
The horizon,
visual, right? Whose horizon?
Horizon. There's like 3 fucking horizons.
Like 5 horizons, but
yeah, it's fucking insane. There's the rational.
There's actually only 1 horizon, but we have abstract horizons. So they measure up, right? But from you. So you're in the center of the sphere. It goes 180 degrees above you. That's it. All you need to know is where the celestial equator is on that arc. And then you can figure everything out. That's all you need to know. You don't need to assume the Earth is a globe. You don't need to assume it's flat. You don't need to do anything. It's just a model. Just a model for navigation. It's a coordinate system.
You know what I like to use, dude? You know what I like to use for the fucking flat Earth?
So I told you hold on. You're missing the point is that I asked you what's being projected. All that's being projected is the coordinate system. The coordinate system in the sky. It's all it is.
Yeah. Dude,
it has nothing to do with the Earth.
You can still use a coordinate system on a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
We use the celestial sphere one. Why wouldn't we? There was other ones that existed before that.
Flat Earth fucking. What would be like the closest thing to ideal flat Earth projection?
I just gave it to you.
What is
celestial sphere?
A sphere? Celestial sphere?
Yeah, in an observer-centric model that assumes you're always in the center. Yeah. The same thing you use now. It doesn't. It has.
But then the sphere goes under the horizon.
No. Under the horizon, nothing's going under. It's just a model.
You said fucking celestial
it's a
sphere.
model for net. Look, you're trying to reify the model. You're trying to say my mathematical model actually exists in reality. That is erroneous thinking. It's just a model.
No, I'm saying like what would be the regardless of if it's for navigation or not. I'm saying what's the most explainable model to explain our like reality, our physical reality. Like if you go so far to the South Pole, what would?
Yeah, but what is the South Pole?
It's for me as a flat.
Oh, when I go somewhere and there's certain stars over my head, I say I'm on the South Pole.
Well, there's no stars beyond the South Pole. Who's been to the South Pole, they don't see any.
Do you have a problem listening? I said certain stars over my head. That's how you know. How do you know when you're at the South Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do you know when you're on the North Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do I know when I'm on the equator? I look up and certain stars are over my other stars are over my head.
Compass. I would use the compass. But there is no South Pole. There's only one pole. Though. There's no South Pole.
You can't use a compass. We already dispensed with that.
What the fuck are you talking about? You can't use a compass. That's true north, dude. I mean, that's magnetic north, right?
Which is in the ocean. And we already described that the compass doesn't point. Brother, look, brother, listen. There's geographical north, which is where would be underneath the Polaris. But then there's magnetic north. But your compass don't point to magnetic north. It aligns with the magnetic field according to the magnetic declination of where you are.
Yeah, but why wouldn't Polaris be right above? Why would it not be the zenith of the North Pole?
Why would it?
It would, right? If what you're saying is consistent, which is like the whole coordinate system should realistically align with the celestial system, then Polaris would align with true north.
No. You're trying to look, bro. You got it backwards. There's a celestial system, and you're trying to say that the Earth has to match with that. No, it don't, and it doesn't, and we know it doesn't because mankind has surveyed shit, and we know that the celestial sphere and the Earth as a sphere doesn't match. They don't match each other because you have stupid.
Dude, the whole idea of the celestial sphere only works for the fucking globe patterns, where they believe it's a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
It's a fucking bigger
No,
sphere.
that's not true. What
shell
you're
of the
saying
Earth.
isn't true. What you're saying is absolutely not true.
That's what they use, dude.
They can use. Yeah, we're both using the same thing. What don't you understand?
I'm sorry, but I don't fucking use that for the flat Earth, dude. That doesn't make any sense. Because
What does that mean?
I would assume, dude.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not an argument, dude.
Because if you have a celestial sphere that's encompassing a flat Earth, that would assume that there's stars underneath the flat Earth. That which means that the flat Earth is not an infinite
idiot.
It means
dude,
there's a fucking edge. There's a dome. Like
no. You're just making shit up, dude. You just fucking went off on. No, you just made up everything you said.
Encompassing a flat plane, dude.
Okay.
How is a sphere in a flat plane?
The celestial sphere. Celestial sphere is conceptual. It's not real. What don't you get? You think stars are an infinite distance away?
Fucking concept. I get that. It's not. I'm not saying that, dude.
The celestial sphere is a sphere of infinite radius.
Yes, dude. Oh my fuck, dude.
Infinite
if you
radius.
Say it's a sphere, anything that's below the horizon would still be stars because it's a fucking sphere, right?
It's not below. There is no below the horizon.
Why don't you just say firmament, dude?
There is no below the horizon, dude. And firmament just means fixed.
Hey, does anybody
below the horizon means the stars that we can't see beyond the horizon? But like for you to say like, oh, there's a fucking sphere.
If I asked you to say one thing I said, you wouldn't be able to tell me. You know that, right? You haven't listened to me the entire time.
Do you think the flat Earth is infinite or limited?
I don't. I think that's a false dichotomy.
Oh my fuck, dude! So you don't actually think the Earth is flat? Then? You're just
I don't think infinity is a thing, dude.
Why? Why not, dude? If they can fucking say that space is fucking infinite, why can't we say?
They don't say that. They say it's 90 billion light years across.
Dude, you
they
can't even explore the South Pole.
They say it's 90 billion light years. There is no South Pole, dude.
Exactly. There's no South Pole, so you can keep fucking going south, right? You can just infinitely go south, and there's no limit. There's literally no limit.
Dude, are you? Look, bro. I'm gonna say this one more time. When you say things like South Pole, North Pole, you're not talking about the ground, no matter how much you want it to be so.
Dude.
It is not a ground reference.
How do compasses work, dude?
I already explained that to you. Tell me what I told you already.
Dude, I don't give a
Tell me what I told you already. I'm gonna
fucking
mute you
care
until
what-
you tell me what I told you,
I don't
dude.
fucking care what you told me, bro.
Exactly. You haven't been
Compasses,
listening
it
the whole
uses
time.
Electromagnetic fucking fields on Earth, which is not gravity.
That's right. And they don't point to the magnetic North Pole. Because I posted a map in this.
What the fuck do they point to, dude?
I posted a map in the side chat. See these lines? The compasses align with these lines. It lines up with these lines no matter where you are. See how they're all over the place? You see how the magnetic South Pole is in the middle of the ocean? See how the North Pole is in the middle of the ocean?
Well, yeah,
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're an embarrassment.
It's on a Mercator chart, dude. If you use a fucking azimuthal equidistant projection, these lines would look more straight. It would make more sense.
They actually, if I actually have an AE projection of this. You want to see that?
Azimuthal equidistant.
Yeah, an AE projection, yes.
Yeah,
AE is short for azimuthal equidistant.
Yeah,
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Dude, show me the projection for that, dude.
All right.
It makes more sense.
Makes more sense is not a fucking criteria for truth, dude. All you're doing is telling me you're making a statement about your own mind.
Fucking nothing makes sense for you, dude.
No, dude, you are fucking retarded, dude.
Dude,
you just hear what you want to hear. You need to take the shit out of your ears and start listening.
He thinks in the celestial sphere model that stars actually go under his feet.
No, he does. I don't believe that shit. He's trying to fucking believe that.
You think that that's what'd have to happen? Like that's not how it works. It's just a model.
Then you fucking explain if you understand it so well.
He just did explain it when he just said it's just a model.
Yeah.
The fuck don't you understand?
I'm talking about reality, dude. I'm talking about the realistic fucking, like, our literal...
Then name some natural phenomenon that we can evaluate.
Where's the AE projection, dude?
Hold on. You didn't even look at the fucking other one.
I did.
That's how it looks on an AE projection.
That makes sense. Look at how it's toroidal.
Toroidal?
Yeah, look at the pattern, dude.
Look, I don't care about all that. Point is, that you
That
seem to
doesn't-
keep missing is
Okay.
that the coordinate system that we use and everybody uses is not the Earth. It's the sky. Celestial assumes a celestial sphere of an infinite radius. And if you ask somebody if the sphere of infinite radius is it flat, they would say yes. Okay? So there's a contradiction there.
Right here, I actually understand how the compasses work now.
You obviously don't.
I'm going to explain it to you because the lines...
I don't need you to explain it to me. I've done land navigation, okay?
It literally
You would
shows you
die in the woods.
how close you are to the North Pole. The strength of it changes, dude. And just because you see the pattern where it fucking bellows out like that in 4 quadrants, like, it makes sense like that. Like, the further you are away from that, you know, you're probably more susceptible to, like, different patterns, but the closer you are, the stronger the fucking the magnetic accuracy is to north, like magnetic north.
Follow me.
That's what the bellowing.
And you'll see.
That's why people assume. And look, even this projection is not even the most accurate projection because it's based off of a globe model anyway.
It's not based off of a globe. I keep telling you that.
Yes, it is.
Indio.
Dude, look at the fucking shape of Africa. Look at the shape of Africa and look at the shape of fucking
Indio.
It's
I've got a question.
It's distorted.
Indio, I've got a question.
You know you're interrupting him, right? Rambo.
Have you ever been on a vacation before, Indio?
Yeah, why?
Where did you go?
My last vacation?
Just any vacation. Where did you go?
Oh, Maine. Maine.
How did you get there?
Train.
By train.
Are you asking me if I flew? Is that where you're going? I've taken 10 airplane flights.
Trying to get you.
No. So you took train to get there?
Yeah, I took a train, Amtrak.
Interesting. So
you want to know where I went? I went to Old Orchard Beach.
So about how
Was it first class?
How long were you on the train?
Oh, I think it's I think the ride's 2 hours and 15 minutes.
So how did that train know how to get from where you were?
You fucking serious?
Are these guys okay? What's wrong with these guys today?
How did that guy know how to get from where you were to where you were going? Couple hours is pretty far to be traveling. How many miles per hour were you driving?
I said a train. Do you know how trains work? There's train tracks.
How fast was it? So about how fast was it going, Indio?
I don't know. And they have to slow down when they go through certain densely populated areas. I'd say the fastest it probably went was 60, but it's hard to say because it has to slow down and speed up. Plus, there's a bunch of stops. So I think there's 7 stops on that.
Is this the best Glovers have to offer?
Yeah.
And how did the conductor of the train know how to get to your destination?
It's train tracks. He couldn't go anywhere else.
He's on train tracks, precisely.
Yeah, train tracks. The train.
Right?
He couldn't go anywhere else. Okay.
And what prevents you when you're a passenger on that train on those train tracks? What prevents you from crashing into another train?
Nothing.
Nothing?
What do you mean? What prevents you from crashing? I'm not driving.
Gee, hurry up and get to the point. What is going on?
So when you are a passenger on a train going 60 miles per hour down a train track, right? What prevents you from colliding with other trains?
I don't know. They have some sort of signaling switching system.
So there's coordination, right?
Are you getting? Is he doing your homework for you or something? What's going on? Are you trying to pass a test?
So there's a coordinated effort to make
there's an infrastructure. That's right. The federal government, when they invented Amtrak 100 something years ago, made an infrastructure so trains wouldn't crash into each other.
So there's a coordinated effort to make sure people don't crash into each other, right?
Yeah, that's right. Awesome.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Where else?
Where else? A movie about that.
Where else do you
Denzel Washington.
see? Where else do you see that same coordinated effort?
Oh, when you're at the Turkish bathhouse, trying to go to all.
I don't know what that is, but I was referring
I'm sure you don't.
to. I was referring to a couple things: the roadways, so what cars drive on, right? And, but a little bit more elaborate, but the airways where planes fly, right?
Yeah.
These are all coordinated efforts, right? But what do they require in order to be possible?
Cars and airplanes?
No, they require a map.
Of what?
The world.
Oh, the world. Based upon what? Where's the coordinate system?
I don't know. Do you have a map you can give me with a working compass?
No, that doesn't exist.
That
Hey, that'd be pretty cool. A map with an inbuilt compass.
With a working compass, which means proper distance and height, didn't exist, then how do we have all this coordination?
Because it only has to be good enough for practical purposes.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does answer your question. You don't like the answer. You didn't think I'd have an answer. So you guys do the ask, I don't repeat shit. I did have an answer.
I said
it's good enough for practical purposes. You said you
let me
asked
restate it.
how does it happen? I said, well, what they're doing is good enough for practical purposes.
So how far off is it?
I don't know. What do you mean, is it wrong?
Well, if you're saying it's good enough for practical purposes, what practical purpose are you talking about?
Look, brother, Eden. So you've made up a thing in your head of how it works.
What practical purpose are you talking
about? No,
you've
made up an idea in your head of how this shit works, and I guarantee
you
want
to be a little bit more specific.
That you've made up an idea that they're using some worldwide map.
You said it's good enough for practical purposes. What's good enough for practical purposes? What are
flying
you
an airplane,
about?
driving a car, navigating with a car, and driving a train. The techniques, the methodology we use. What did
I ask you that led to that statement?
You said, how do they do that?
I said, what makes all of that intricate coordination possible?
What intricate coordination?
What we just went over with the cars.
Yeah,
and the roadways,
you haven't said anything specific.
Trains.
You're talking in vague generalities.
I said, what makes intricate roadway and airway travel possible? Right?
It's not intricate.
So you're saying cars driving in the roads is not intricate?
No, it is not. And neither is flying in airplanes.
So how would you describe it then? Would you describe it as simple?
Fucking chaotic.
What? So you would describe it as chaotic?
Yes.
Not intricate.
When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport, the largest international airport? When's the last time you were there? Never. It's a chaotic fucking mess.
I've been there quite a few times.
Well, go there again.
Why?
Because it's
so you would call it chaotic, but you would not also call it intricate?
I don't know. I don't understand what in what context is it intricate.
Do you know what intricate means?
Yeah, but it depends on the context. Certain parts of it can be intricate.
Intricate literally means it's something that's complex. That's
Yeah,
complicated.
but okay.
That's all that means.
Yeah, but something like an airline, it can be
so
complex.
You said no, it's not intricate.
So interrupt
it's
me
chaotic.
again and get banned. That's your choice. Interrupt me again.
You said
and get
it's
banned.
not intricate. It's chaotic.
Okay. Yeah, it's chaotic. Intricate. It depends on what context you're talking about. Airplane travel can be intricate in some parts and not intricate in others. You need to be more specific. You're talking in pussy like double speak, vague generalities. Just say what you mean, coward.
Are roadways and airways complex?
In what context? I'll just go right to it. In what context?
In the requirement of their coordination.
Coordination with what?
It is a complex. It is a complex.
The coordination of other humans and their vehicles with each other.
You mean the traffic laws?
Traffic laws. There's many layers to it. Are the roadways? Would you consider those complex?
No.
The rules of the road.
No.
Would you consider, like being an air traffic controller, how they have all these rules and regulations when flying? Would you consider flying a plane complex?
That's now. So now you've just no. I don't consider it complex.
You wouldn't consider
I'm not a
flying
simpleton.
a plane in the air complex.
No, I'm not a simpleton.
Know that when it comes to landing a plane,
so you would not consider flying in air through
I'm gonna
the
say
plane
it for the third
complex.
time. No.
So then.
I was speaking.
What do you consider complex? Like fucking tying your Velcro shoes?
That first of all, they're treating they're using the ground as flat when it comes to how they're flying planes and all of that. They're using the ground as flat because they're using trigonometry to figure all that out. So what are you asking?
I don't know what he's asking. He's been doing that for a while. He left anyway. He's been beating around the bush for 10 minutes now. I don't know if you've been listening. Pretty annoying.
Yeah, I just wanted him to hurry up and get to the fucking point, man. It was like his attempt at a gotcha using the Socratic method, but he failed bad.
I don't even know what the gotcha would have been. I'd be like, is it complex? Is flying an airplane complex? I don't know. Doesn't seem that way.
I mean, if they stuck me in the cockpit of a passenger plane, I'd be like,
doesn't make just because you don't know how to do it. Yeah, but just because you don't know how to do it right now doesn't make it complex.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
I think, quite honestly, you want to know something more complex? Being the head coach of an NFL football team is probably way more complex than flying any fucking airplane.
Yeah, or even a junior one.
You got to know every player on their roster. You got to know every player on your roster, plus your 16, which is 53 players, plus your 16-player practice squad. You need to know all the people that are in-traded, all the people that are hurt and could play and maybe not play, what their status is through the whole week. You got to have your game plan. The game plan is typically like fucking 200 pages. You got to have the stats on other fucking teams and all the people that they could fucking play, right? And you have to look at all the film of all the games they played, and then you're also looking at the coaches and what their tendencies are, and all that shit. Like, bro, seriously, it's fucking super complex. Like, because you have to deal with so many, and then there's just the game itself, and then you're gonna get based upon what that team does. You have to come with a game plan and try to match your team to what they do. Maybe you have the personnel, maybe you don't have the personnel. Maybe you do something really good and they're really good at stopping that one thing, or maybe they do something bad. Like, it's super complex, man. Way more complex than flying a fucking plane.
Hey, flying is almost, in this context, brain dead, because even in a car, although you have to like scribble within the lines, people do all types of shit, like, drive on the side of, the what, I don't even know where the guardrail is, to skip a couple cars. You can break the speed limit. You can pull over. There are so many options to choose from. When you get in a fucking plane as a pilot, you can only go from point A to point B. And if there's an emergency, you got to figure that shit out before you touch or do anything. You can't just go left a little bit. You can't just do a loop-de-loop. You can't do shit. But specifically, a few things. Like, the lack of autonomy in that situation is like higher than.
I'm surprised at. I'm surprised at how many paint marks there are on posts, like poles, in the center parking of our main street. It's crazy, right? I'm
my God,
how do you hit it,
bro? I could walk through Boston. Every single car has a ding in its bumper. Front. We park by touch here.
Right.
Okay, I fit, because everything's on street parking, right? We got a parallel park everywhere,
Right.
in these tight ass spots. And if you don't park far enough over, you're gonna lose your freaking side view mirror. So to get snug in there, dude, everybody's touch parking. Bang bang. Okay, I'm in. So everybody's got dents in their bumper, some paint on it. Dude asks you, like, how does that train get from point A to point B? Fuck, bro. It's on a railroad track.
Yeah, that would crack me up, man. How does he know where to go?
Dude, he should have quit right at that. As soon as he said that with the train, he should have just left. What's up?
Hey, what do you think about this? This mission, Artemis. Is this also fake?
What do you mean, is it fake? Fake in what way?
I mean,
They're not going to the moon, if that's what you're asking.
yeah. Will they go to moon?
Yeah, that's nonsense. You can't go to the moon
Why?
because there's no outer space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist, dude. There's a moon. We see a moon, but it's not in a giant vacuum called outer space.
Oh, it's inside Earth.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about inside Earth. I don't think there's a way to define like where it's at.
Oh,
this what I'm telling you, man. Like, the idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered by a person. Hey, we discovered that there's an outer space. It wasn't discovered like that. It was invented in people's heads. So it goes back to the Greeks, Democritus and Epicurus. They invented the idea. Invented it. An idea. It's a human idea.
Oh, so you don't think that vacuum exists?
No,
Vacuum
I don't
is
think
just...
it's possible. Because the second law of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Entropy, yes.
Yes. So why doesn't the vacuum of space, or the air on Earth, which is 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, why doesn't it fuck off into the vacuum? Why doesn't it reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum? Like everything.
You're saying that why just Earth do not, sink?
The air. The air.
The atmosphere, why doesn't it go off, that Earth atmosphere, why doesn't it, just go off into the atmosphere and into vacuum, right?
Yes, entropy.
Oh, but have you heard about magnetic field? So far to my knowledge, I know that magnetic field holds the Earth atmosphere, right? Do you know what magnetic field is?
Yeah, I know what a magnetic field is. Jesus Christ.
course.
What kind of question's that?
Yeah, of course. So do you believe in it when the magnetic field of Earth? Do you think Earth has magnetic field?
Oxygen, hold on. Oxygen, first of all, the air is mostly nitrogen. That's not magnetic. Okay? And oxygen is only magnetic at super cold temperatures. And it's very weakly magnetic. So I don't know how the magnetic field would hold the gas. And how that magnetic field would overcome the kinetic energy of the gas, its temperature.
But yeah, gravity is also the main reason. The air isn't special. It is made up of molecules. Those molecules have mass. So gravity pull those molecules down. Just like when we throw a rock into the air, it comes down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
could be the reason, right?
No, it can't be the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can take gas. So let's say I have a vacuum chamber, right?
Yes.
What happens when I put a little bit of gas inside the vacuum chamber? Does the gravity hold it to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
No.
No. So how is the gravity holding the gas? Right? It has to hold the gas away from the vacuum.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, so if I try to do an experiment where I can show that this can happen, like a vacuum chamber, let's say it's a 100-meter tall cylinder that's a vacuum. And I insert gas into it. What's going to happen is the gas is going to distribute evenly throughout the entire cylinder, no matter how tall it is, and it's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum. Actually, the pressure of the entire cylinder will go up. So we have something called the kinetic theory of gases. If you look in this kinetic theory of gases, which describes the motion of gas, there's no gravity in it. And there's another problem, okay? If gravity could raise the temperature or raise the pressure of gases, that means if you turned up the gravity, say you had a gravity knob, right? You could turn it up. That means the gravity could turn the gas into a liquid. And then if you turn it up further, it would turn the gas into a solid. So when I look at a phase diagram, right, of solid, gas, liquid, I should see gravity on one of the axes instead of temperature. Right? So that means gravity would be able to do work and cause phase changes of pressure, temperature, air density. There's no theory on how this would happen. There's no math on how there's nothing behind this. It's just someone said gravity holds the gas to Earth. Why? How do you know that? Because it has to. There's no physics model. There's nothing that can describe how this would happen. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravity or how gravity creates any thermodynamic freaking properties to happen at all.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, not. I mean, I'm trouble having
I know it's hard to accept because you learned, like, yeah, dude, there's this outer space thing. It's a big giant vacuum, and blah blah blah. But when you look at how is this even physically possible? Is there evidence for this? Why are you interrupting?
Because I can.
Because you can get muted? Because you can. No, you can't. Fucking rude people, man. I don't know what it is in this server, man. People are just rude here. Yeah, Yana, learn freaking manners. Well, yeah, I know. We have, like, ultimately,
So are those schools wrong? Like, they taught me this shit.
Yeah. They're only teaching you what they're told to teach you.
Oh.
Your teachers don't know anything. They get a textbook, right? They go to university. They get a degree in education. They go to a school. They teach you out of whatever the textbook says. They teach you whatever textbook I don't know how they get the textbook. I mean, they do buy the textbooks, right? So there's a monetary incentive to buy one textbook over another. There's no purity here. There's no like pure that these ideas are just being taught because they're true. They're not taught because they're true.
Oh, I see.
Remember, I saw my son's textbook, and it was a history textbook, and in the textbook it said Vietnam War. Want to know what it said?
Vietnam War.
Yeah, Vietnam War. It was a history book in school. Vietnam War. That was the heading.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, part of. Listen, just.
Yo.
Are you handicapped, bro?
No.
Okay, then learn some manners. Your parents should beat you with a stick, dude. So in the textbook, the section on the Vietnam War just said insert text here, meaning he had a textbook, and instead of having the history of the Vietnam War, it had insert text here.
Oh, I see. Okay. But why would it have insert text here? Why?
I don't know why I said that. So it was, like I said, it's a history book. So it had like World War I, World War II, Korean War, and then when it came to, described each one of those wars, what they were about, who the sides were. When it came to Vietnam War, it just said insert text here, meaning they never just wrote it out. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen because they didn't put it in the textbook?
Okay, I see. No, it happened, right?
Yeah, I know it happened. The textbook is just the textbook. It isn't always right.
Okay.
And the teachers just teach within the textbook because if they don't, they'll get fired.
Yeah.
I want to play something though. Hey Yoda, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm gonna play a little bit of audio. Okay. So just stand by, X. This will be eye opening to say the least. Well, ear opening maybe. Ah, shoot. Hold on. I gotta convert this into audio. I jumped the gun. So why do you think the Earth is a spinning water ball in space.
I mean, it makes
And
sense.
why do you think people are going to the moon?
And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise.
Why do
Why
I
do you
think?
think
They do some research on the rocks of moon. They do.
Oh yeah. What do you know about that? What research did they do? Did you know that that Neil Armstrong gave moon rocks, to the Dutch ambassador way back when, back in the 70s, when they went to when the museum, they ended up in a museum, and when they tested the rocks, it turns out that they were petrified wood.
Petrified wood, you say? Really?
Petrified wood.
How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, does that mean that the moon is made of petrified wood?
I guess.
Because it was Neil Armstrong.
Okay.
The astronaut, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, I know.
So hold on, I'm gonna play this now.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably I think it's like 2 minutes or something. But this is very interesting. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, X, because this should be eye-opening. This guy is not a flat earther. This is just a normal guy, a physicist or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on. If it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, to make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's some good shit right there, man.
Who is he?
I don't know. He came up my Twitter feed, my X feed.
Damn.
But I detected zero lies. Everything he said was 100% accurate.
Sounds like.
To travel to another star, we're basically already have to be gods on Earth. And so why would we even go there? There'd be no point.
Yeah, but the question comes in, right? If there is no vacuum, how can we see those twinkles on those stars?
We can't. It's all fantasy. Not just the wormholes. It's all fantasy. Did you not remember me telling you? This is historically accurate that outer space vacuum was invented in the minds of men way before there was any evidence for it. There was no evidence for outer space when men first thought of it.
Oh, I see. But what are those, those things?
Now think about it. Just think about it rationally for a second. There's some men, there's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No. So that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy. These are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? but they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places, and they're different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now, these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space and that there was spheres, whipping around the Earth. But not everybody thought that, just that group of people. And their ideas are what carried the day through history, and the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the celestial environment where the heavens are, right? Where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, those techniques couldn't work when applied to the celestial environment, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work. If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't so they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's a lot of things about. I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked through a telescope and we saw this thing. How does this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed. And if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns. And they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow. Or the theories of how all that behaves, the celestial environment, our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay? Our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh.
Which one do you choose? Is it aliens orbiting spacecraft, or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
And I'm having trouble understanding.
You even listened to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to become gods to travel to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
Now this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person. But I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
yes, sir. Oh yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
Sir.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like
with
a
the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw, unprocessed version yourself.
Is he talking about?
I mean,
Are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negatives?
link to that.
Are you talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
no
negatives.
Yeah. It's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Is
Well,
anyone?
how do you know that that film was actually in the location that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
Well, you can like, presumably maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll? Otherwise,
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you
You're
cannot tell
saying
how
that
how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean, just
You're saying
because
it
you
would be
may
really
not
easy
know
to
how a
fake?
magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is the fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people that
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to
And
Daddy.
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
Yeah, you
You're
deny.
denying the science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science. It's magic. He's a magic denier.
Bro,
Well,
it's magic.
Daddy,
there would
Daddy,
be
real quick.
evidence of it
Daddy,
being
is
fake.
it possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you
Is that
evidence
possible?
of it's being fake. You want the
Bro,
evidence?
it's magic.
Yes.
Water don't curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know,
If
because
they showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid of
but
Giza in New
Indigo,
York.
if I show you, like
If I
survey
show you,
data, if we
dude, you
both
have
are
no
looking at the same
idea
survey
about.
data,
Oh yeah, let's hear
and
this one.
there's if there's a surveyor and there's a drop over distance, you're gonna like, I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have
Right?
no
Like, we're both
idea
just
what
gonna
I
be-
say. Look, brother,
gonna
we're
be
gonna
a dead
shine a
end.
laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
Right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure that anyway. You're
We've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a
Well,
dead
you're,
end. But
you,
with
no
the
one
laser
is
thing-
measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
Sure, we could talk about, well, because I was just wondering, like, how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns,
How do you know it's live?
Yeah, you can't prove
Because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather
point.
and it matches
You got it wrong.
perfectly.
You're
It
reversing
matches.
the
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but wait, but Indigo.
No, I want to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
Well, I don't have like.
Yeah, you just made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're going to measure drop over distance, which you're not going to. You made that shit up. You've never looked at any survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
You
is,
also said that the clouds and NASA images match what's on the ground.
No, you
and
don't,
can verify
dude.
when you look up.
We do.
You're
know
lying
that's
about
the
the clouds too.
You just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
I literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
That's not a gridlock. You're making shit up.
That's refraction.
No, we don't say that.
and I
We
say
say no. We don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So if I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
what is
you're
that?
gonna say refraction.
What
You're
is the
literally going
exact? No, but first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject.
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measured? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying than the surveyors you're gonna cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't even know what, surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what? You know what the WGS-84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS-84?
No.
Okay.
Oh my
it's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured curvature, why would they need?
I wouldn't know.
No, so they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180 unless you correct for
He knows about spherical
geometry.
access. He didn't know about WGS-84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's
Yeah,
just
that's
Oh, I
what
know
I'm saying.
nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I know nothing. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You really
Well,
don't
you don't
actually.
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because
It's because they literally
they're
have
tilting
to
the
correct for
azimuth.
it.
You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the
Well, if you're
horizontal
looking at
direction. Do you know what that
reciprocal
is?
zenith angles,
There is
if
no
you're looking at
reciprocal
reciprocal
zenith
zenith
angles,
angles,
dude.
you expect it
I'll
to come
get.
out to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
Okay, he needs to describe this now.
And then it lines up. And then it
you
lines up. Why does it
you
line
just
up when you correct
confused
for
the
the curve?
vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
So, Indio,
well,
I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is. He
Yeah,
don't
I
even know
think,
what
yeah, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
for reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for
and you take
spherical
from point.
excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical axis, dude.
What do you mean by spherical axis then?
What do you
What
mean
do
by
you
spherical
mean?
axis?
You're the one
You
who brought
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're
Wait,
highlighting for the audience right
you
now.
said the phrase.
What do you mean by you
spherical axis.
people?
I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Playback the live stream. I never said that.
You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when he assigns that
you
phrase
brought
to
it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question and you thought that's your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
No, it's okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you
Okay,
bring
he
up
doesn't want to
claims that you
explain
can't
it. Okay,
back
that's
up.
fine. So
I
he
mean, I
doesn't want to
can. I've
explain
done it. I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years, and I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys like link in chat a reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim. You brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest,
Spherical
when you do
axis is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's right,
both of
it's
them,
about the dip.
and then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. That excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're two.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your perspective?
They don't.
Okay. Show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold on. Look at the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where
you're still confusing
the lead to a concave Earth. So if you guys have one example that might not be
idiot,
as
dude.
if you guys have a bunch that actually would be.
You're being an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him
I don't think he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what Dr. Phil's
you're the
fucking
surveyor.
telling him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So
You add up
let's
all the
say
angles
angle
of a
A
triangle,
to
it's got to add
what?
up to 180
Angle B
degrees.
to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah,
And
so
you
I
know you have
measure an angle from me to the other person. That's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180 degree angle.
Mm-hmm. And the
And
idea
then,
of
then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
the idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so it's somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? And if
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
You can calculate the triangle.
Yeah, what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80-degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
I don't know. Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here years ago, they got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah,
is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to?
Yeah, you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others came in.
There's a recent one. There's a recent one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
That's why MC Toon doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
he
just
actually
wasn't
moved the
clear. Like he
goalpost,
didn't
then he
state
called
it
him
as
a
clearly
dickhead.
as.
He called him a dickhead.
Well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room
and kept begging him to leave.
I didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in Q Observer and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went
aren't
away
you
for a couple
leaving?
days. What happened to Q Observer?
You need to spread his
like,
video, or he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's just out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So, we're going to give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have two things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay, lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be oblate spheroid. Those are two different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factual and accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, a flat Earth, a convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle, and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ball part. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
Right, they have to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences
Bingo.
about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be minus 3.3 and minus 2.9, respectively. It certainly illustrates
That's
the assumption
concave,
of plus
dude.
13 for most of terrestrial surveying instruments by default will not definitely be correct. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's saying plus 13 for most of them.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is what
always
actually
be correct.
happens. What actually happens is you're going to get, because of the meteorological conditions, if you go through lots of measurements, you're just going to get a variation. Sometimes it'll be a plus angle. Sometimes it'll be diverging angles. Sometimes it'll be converging angles. Sometimes it'll be parallel angles. It all depends on when you make the measurement. There is no one thing that happens.
So why do you think the plumb line is curved again?
I don't think it's curved. Globe
I
charts
thought you
think
said the
it's
plumb
curved.
line was curved.
Yeah, in geodesy, plumb lines are curved. In geodetic surveying, plumb lines curved.
What?
Right. If you defend the globe,
there a
you have to
citation
curve
for
the
that?
plumb line, right?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, there's like 200 years of curving plumb lines that we could post for you in the side chat.
Why is McToon.net coming up the first search result?
Because they,
This is a
whoever
shit
they
I'll
are in
promote it.
parentheses, want you to see it before our shit.
This is
Yeah, because
the first thing that
he's
came up.
he's
But
like a priest. He's one of the priests, so you have to pass through the priest first.
I don't think he has like a partnership with Google. I don't know.
Well, Google has a partnership with Congress.
Actually, wait, am I using Google?
I don't know if it's even worth getting into, but the social
I'm
media
using-
companies
I'm using
have a
Brave
partnership
Search.
with Congress.
I'm using Brave Search, not Google, but
Congress told social media to censor Flat Earth. We've got that on video from C-SPAN.
Yeah, and part of censoring is giving you the misinformation that they want you to see. That's what you're getting, and that's what you are trying to push at the moment. Nonsense.
so you're looking at this deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
What am I looking at
and
here?
curving plumb lines. It's a bit different. So there's deflection and a curve. Because a plumb
I don't
line is
understand
not only
why.
curving. They claim that the plumb line is not only curving in some places, but it's also deflected. So the plumb is being shifted off of where it's expected to be. Meanwhile, the whole line is going to be arcing instead of being held taut and straight.
Isn't it just going to be like it's just going to be taken from the instrumentation itself? Like the instrument will auto level and then take a perfect plumb line. Why would that deviate?
Yeah, it will. The instrument will be true. What won't be true is the calculation that follows. So people measure the Earth flat with these instruments, and then they curve their measurements around a mathematical reference ellipsoid.
I don't think they would do that.
That's how they describe it. I can give
They just
you a
take the angle
university lecture. I can
perfect
give you
horizontal.
several university lectures on this. I can give you books and papers going back to the 1800s on this. The process Indio told you has an actual name. He isn't making this up. It's called the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of the mathematical datum. That's the actual phrase, and that's what they're doing when they take these measurements and bend them.
It's the first thing they do before they even enter it into the log. They do the calculation because they're changing the direction, the azimuth. They're rotating it because if you they're assuming the Earth is a ball, right? So if you have a vertical, right, the plane of the vertical is going to be different at each location. This is kind of like the reciprocal zenith angle thing. So they're tilting them away, but when you tilt this, you have to rotate the azimuth a little bit. So this is what they're doing. They're rotating the azimuth. So they're not measuring these azimuths. They're rotating it by taking, say, you take the measurement at 1,000 feet. You have to send that down to the surface of the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have a planar triangle. You're trying to map it to the surface of the reference ellipsoid that they're using, this mathematical surface. And when you do that, you take it from a point off the surface to a point on the surface. The azimuth will rotate because the surface is tilted relative to that point. So I know it's hard probably to wrap your head around this because this is all new and shit, but it's created mathematically. It's not measured. Period. People that telling you it is don't understand either what they're doing or listening to some other fucking moron. I mean, curved plumb lines, bro. Really, they got to go that far? That plumb line's curved. I mean, how many band-aids are required?
All the refraction wasn't good enough.
Debate Daddy, are you gonna recognize what is being said, acknowledge it, maybe concede,
Yeah, I'm trying to pull
or
up
are you just gonna?
I'm trying to pull up the papers myself to actually see.
This is why they say GPS clocks need to be tuned and why atomic clocks are off and all this other crap.
I love like motions of the stars can be explained by a or the day and night can be explained by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth. I said, yeah, and refraction and orbits and eccentricity and obliquity and wobble and precession and sidereal years. And, yeah. I think they got a couple other cycles in there too. But they have like a precession, a nutation cycle, right? So not only is there a wobble, the wobble is wobbling.
That's right. The wobble wobbles. That's mutation. Nutty mutation.
And then, like, the funny thing is, right? Epicycles were complicated. That's why we don't use them anymore because we kept having to add difference, and we kept having to add pieces to do the orbits. What the hell are you doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, and they still have to add them in just in the reverse.
Within our lifetime, you're going to add something else. The Earth is slightly flipping over or something stupid, right?
Yeah, and it will be like a 2 billion year cycle.
It'll be like a back and forth pole wobble or something. You know what I mean? In the direction of the orbit, it'll flip back and forth a little bit.
Oh yeah, like those screws or nuts in zero gravity that flip back and forth when you rotate them.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why isn't the Earth doing that?
Maybe it is, and we're due for one.
Can't wait.
Well, the south becomes a north, and north becomes a south.
Just wherever I am, make it beachfront property in a warm climate.
Well, within the medical industry, they can use these dual magnets to move North Pole to whatever position they want to. So maybe the creator can do that and just switch the polarities of north or south poles or whatever. Just flip them.
Well, they're thinking that the ancient North Pole used to be east of Madagascar, the celestial north, and it's going to go back to that again.
Think about this topic. Now, consider what I just said about surveying and then what other people say. Who's spreading disinformation or misinformation?
Not me.
When you think about it, that's what they're actually doing. I mean, definitionally, I guess it would be disinformation because they're trying to convince them of something that's not the case. I don't even know what the definition of misinformation is. I guess it depends on the motive of the speaker.
Daddy, is it possible that the Earth is not a globe? And would you just be misinformed or disinformed?
I think it is possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing that would convince me, again, I told DJ this, but it would be the Black Swan stuff and like a bunch of them, but with refraction measured in it, factored in to say, okay, well, we also did proper refraction measurements time and time again. And so not just saying that, oh, you should only see as far as the geometry allows, but factoring in the optics and any other covariate. If you factor in all the covariates and you still see quote unquote too far, I know that's not the right language, but then yeah,
If you studied what we know, like if you studied optics and refraction, you're going to end up further on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, the refraction that they say is necessary is not even possible. It's not physically possible.
I get that's the argument. It's like it's either not
not
possible
just,
or
it's not an argument.
incredibly unlikely.
It's not incredible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you gotta do the measurement.
It's like saying, it's like when they say maybe gravity's bending the light, right? And then the equations that relativity based upon the mass, they say the mass of the Earth, it would bend the light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So if a glober come up and said, "Hey, it's gravity bending the light," and everybody, this is basically the same thing. Instead of saying gravity, they're saying it's refraction. But gravity and refraction have the same level of plausibility. None. But because they're familiar with refraction as a phenomenon, because of lenses and all these things, they think, hey, yeah, it's possible. No, it's not possible. Not what we observe. You need refraction. I mean, DJ, I'm sure he presented it to you. Walter, like, you need refraction that's so severe, like we're talking like 70-degree temperature gradients in a span of like 10 feet. Where does that exist on Earth?
So is he saying that if you
especially
guys
over water,
take into account, is he saying that if you guys take into account the impossible refraction and demonstrate that, then I don't know. It's like he's asking for the impossible or something.
I get that you're claiming that you need a 70-degree difference. Yeah, like, and maybe there could be some pressure that contributes or humidity or something as well. But just if you actually had the calculations and the instrumentation and measurements, it would bolster the argument in an incredibly strong way.
It does the opposite. If you understand what refraction's doing, like I hate to say it, the molecular freaking level, you're going to realize that what you need to provide is backup and information for your side of the argument.
Oh, I agree. I think that because DJ also said, well, if globers had the same refraction measurements and we went out and we saw a curve and we factored in how far you see and to the other side, if we had equally enough hundreds of measurements, factoring in all the covariates refraction, he would also equally be convincing the other way as well. But like we're both
bro, that's like saying, oh, you need to rule out general relativity and you need to take gravitometer fucking measurements to make sure light isn't bending around due to fucking curving space-time. Okay, that's bullshit. There's no justification for doing any refraction, anything. You understand? You need to have look, if you're going to say, hey, this could be a confounding variable, okay, you can say that, but you need to demonstrate how it would be a confounding variable.
Especially as the terrestrial refraction formula,
I actually agree with that.
The terrestrial refraction formula has distilled its variables down to kinematics and not any variable force equivalent dynamics. And that's a huge problem because terrestrial refraction is based on a model without any underlying physics.
Yeah, there's no, especially if you start getting into the wavelength differences, right? You start trying to add what happens when refraction actually happens, dispersion, chromatic aberrations, and these effects that we observe whenever we design a lens or see something through an actual refractive medium of sufficient distance or sufficient severity, we would see these other optical effects, right? We would see magnification. We would see things looking small. We would see distortion. We would see, like I said, chromatic aberration, where it's blue, like blue on top, red on the bottom. We would see these other effects that we don't observe.
Yeah,
All they
blue,
say, hey,
you
man,
see
the Earth
blurry
looks
rainbows
flat.
everywhere.
The Earth looks flat. We know it's a globe, so there must be refraction. That's the justification.
Yeah,
The
I
Earth
think you're
looking
speculating
flat
in
is
the
not
other
a
direction.
justification for saying there's refraction for a globe. Think how crazy that is. What's your evidence for refraction on a globe? The Earth looks flat. I mean, how dumb does that sound?
Yeah, it looks flat, and it wouldn't look flat if it wouldn't be flat if you take into account this refraction that you cannot actually account for.
I mean, you
And
guys
we
agree.
don't have the atmospheric
You guys
physics
agree that on different
built out
days,
yet to describe it.
depending on the conditions, you can see further or shorter depending on the
Yeah,
day
we
you're
agree.
at there, right? Okay, so there you go.
But what is the factor that determines that? It's opacity. It's the
Right, and then
opacity of the
further
air.
than
How
what?
many
Further than something you
particles? How much
imagine to be
water
true.
vapor?
Let's say the opacity were equal on both days. Like, you think you would be able to see the same?
Look,
if there were different
meteorological.
refraction?
When I say opacity, I'm talking about meteorological visibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Meteorological visibility determines how far you can see. It's the transparency of the air.
And what does that have to do with a globe? That's not evidence for a globe.
Well, I think that well, it's one variable that can affect how far you can see, but you don't think that.
How do you know that?
How do I know that that's one because you just said it was a variable.
No, I said opacity of the air. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's absorption.
I know.
and
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, you don't think that there could be some other variable like refraction that could affect it as well?
Could be gravity too. Could be freaking magic machine elves. I mean, it could be anything. We could just sit here. We need some justification for saying, yeah, this variable is a confounding variable.
But so on the gravity thing, like I looked into that. Okay, so like on Hung's work, what's the argument that you think Hung's making in this paper?
Hung? What are you talking about?
The plumb line curve that you linked, because he does go over
lumpy gravity, dude. That's what they say it is. They say it's lumpy gravity.
Well, it's mass anomalies, right?
Yeah, lumpy
Which, by
gravity.
the way, is,
There's lumpy gravity.
Yeah, well, it's only like what, like a tiny fraction of an arc curve that it's gonna.
So
it's
does
gonna
that mean it's
curve.
not
Like,
enough or enough to make a difference?
it's not enough to make a difference.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for your side.
Then why are they accounting for it? If it isn't enough to make a difference, then why are they using it at all?
Because the lumpiness is only gonna make it like a tiny curve, but he said that it's this is only something you can see with high precision mapping. Like it's so minuscule.
Statistical significance is lost on the general public, including those that do science.
Yeah,
he's saying it like he's arguing it can be treated as a straight line without introducing a significant error at all. Like it's not considered a significant.
How did we just go from refraction to the lumpy gravity thing? Like, dude,
because you're talking.
You're supposed to push in the clutch before you change gears.
Because the gravity thing, I don't think anyone's actually saying gravity can affect how far you can see. Who seriously does that? Because the gravity variations due to lumpy gravity, it's not going to explain why you can see on another day. Number one, because the actual.
Dude, are you high as fuck or something?
Wait.
These are two separate arguments, dude.
What you're saying about gravity can. People saying gravity can affect how far you can see. That would, if anyone said that would be really dumb.
No. General relativity.
Sounds like one of us.
Look, brother. General relativity. We've heard this before. People come in and say, because general relativity curves space-time, the light does not travel in a straight path and would curve around a ball the same way like a black hole, right?
Oh,
right.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you can see further on day 2 versus day 1, That can't be
Okay, are
explained
you not
by
getting
general
it?
relativity.
If someone said that was a reason that we could see too far, they would need to justify. I'm using an analogy argument, okay?
Yeah.
If they said that, we couldn't take that at face value. We'd say, okay, why? Okay, let's do the calculation. Would we actually, with the calculation of general relativity of how much, quote unquote, space time would be bent, is 1/16 millionth of a degree, which is 25 miles, is like 4 nanometers. No, we don't need
Exactly.
to take that into account.
Well, I agree.
So
I agree with that.
if we apply the same reasoning to refraction, hey, can refraction actually deflect light this much? There's no evidence it can. Are there sufficient weather conditions on Earth that would make this possible? No one's demonstrated that there is. No one's shown it in formula, in equations, in a model. No one's shown it. They just say it.
Yeah,
yes, it's a variable that needs to be accounted for. How do I account for it? I don't know. Why should I account for it? I don't know. Because refraction. You don't believe refraction exists?
Let's just hope it's true, because if it's not true, we're screwed.
And
It better be true.
But the key thing is, the other phenomenon that if there was a very strong refraction that existed the way is claimed, there would be other visual phenomenon that would indicate that it's happening. There would be dispersion, because refraction depends on the wavelength. Okay, so a red ray and a blue ray would take different paths to the camera. And the blue ray would appear higher than the red ray, right? So if you're taking a picture of something, and this is shown astronomically, take a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter's redder or bluer on top and redder on the bottom. Okay, you can see this in the picture. They actually make a device called a chromatic aberration corrector, which is 2 mirrors which will merge the blue and red image together, so it just looks like a one clear image. So we see this in astronomy. We've never seen this terrestrially. And I assume we're looking through the same air, right?
But don't you guys aren't you the guys who post the image of the green laser at night curving upwards? Like, you don't think that light can bend, affecting how far you could see, and affecting what you see?
Yeah, I believe light can bend, but is it bending sufficient to account for the observations? Is it possible to do that?
That's what you have to measure. You haven't measured it.
To know it's possible or not?
To measure the covariates and factor those in.
If it's 3 orders of magnitude outside the fucking prediction, dude, like, what are you talking about?
Well, if the standard refraction is just is it considered an average or the median?
Let me just I'll just spitball some numbers. Could refraction account for an observation of 300 miles? If I was on the beach and I could see a boat 300 miles away, or a bright light or whatever, could you count?
Are you just saying in theory?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical.
Well,
can a a meteorological condition exist on Earth that would allow that to happen?
Have we? Well, it depends how you're asking that. Like, if you're saying, have we actually met?
Is there a meteorological condition that can exist that would bend the light so that something 300 miles away would appear in my line of sight?
Well, do I have an example of that on hand? No, but in theory, I can imagine.
No, in theory. Yeah, that's what's in question.
I can imagine it.
Is it in theory? Is it actually possible in theory?
Sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
Because the fucking meteorological conditions that would necessitate that don't exist on Earth.
That just sounds like a claim.
A claim. The meteorological conditions that would allow that to happen would be a fucking temperature gradient of, I don't know, 10,000 degrees in a meter.
I don't know if it would just be temperature. You realize, it's temperature, pressure, and humidity, right?
The temperature is the only factor that matters.
Well, that's just another claim.
It's not another claim. It's an Understanding Astronomical Fraction by Andrew Thomas Young. It's 4,000 times greater than the other variables, changes in temperature.
So you're just you're just going to
It's not a
ignore
claim. I
the
just gave you the citation, dude.
That's fine. Well, it just seems like weird for you to ignore the
Temperature is
other
the
things
major
that have an effect.
factor that determines that, especially if you fit it in any. Because what do we have? We have models that make predictions. None of these models make accurate predictions. Okay. And if we
Sure, I'm just
insert
saying,
like,
I
and
don't
if
know
we
this guy. I don't know his methodology. I'd have to read the paper to see. But
understanding astronomical refractions on Harvard's website. You
yeah,
can
I
just type
might,
it in.
I might sign off, and I don't have to read the paper.
So let me read a simulation study of refraction effects by Kay Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. The atmosphere, an optical environment, and electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effects of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy in 300 years. Okay?
I mean, I could see how, like, if you go down to the pavement on a hot day, it's obviously going to be the temperature that is, like, affecting that, right? Like, I can see in some cases how that can be very obvious. But I don't know, like, what if there's, I don't know, some, like, humidity or something that, like, I can just conceive of.
I don't know
like,
why you
I would have
keep
to read the
naming
paper.
humidity. Humidity is not really a factor in refraction. It's almost
I'll read
nothing.
the paper.
CO2 is more important than that. CO2 content.
I'll read it.
Okay, but the point is that no one's demonstrated that there's terrestrial refraction that can exist and that can allow these observations. They just say they can. You have to account for it. And you say, how do you account for it? They don't know how. None of the models that are available to anybody make accurate predictions, so they're useless.
Aren't the
calculation of what? A model that don't work? If you're doing a calculation with a model that don't work, what good are they?
I thought the refraction coefficient, all the calculations that go into it is like they do know and they do factor that in.
They don't match any observation. Do you understand? You come up with a model, you go out into the world, and then you test to see if the model makes accurate predictions.
Yeah,
if it doesn't make accurate predictions, then your model is useless. None of these models make accurate predictions, so they're all useless.
With your long distance observations, you have the photo, you have the height and all that, you have the lens, but you don't have the actual measurements of the covariates on that day.
Okay, but even if I did, what would I do with them?
You'd factor them in and you'd say, hey, look,
into
we did
what?
what you
I would
wanted.
factor them into what? Into a model that don't work? I take the temperature, I take the humidity, I take the wind speed, I take the fucking temperature gradient, I know the fucking everything along the entire line of sight. And then I take that data and I take those measurements and stick them into what?
You would factor in the refraction.
How?
And you could plug
You're just saying you would do it. There's no model I can put them in.
You should see on the model, but just to say I'd factor
no
it into
model
a model
works.
that doesn't work, that's question begging.
Brother, which model?
You understand that's question begging, though.
Which model, dude?
The model doesn't
no, you're just saying that somehow there's a model out there. No, dude, you're saying I can take these measurements and there's some model available where the measurements will actually make a coherent fucking result. There is not. You just think there are. That's why you guys just say account for refraction. You can't say how to account for it. Even if I had all the data you wanted to, what do I do with it?
Well, I mean, the math is pretty clear how to do it. Like,
yeah, the math is pretty clear, but it don't work.
Well, it's like you think physicists don't know any of this stuff. That's very arrogant of you.
What did I just read to you? And you can't just appeal to credentials, okay? They don't know. If you read the literature on terrestrial refraction, they admit they don't know. I could sit here and read fucking 10 citations from the literature. I just read one.
So you're saying
so far, no universal solution has been found. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects. So far, no universal solution has been found. What's confusing about that? So there's no model I can take the data and stick it into, which will give me a predictive result. And we know this because people have tried this. There's plenty of papers, okay, where people have actually went out and they've done measurements. They've compared the measurements to the model in the meteorological conditions were measured, vertical ones, line of sight, all types of stuff, and they don't match. And they don't match
I'm not
because they're
familiar with
making
models,
assumptions in their model, or there's variables in their model that they're not accounting for. Okay?
Yeah, but what?
Probably
Okay, so
assumptions
Indigo,
in the model
what
that they'll.
you could still build a case, right, and make it stronger than you're doing now. Which, for example, I don't know which model. Like I'm not
Build a
familiar with the
case.
hundreds of models you're
Look,
talking about. Well, just let
my
me
case is open and
hold
shut,
on.
dude. You don't
Wait,
have evidence
hang
to
on, just
present in counter of it.
let me respond, please. So let's say that they're saying, okay, well, it's not a universal model. There's none of them that fit all cases. There's always some edge cases in each model. But I think
That's not what they're saying. Okay, that's not what they're saying at all.
Well, I'm just inferring it based on like what you said. I haven't read the paper
based on
yet.
what you want. That's bullshit, bro.
You have to give me time to read the paper. I can't read it right now, right? But if you took a bunch of their models and you plugged in the math for each of them and you said this observation
None
works on
of them
'cause
work,
there might
dude.
be a model that it does work on. Try to find it. If you can't, you could say, look, we tried all of your refraction models, tried the math in every way that you guys claim that you guys have up until this point. None of them worked. I think that would be a strong case. Don't you agree?
I have a strong case. You have nothing to counter it. You have just like, maybe they meant something else. Maybe there's a model that there isn't. In the literature itself, it says there isn't. They say that there is no deterministic model that can be made. Okay?
It's not universal, but it works. It might work in most cases.
No, this is another paper that says
cases.
there is no determined. It's not just one paper, brother. It's the entire body of the literature on terrestrial refraction that you guys never read.
And they misinterpret and say their English words mean something else.
Yeah, I know the refraction whisperer over here. Look,
well,
there's what's in academia. No, there's what's in academia and what they say.
To all the models, and then say, "Hey, look, it works on none of them."
Yeah, it works on none of them.
That's
what
a
do you
claim.
mean works on? What are you talking about?
But if you actually plug it in and show it, that would be strong evidence.
Bro, are you okay?
What I'm saying
I'm wondering
is not
about you right now.
I don't know. Like it's saying it like
plug it into a model to see that it doesn't work. Why?
What model?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't have a model.
He's saying there's hundreds, so I'm saying
you have a bunch of formulas of meaningless fucking symbols.
Well, I'm pretty sure like some of those models have like varying degrees of explanatory power, and they might not cover.
Oh my god, explanatory power.
Dude.
What?
No, so they actually explanatory power in a model. That's a non sequitur. Models don't explain things. Okay.
You don't think a model can make predictions?
Yeah, they can make predictions, but whether the model's valid or not is based upon do the predictions match reality. Otherwise, it's a meaningless assembly of symbols.
Don't you agree the purpose of a model is to try to explain why
things happen? Human intent is not a factor in this.
If the model's trying to explain why things happen.
No. Models just describe. That's all they do.
It's one of the purposes.
Look, models describe, supposed to make measurements, stick the measurements into the variables, and you're supposed to output some result. That result, when tested, should match reality. And if it doesn't, you just have a meaningless concoction of symbols.
Yeah, but by describing reality and tweaking some of the variables, we can understand.
It's obviously not reality if it doesn't match. If it doesn't match the experimental result, it's obviously not reality.
That's true. That's the point of the model.
Yeah, and if the model doesn't match, first of all, I don't even want to get into the reification problem, but if the model itself doesn't match reality, it's fucking useless. Doesn't mean anything. And there is no model that I can take this data, write these measurements, and stick them in and get a fucking meaningful result.
I don't think it
because the models themselves haven't been proven to be viable.
Well, I think it's going to be useless in the cases that it's like that it can't explain, but it might be able to explain some cases.
What do you mean explain? Why do you keep going back to that? Models don't explain things. Models don't tell you how and why. They're only telling you what's happening. That's it.
Sure, it's going to explain what's happening. Are you happy?
Doesn't explain.
You're doing some weird semantic objections.
No,
uninteresting.
no, you're using lame rhetorical gimmicks.
You're
it's a globe-trotted rhetorical gimmick is to use the word explain. Flat Earth can't explain this.
You're literally arguing semantics and calling me rhetorical.
No, I'm not arguing semantics. I'm using definitions because words mean things. So the word explanation is how and why, whereas descriptions are what is. It's completely different. So when we say describe, it only just describes what's happening. So if the model stick in the variables and it outputs something, it's not describing what's happening. Okay? There's probably assumptions in the model which are not accounting for.
Sir.
Well, there's probably assumptions in these models which are not accounting for. Okay? Namely, that the Earth's a globe. That's one. And the spherically symmetric atmosphere. That's two. That light is rays. That's three. Why do you think they use things like 7/6R approximations? Because this can't be modeled. So when you say, hey, we need to know the refractive conditions between A and B, why? To do what with it? There's no reason we should even think they exist. We're observing a flat Earth. Why don't we just say we're observing a flat Earth? Why should we question whether that's the observation? Oh, because you think the Earth is a globe. And if you observe a flat Earth, something weird has to be happening, even though there's no evidence for this weird thing happening.
Well, I mean, the only one assuming things you're saying, well, on some days the particles let us see further, but we're not going to factor in any other things like refraction because it's hard
I have
to
a
account
justification for what I'm saying, whereas you don't.
You're just saying it's hard to account for, so we shouldn't do it at all.
There's no evidence we should be accounting for.
That's literally got to
the
be
point.
a fallacy, by the way.
No,
like
there's no evidence. No.
Fallacy,
That's a straw man. That should be a fallacy. Okay, I didn't say that. I said there's no evidence it should be accounted for. You keep jumping the shark. Okay, I want the justification for using it.
Yeah, because we can see further on some days and shorter on others. Like we got to explain that.
Okay.
I don't think that the particle thing is, or like the atmosphere.
Now, what is the evidence that refraction is the reason that's happening? Nothing.
I don't think that like the day being a little bit more misty can explain it, because even if it's clear,
it's weird because they actually will measure the content, and that's when the National Weather Service, they tell you what the visibility is. That's because they actually measured the transparency of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they measured it.
You don't think that if the transparency of the air is the same on day 1 and day 2, that you would be able to see the same distance? You think you'd always be able to see the same distance?
No, it only depends on
even
the
if
meteorological
refraction differed.
I don't accept that there's refraction happening at all, dude.
Okay,
what aren't you understanding? You haven't demonstrated your fundamental fucking premise, dude, that refraction
is
is
something
occurring.
we can prove right or wrong. This is a falsifiable view.
Okay.
So, atmospheric conditions on day 1 and 2 are equal. Your prediction is that you're going to be able to see this exact same distance, and no matter how many times you do it, you'll always see the same distance as long as the clarity on that day is the same, independent of any other thing like refraction, right?
There's other factors.
Now we can go and test that. We can actually test that.
Wind speed, direction of the wind. There's a lot of brightness, color of the water. There's other variables.
You think the color of the water is going to change from?
Yes, because like if you're trying to look at the horizon, the color of the water and the color of the sky, because human beings see less contrast, the least amount of colors in blue. If the colors of the sky and the water are close to each other, it will be hard to discern where the horizon exactly is.
No,
because you can't differentiate the water from the sky.
I don't see lakes changing color within 24
ocean
hours
does.
all the time.
Within 24 hours all the time? Is that a big enough fucking? Oh my
Sure.
god!
So let's pick a different location that's less variable then, and let's go when the wind speed and the visibility is the same. Do you think that you're always going to be able to see the same, and refraction will never come into play? Is that your prediction?
Yeah. I have no idea. Why would I think
That's testable.
refraction's coming into play? Well, even if we look, brother, even if we didn't see exactly the same thing, that doesn't mean refraction was the cause of it not being seen. Do you understand? You have to demonstrate.
Do, but you would hopefully.
How do you know it's refraction doing it? How do you know it's
refraction
refraction
not just say
doing it?
wind.
How do you know it's refraction doing it?
Well, we'd have to measure it. You don't want to measure it.
Why? Why not look for fucking gravity instead?
You don't want to fucking measure it. Well,
why not look for gravity instead?
In the same location.
No, we know what you're doing, Debate Daddy. We know what you're doing. You're trying to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Telling you to measure.
You know that refraction, the index of refraction can't be measured along the length of the optical path. So you want to make your claim unfalsifiable. We know the game.
We could do reciprocal zenith
I knew
angles that
this
cancel it
an
out.
hour
You
and a
guys
half
don't like
ago, what you were doing.
You don't like the reciprocal zenith angles.
You don't even know what they are.
I'm not a fucking surveyor. Like I don't know.
Then why would I not like them? I know what they are. You don't.
But your objection to reciprocal zenith angles was that the tiniest non-significant amount of curve of a plumb line means that you
my
can't even use it at
objection
all.
was the post I posted where they measured concave zenith angles. That was my objection. You haven't shown that there's positive, what's called a positive zenith angle. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal observation.
As far as I know, when the concave
obviously
one was
it's not.
measured, he said that it was due to interference.
I don't care.
Interference,
you're
dude.
just
You have no idea. You're just an
You're just cherry
embarrassment.
picking. You're ignoring the 99% of cases
We know what
that don't
reciprocal
have that.
zeniths are.
Yeah,
we know
what the 99? That's what I just said. That's what I just said. There's
You're
no evidence that there.
0.1%.
No. You have no evidence anything's being cherry picked. You presented nothing.
That is literally cherry picking.
How do you know what it? Okay, tell us. Out of 100 measurements, what percentage will have positive zenith angles?
If you're actually telling me, can I cite this?
Yeah, you don't. You've never seen anything. Of course not.
So you
You're
think
just making shit up, like I said
this
you would.
is a common thing to have concave measurements?
Yes.
Then okay, show me.
I did.
Yeah, I know. There's literally one case I've heard of.
There's more.
Have you heard of more?
Dude, it's it's posted in fucking the U.S. Geological Survey.
Yeah, do you know what the geoid is? The equipotential.
Dude,
the equipotential model shows that there's going to be concave and flat parts on your globe.
I mean, we ended this. If they were measuring curvature of these zenith angles to any of that shit, okay, they wouldn't need to do reductions of the horizontal direction. They wouldn't need an ellipsoid at all. They would just be measuring the curve of the Earth. But they're not.
That's right. Those models create more ambiguity and error.
Why would they need to calculate? Why would they need to project their measurements onto a imaginary surface? Why not just measure the surface directly if they're just measuring curve?
Because the plumb lines aren't parallel.
What?
But then you say they're curved, which is non-significant. So I'm still not understanding the objection.
It is significant. You're just saying they're non-significant. They wouldn't even account for them if they're insignificant. They are significant. They have a whole gravitational model for it.
The paper you linked said that they're not significant.
They are. It depends on the application. They are significant. Why would they even account for them? if they weren't significant.
It doesn't lead to an error. It doesn't lead to any error. You don't.
Error. It doesn't lead to any error in what?
If the plumb line is curved, like, look, I see the argument. If the plumb line is like literally so curved it's a circle, how are you going to get an angle off that? I agree.
No,
It's not
you don't
that
understand. Okay, so this is a two-part problem. Okay, so you have the celestial sphere. That celestial sphere has latitude, longitude coordinates in it. So if you go to a location on Earth, there should be a certain latitude, longitude coordinate on it. So they set up the theodolite and they level it vertically. Instead of them say there was a star at that exact coordinate, exactly at zenith, their vertical is not aligned with that star. So they say, hey, gravity must be deflecting my plumb line, okay, a certain amount, because it's supposed to be aligned with that star and it's not. So we must have lumpy fucking gravity deflecting my plumb line, okay? Now, the reason they say the plumb line's curved is because they have to project that point onto a reference ellipsoid, and it has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they curve this tilted plumb line. Now imagine you have one surface and a surface underneath it. The surface above your plumb line is at an angle. Well, if it's at an angle, it can't intersect that lower surface at 90 degrees. So the only way you can do that is to curve it. Okay, which is what the graphic I posted shows.
Yeah, but it's only detectable
Curving
with
from one.
the highest of precision.
That's nonsense.
Instrumentation.
It's nonsense,
Like, it's
dude.
so
They've known
small,
about it since the
you can't even
1400s.
detect it.
They've known about it
Yeah,
since
but
the
I'm saying you can't.
1400s, dude.
Yeah, you have to do a high precision measurement to even detect
In the
it. It's so
1400s?
small.
In the 1400s.
It's not something that's even observable with the eye.
You're
right?
just coping, bro. This is crazy cope. You're just making
I'm
shit
just
up.
reading
dude.
what your paper says.
It does not say that. You're not quoting anything. So now you resorted to lying.
I think you're proof texting when I think you're misrepresenting what he's arguing in the paper anyway.
I don't care what you think. You don't even comprehend what's in the paper in the first place.
It's because you showed me, and I have to debate you and like scan the paper at the same. Like,
well, you're the one making claims about
after.
zenith angles and spherical excess. You don't know anything about either one of them. Okay, you're making claims about refraction. That you have no idea about any of that either. Okay, but you came in here showing photos.
Well, you're saying that even
that you think are photos that you just like. Oh,
you're saying even
this is a
physicists
photo
don't
of
know
the
what
Earth.
refraction is, right? So like when you say
I know what
I have
refraction
no
is
idea
as
what
a
refraction
phenomenon. I know what refraction
You're
is
saying
as
no
a
one.
phenomenon. No
You're
doubt.
saying no one knows, so it's not like
We're talking about
a jab
terrestrial
against me.
refraction. We're talking about terrestrial refraction. It's a different thing.
Yeah, you're saying. Well, you're saying
It's
even
subset.
physicists don't know what that is.
No, they don't.
Okay, so then why even point that out about
Physicists
me?
don't study terrestrial refraction. They don't study that.
I don't know if they don't study it. How do you know that they don't? That seems like
Because
really
I read
strange. that-
papers, and none of them have degrees in physics. They all have degrees in geoinformatics and shit like that. Maybe in the 60s and before that they were physicists, but nowadays they're not. Everything is so specialized, and it wouldn't matter anyway. They could have a fucking 1,000 degrees. It wouldn't make them right. Evidence makes them right. And if you look at all in the academic literature about testing of these models, in the actual testing and the test results, they don't match. There's no correlation between the meteorological conditions and the deflection of an object in the distance with surveying.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, like the credentials don't make someone right, but it does make them more equipped to actually be right, right?
I don't even know what that means.
You understand that?
Why
Like,
what
for
makes people
example,
right? Evidence. That makes people
I'll make
right.
an analogy, right? Like, let's say you're playing a game of chess, and let's say like you're waging, like if you lose the game of chess, you die. And let's say you're about to make a move, and you ask every chess grandmaster on planet Earth, should I make this move?
Appeal to emotion.
And all of them say no, there's no emotion. And all of them say that that is a
Yeah,
bad
when
move.
you
That
start
you'll
saying
lose the game
die,
if you
then
make that
people's
move.
not wanting to die causes an
Let's
emotional
say
response. This is an appeal to
Magnus
emotion.
Carlsen
It's
says.
so fucking lame, dude. This is
Let's say
childish.
Magnus Carlsen says, do not make that chess move. Do you think it's more likely that that's a bad chess move if Magnus Carlsen and all of his colleagues say it's a terrible move?
Who cares?
It doesn't increase the probability that it's a bad move.
Look, appeal to
I tell you,
probability is a
I
logical
tell you
fallacy.
what, chess tables are flat though.
And good and bad
It
are
could be a good
subjective
move.
measures.
I'm just saying, like, you don't think that
Good and bad are
they have
subjective
more
measures.
experience?
Who cares?
Chess doesn't work on a
Who
glove
cares?
though.
When they do a move, and then at the end of the game, when they say, "Look, that move was good. I won. I'm at that." How did the game end up? Okay, not in the middle of the game. At the end of the game. At the end of the game,
Would you
in this
reconsider your move?
context, is when we go out into nature and we make measurements that and try to correlate that with the model's prediction. That's the end of the game. Okay, doesn't matter what they thought on their way. Look, the arbiter of all of this is the experiment. Doesn't matter what the fuck they think, what their credentials are. All that matters is the experimental result. Why do you think human beings invented science? So that we didn't have to deal with these social fucking ideas. Right? We would just look at the experimental result, and that would be the arbitrator of who was right or wrong. Not
That's
whether they
fine, but
had
they're better at setting
credentials,
those up.
not whether they were in the right club, not whether they had a sir before their name. That the experiment would determine who is right and wrong.
Yeah, but
you're saying abandon
look,
that for
a
credentials.
physicist knows how to conduct the experiments.
How do you know that?
Because they literally do that in.
Not all
as they're
physicists are
studying. They have to
experimentalists.
do labs.
So
They actually
that
have to
shows
set
your
up experiments
ignorance.
and look.
Not all physicists are experimentalists. In fact,
They have to,
experimentalists are a
all
very
of them
small
have to do
subset of
labs. What do you think they do?
Dude, most physicists are doing experimental physics, or they're doing some
Every
form of
week they're doing
engineering.
another having to write another lab.
That's bullshit,
They have to
dude.
write the entire. They have to write the entire scientific method down.
That's nonsense. They don't even
Every
follow
week.
the scientific method. What's the
I
first
did
step
this
of
in
the
my
scientific
undergrad,
method?
like for chemistry.
Oh, okay.
You have
What's
to
the
do it
first
every
step of the
week.
scientific method?
That's the first step. Okay, like we're gonna do quizzes now.
Well, you said you did it every week, so
You're saying that physicists don't do labs?
most physicists don't do experiments. Experimental science is different than theoretical science. Most physicists today, especially in academia, they're just writing papers. They're not actually doing the experiments. A subset of their department is doing the experiments because experiments are so complicated. You need lots of skills. You need engineering skills, machining skills, mechanics skills. You need those skills, right? The
Yeah, not
physicists
all
will
of them are
be
going to
the
be able to do
advisors of how
every
this
experiment.
experiment is set up. Their undergrads
but
and
they're-
shit are doing the fucking experiments.
Okay, well, I bet if we got a physicist in here, he would not agree with you.
I've talked to lots of physicists.
And
in fact, the last
well,
one
do you
I
have any
talked to
physicists who
was
agree with
like,
the Earth's flat?
we might be brains in a jar.
Do you have any physicists who think the Earth's flat?
Yeah.
They're published?
Why would that matter?
Because all physicists are published. That's what they do. They write papers.
All physicists are published.
That's what it means to be a physicist in the field. The field
Well, if
is
you have a PhD, you have to be published at
the
least
literature.
twice. Well, John Dee, the guy, the windmill guy, he's a flat earther. He has a PhD. He teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Show me his flat Earth papers.
His flat Earth papers?
Show me it.
How would they be
All
published?
papers are flat, dude.
That was actually
like I said, you're trying to make all you've been doing the entire time is trying to construct a wall so high nobody can jump over it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that
because you got your picture.
Me, some random Discord person. I don't know. Like if Magnus Carlsen told me to make a chess move, and I was dead set on the other move, I would heavily reconsider. Like anyone who's played chess, right? You could play a million games of chess with Magnus Carlsen and lose every one. That's how good he is.
But the difference
And if he
between
tells you to make a
Magnus
move,
Carlsen and you in chess ability is orders of
He's-
magnitude, and it's objectively true he's way better than you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a physicist, their
orders
did
of
you not
magnitude
hear?
better than me.
Well, if they're not magnitudes better than me.
You're on the so you're saying you're on par with a physicist.
Why are you
You've never studied it.
idolizing physicists?
You've never
I don't
studied.
understand this.
You never studied the formulas. You've never done the experiment. You've never done anything.
What happens? Hold on a second, bro. What makes you think that?
That's like me saying
What makes you think that? What makes you think
I watched a
I've never
chess
studied the
video, so I'm as good
formulas
as
or ever
Magnus
went there?
Carlsen.
Look, what makes you think that? What makes you
I
think
watched a
that I've
chess
never
video. I'm
studied
as
the
good as Magnus
formulas?
Carlsen. That's you.
What makes you think I've
Sorry,
never
you're
studied the
not.
formulas?
You're not as good as Magnus Carlsen. You're not as good as physicists. Like you're
This
just
is
not.
some
Come
pathetic
on.
fucking cope.
Isn't it? Isn't it? This crazy appeal to
It's
emotion.
like you took your anti-flat Earth information from fucking randoms on YouTube called McToon.
No
versus
shit,
Dave
bro.
and all this.
You're
Like,
not
can you
physicists.
name for us who is the equivalent Magnus Carlsen of the globe that you've taken your information for us from?
Well, I use the chess example because anyone who's actually played chess knows that.
Yeah, name.
You're not winning by
name the
chance.
personality that's of that level in regards
Magnus
to
Carlsen
knowledge
has
and
experimental
evidence
results.
for the globe.
You know that Magnus Carlsen has experimental. Magnus Carlsen has
million
experimental. Bro, he has experimental results. Okay, the physicists you're talking about
have
don't.
papers. They do.
Where?
Physicists literally create the math, right? They have
Literally,
papers.
what are you?
They literally have.
You know that
experimental
most
results.
peer-reviewed papers are wrong. Are you aware of that? Most.
Oh, and
something like
which
90%. The
Which
entire, all the field, all of science.
If we're talking like sociology, I agree.
No, all of science. All of science.
Oh, you. Okay, where did that stat come from?
National Institute of Health.
The health. Okay, well, the health sciences.
Yeah, says the guy that's fucking triple vaxxed.
Daddy, you know that talking about experts in India's field, when the experts do so he can fix it for them.
And we don't have to theoretically talk about whether they're right or wrong. We can look at the experimental results and know.
We have to look at the methodology as well, not just the results that you like.
Okay, there's only the results. Yes, the methodology matters because there's sources of error and there's assumptions. We only need to look at the experimental results. Doesn't matter who did it. Adolf Hitler could be doing the experiment. It fucking doesn't matter.
I thought you guys hate that like NASA hired Nazis or whatever. So I guess this is
Oh
fresh.
my lord!
God, you're like a dog that sees a fucking ball getting thrown the other direction.
Bro, do you know why NASA hired the Nazi rocket scientists? You know why?
I actually do.
Because they had rockets that actually worked. That's why. Duh.
They created rockets, and then NASA was like, "Hey, we can actually use those to go to the moon. We could go to space with those. That would be cool."
Right. So yeah. So
rockets have been
results,
around
brother.
since the 1400s, dude.
Exactly.
There's fucking wood carving etchings of fucking people with rockets in the 1400s.
Hey, watch this one. How many rockets does it? How many rockets does it take to get to the moon,
rockets.
brother?
The fucking goddamn Genghis Khan had rockets, dude. They fired them at people. They filled them with gunpowder. Like, this isn't new.
Like a bottle rocket?
Yeah, 10 feet, fucking more like a Katusha rocket.
That's not gonna count, my guy.
Oh, so going like, I don't know, 3-4 kilometers, that don't count.
Define a rocket.
Can you get into space?
That
way?
Into space.
So the Nazis never invented rockets then. So I guess the Nazis didn't invent rockets. The rockets didn't go to space.
They invented missiles. They can shoot from ground.
Didn't go to
attack someone
space.
without having to bomb them.
Oh, they
Yeah,
Without having to
couldn't
fly
go
a
to
single.
started then.
space.
They recruited a bunch of missile scientists. It's a
How
waste
did the
of time.
scientists design rockets to go to a place they
So
haven't
pathetic.
discovered though?
Well, you guys would think they would, if they kept going up, they would just hit a dome, right?
Well, dome. No dome, bro.
Or it's going to be some kind of physical barrier, surely, right?
Well, you think it's going to go into it? Yeah, some barrier, but don't necessarily a dome.
But you don't know where. You've never seen it. You've never proven it, and you just think that. Like,
yeah, you think there's a vacuum of
rigorous
space.
at all.
You never seen it. You never proven it. You just think that.
India wasn't the vacuum of space.
And actually,
made up, never
your idea is a violation
Why?
of the second law of thermodynamics, whereas ours isn't.
Okay, I think you're strawmanning or don't understand the law, but go on. I could just show you NASA footage, right? And then you guys will just say, "Oh,
Yeah,
everything
Yeah,
you
and
showed
that
is fake."
that footage would be against the second law of thermodynamics. And I can show you footage of sticking gas in a vacuum where the gas disperses evenly throughout the vacuum. Doesn't sink to the bottom, isn't held away from the vacuum by gravity. So you're talking about an environment that they're claiming they're in, which can't exist.
I think it can exist, though.
Yeah, why is that? Because they showed you pictures on the screen.
Yeah, but you realize it's like competing forces.
Let me ask you this. What pictures would NASA show you which you wouldn't believe? How far would they have to go? If they showed a man walking on the surface of the sun, would you believe that?
Probably not.
Well, you made some special NASA spacesuits. They have a man walking on the surface of the sun. Why wouldn't you believe that?
Aerogel 3.0, brother. Aerogel 3.0.
Why wouldn't you believe that? Why wouldn't you believe that imagery? Because it violates the laws of physics. So does all their pictures. Violates the laws of physics. That's what we're trying to tell you.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, but that's not an argument, because it does. Objectively does.
Because you're saying that the gas particles, there's not an escape velocity. They would bypass this escape velocity.
None of that applies to gases. You can look at the kinetic theory of gases. There is no fucking G in any of that shit.
Gases have you don't think gas particles are physical particles?
Yeah, they are physical particles, and they're not subject to any of that shit.
And it applies.
Just saying it does, but you can't show experimentally that it applies.
You agree forces apply to them, right?
Yeah. First of all, gravity's not a force anymore. Second of all, you can just say it, but what can you demonstrate
it's not
experimentally?
A force anymore,
it hasn't been a force for 100 years.
Oh, because Einstein, I forgot.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is you can say
him adding to Newton,
gravity affects gas.
Just disables what Newton said, right?
Look, you can. Yeah, it's a totally different paradigm. It's completely different in every way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but wait a minute, real quick. What did Newton say after all?
I don't believe that shit.
He said, "I'm right."
Yeah, Newton said anybody who thinks that mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone at a distance doesn't have a competent set of faculties in thinking. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said anyone that believes that's retarded. But that's not the point. The point is we can talk about gravity restraining gas, but it doesn't. And it definitely doesn't restrain it from a vacuum. And we can prove this experimentally.
Well, if you're going to show the GIF with the vacuum chamber and the gas goes up.
No. If you have a vacuum chamber, okay, and you insert gas into it, the gas distributes itself until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. It is not held away from the vacuum by gravity. So it isn't like vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's what that's what you guys think the Earth is. Vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's not what happens. No one's ever demonstrated it can happen. No one can think of an experiment to demonstrate how it could happen. No one has a theory, and there's other problems. That means gravity would do work. Gravity would cause phase changes of matter. It would turn fucking gas into liquids. It would turn liquids into solids. It would do all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, real quick, Indio, let me double down on your point there. The only postulation that has ever been put forth about demonstrating the variance that you just said is by first putting the gas in a container. So, I mean, it's kind of a moot point at that end, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, but the container doesn't have to be physical, right? It could be a force.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Can you demonstrate that?
Force is not physical.
It's you don't think it's even theoretically
a
possible?
force isn't even a thing, right? A force is just
It's
another word
obviously
for
theoretically
acceleration.
possible. And you guys, like, if you have that 2-inch like vacuum chamber where the gas goes up, like, why don't you do it like 10 miles up with the same experiment? See if the gas can go that high up.
Why don't you do it 10 miles up with the same experiment? You're the one who thinks it's possible.
You're the one who thinks it's not. You're saying it's impossible.
Yeah. Why do
You're
I
saying
think
it violates
it's not?
laws of physics. That's a claim.
Yeah,
You're
it
not
violates the second
demonstrating
law
that.
of thermodynamics.
You're just
That if you have a
begging the
closed system,
question.
the gas will reach thermodynamic equilibrium. If you have an open system, it'll try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. The gas, wherever it's high pressure, will move to the low pressure spot until everything's even.
Yeah, but
so
all I'm
Debate
hearing
Daddy, I
is
think what you need to understand is we know enough to doubt. I don't think you know enough to doubt yet.
all I'm hearing is that he can't prove his claim, though.
No, we need you to prove your claim.
What do you mean prove my claim? The
He's saying
second
it
law of
violates the law.
thermodynamics proves my claim.
Violates the laws of physics.
Yes, the second law of thermodynamics, that law.
You can't
the
prove
law
that, right?
second. Yes, I did. The experiment I just said.
Well, you have no experiment proving it, though, right?
Any experiment with a vacuum chamber proves it.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. He said no.
The forces have to be analogous, right? Like, if I do a 2-inch one,
you can do any size you want. There's no evidence it's possible.
That's what she said.
Ooh, snap.
Oh no, what she said.
She never said it to you.
If he will
like
do a 2-inch one, she will leave.
You got standards.
Yeah, if you're gonna do the experiment, like, maybe do the
Why
experiment
do I
either higher
need to
up
do
or
any
make it a
experiment?
tube.
Where's your experiment? Like, bro, like seriously.
You demonstrate something analogous to a
Hold
10 to
on.
the negative 17 torr vacuum. How would you
So you're
demonstrate
saying-
something analogous to that, Debate Daddy?
Well, what he's asking is really strange, right? He's saying he's claiming it violates the laws of physics, and he's asking me for an experiment that it doesn't.
It does violate the laws of physics. The second law of
And where's the experiment?
thermodynamics.
You're supposed to show that
Every
it's violating
experiment
the
every experiment ever done with a vacuum chamber. You asking where's the experiment? Everywhere. Fill up a tire. Breathe. All you have to do is breathe. Why
Those
does the
aren't gonna be
pressure in your lungs?
analogous, though, right?
Why does the pressure in your lungs dissipate?
You understand how those are disanalogous, right?
They are analogous. There's pressure, high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier.
Yeah, but the forces aren't analogous.
What force?
Because with our atmosphere, right? What the model is that you're saying is impossible is that there's an escape velocity because the particles can't reach that high. Without having
I
high
didn't
enough
say
escape velocity.
anything even remotely like that idiotic fucking shit.
If you do the experiment up there, maybe you'd have a different result. If you had a higher tube and went all the way up
Maybe
there.
if I watch
probably see
TV,
it.
I'll believe the shit you believe.
I'm just saying, like, doing the little like 2-inch vacuum chamber experiment's not good enough.
Why?
Well, for one, we know that like the gases that you use can go that high.
How do we know that?
We observe them that high.
Really? Which
Like
gas?
if the pressure and if the vacuum, if the gravity, if you're not equalizing the forces, you're not doing an analogous experiment. It's not proving anything.
I can
Right, so
I
just
can
do
look
a
in the
just do a better
textbook at the
experiment.
kinetic theory of gases, and I look and I don't see gravity in it anywhere in the entire textbook that describes
That's good
gas
for you,
behavior.
Magnus.
What?
Magnus Carlsen, that's good for you.
Yeah, is that the best you can do? Magnus Carlsen, a guy that actually has an experimental result.
You're a poser. You're not
Jesus, how
you're not a
badly do you not want to
physicist.
be wrong,
Dude,
Redux? You know,
look.
this is sad, man.
So, a genetic fallacy. That's what you're doing? The information is wrong because it comes from you?
I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then drop it. Everything I'm saying is right and correct. Factually correct. Ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT if it's round.
Well, ChatGPT doesn't give a naturalistic answer on that. They kept that question. So here's a good question. You won't believe someone can walk on the sun, but you'll believe you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier, and that the gas won't go into the vacuum for some reason. I don't know why you believe that. It's like having a fucking, hey, go pump up your tire without the fucking tire. You think that's possible?
Because there's competing forces, right?
Yeah, gravity's not a force. You just keep saying that. What is a define force? What is a force?
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction.
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction. So, what is the force in this case?
I mean, I'm not a physicist. That's not a perfect definition, but I know there's a directional angle.
Okay, force is just the change in acceleration or deceleration. They just made a new word for it. It's just a rate of change of speed. That's what a force is. They just made another word and tried to act like it's a thing.
I'm just trying
It's
to
not.
look.
Forces aren't things, dude. Okay. They took a verb and they turned it into a noun for convenience. Okay. If something decelerates, instead of describing that deceleration, we'll say there's a force. If something accelerates, instead of describing that acceleration, we'll say it's a force. Okay. There's no such thing as forces.
I'd like to know why you, assuming you think this, because I know that there's flat earthers that do or don't believe in gravity. If you don't believe in it, do you have any experiments disproving gravity?
What does that even mean? What do you mean by gravity?
We could just use Newtonian gravity.
Which part?
Use as formulas.
Little g or big G?
Ours.
Little g or big G?
Why not? Let's go with both.
Let's go with both. No, they're not the same thing.
Do you believe little g? Wait, do you accept little g?
Yeah, things fall. Why wouldn't I accept that?
Okay.
Yeah, things fall. 9.8 meters per second squared.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to point out a psychological fact about the nature of these questions. Imagine asking somebody if they believe if things fall down when you drop them, and thinking that is a genuine question.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Go ahead.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking because like Newton can derive little g with his formulas, and
I'm really? How? How do you find M1?
How do you derive a little
Newton
g?
didn't even find big G didn't even exist when Newton was alive. I don't even know how he found that.
I'm just wondering, can you derive little g in a non-Newtonian way?
What do you mean in a non-Newtonian way?
Yeah, you can literally just measure it, dude.
Without using his formulas.
We can just
measure
it.
You just measure it.
No. No.
No, we can't. Holy crap!
Oh, so you're I think that's just a reification fallacy, by the way.
These
Oh, we can just
people are
observe
so
it, but like he can
anti-measurement,
actually
man. If
predict
it's
it
not
with his math.
calculation, if it's not
Okay.
reified, they want nothing to do with
Little
it.
G was not predicted, dude. That's just made up bullshit. You don't know the history of any of this, and you don't even know where Big G comes from. Big G
So
had
do you-
nothing to do with the Earth itself. Big
So
G is
do you
a
think that-
geometric. Big G is a geometric relationship that of elliptical orbits. It's not a physical law. It didn't come from fucking any experiments.
Yeah.
Do you think that if we
Hey,
if
Indio.
we
Hold on, Debatey. I want to ask Indio if I can ask Debatey a question.
Oh, sure.
All right, so Debatey.
You can
How
call
do
me Double
you
D.
convert? How do you convert little G into big G?
I don't know. I'm
The
not.
shift key.
Who's in your
That's the
DMs
one.
telling you horseshit?
I was wondering.
The shift key, you
I
motherfucker.
was
Well,
wondering.
dude, that answer. Listen, my response is equivalent to your level of intellect in these matters. So I just thought I'd put in some humor.
That's fine. I'm not a
But that's how
physicist.
I feel
The
about
Earth
your. I
is
know you're not.
flat.
That's the problem.
That's fine.
Do you need to be a physicist to know that if you drop something, you could just measure how fast it falls? I mean, come on now, bro.
No, like I was saying, like predicting how fast it would fall. So, like, let's say
They didn't predict it.
Anyway,
it was
do you
known
think that if we
before fucking Newton's universal law of gravitation was never predicted.
Do you think if we dropped a pebble and a boulder in a vacuum chamber, they would fall at the same acceleration?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends on what they're made out of.
What do you like the charge?
I
of
think
them, or,
that's
like,
full
what
of,
would
no matter
differ?
what they're made
Well,
out
there's
of.
some experiments that were done in the Bremen drop chamber in Germany, which is a 4-story tall vacuum chamber done with different elements, and they fall at different rates.
Weren't there problems?
And
with
there's a
that?
bunch of experiments done by a physicist named Sky Darnos.
Sky and Sky, whatever.
No, Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. With
Okay,
different
wait.
elements
With
that
the
showing
Bremen
that,
drop, though,
with the
if you look at the frame by frame on the Bremen drop, some of the objects get a head start. What, like?
How would they get a head start?
Because the
Were
release
they floating when they dropped it?
The release mechanism that was holding them down caused like an elastic effect, and you can look at it in frame by frame, showing some of them actually leave early.
What do you mean holding them down? What are you talking about?
Yo, Galileo.
Okay,
Yo,
it's a
Galileo
capsule.
effect,
The
cunt.
capsule is inside of a tower. Those elements are in the capsule, on the bottom of the capsule, sitting there. Then they let the entire capsule go. One floats higher than the others because they're not falling at the same rate. There's a difference in the rate of fall. But this isn't the only experiment. This isn't the only experiment. Hold on, DJ. That's shown this.
That one was like famously bad, by the way.
There's a physicist named Sky Darnos that's been doing. Stop it. Okay. There's another physicist named Sky Darnos that has been doing these experiments on camera for, I don't know, like a year now. Okay, showing that he has a theory that it's the neutron count in the element which determines what the rate of fall is.
Is that the one where
You're telling me.
like he uses PVC pipe and then the feather sticks to the side, or static electricity plays a role, or
it's
not a
putting
perfect
1
vacuum?
kilogram. He's
You're
using
telling
1
me a
kilogram
feather falls the
elements
same as a
and
bowling
sticking them
ball.
inside of a ball so that the air resistance is identical, and dropping them and timing the drop speed.
Okay, so it wasn't like in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, then that's not going to argue against
He's
gravity.
using this. They're inside of a plastic ball that have the same air resistance. Get it? So if I take an element of fucking lead, 1 kilogram, and 1 kilogram of cobalt, and I stick them in the same little fucking balls that are exact same size, they're going to have the same air resistance. They should both drop at the same speed.
Lead and cobalt balls are going to be different sizes if they're the same
No,
weight, right?
the element is inside of it. These are hollow plastic spheres.
True.
Okay, so you're saying like if you don't do it in a vacuum chamber, you have different results than if you do. Well, I mean, like, do you have anything
There'll be
in a
more
vacuum
or less
chamber?
air in one of the
Bremen
balls.
drop tower.
The
There'd
one
be
that's
like more or
famously
less
been
air
debunked,
in
and
the
there's
balls.
papers debunking it.
Yeah, now has not been debunked at all.
It literally has.
Why? Because you said
Alex
so?
DJ.
Because you Googled Gremlin debunk, and some anti-flat earther says, I debunked this? It hasn't been debunked.
They did a frame-by-frame
wait a minute.
analysis showing that some of them got a head start. Now,
If that was their analysis, they
The
didn't
fucking
understand the
roundup has
experiment.
been debunked.
the thing
They
is,
didn't understand what was done.
if some of them got a head
Hey,
start,
debate. Just hold
How
on
would they
for a
get a
second.
head start?
That's
They're on the
invalid.
floor of the capsule.
It's
hold
invalid if
on,
they get a
brother.
head start.
How would they get a
Debate.
head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
All right, debate. I had to mute you just so I could get this in. The capsule is dropped. The floor moves, and the objects move. They should all be moving at the exact same cellular rate if gravity is affecting them in all the same way. The fact that you understood that they moved at a different rate proves the point. The only way to disprove this test is to do the test again and have them all drop at the same rate, not to just write about it. All right, I'm going to unmute you, brother.
How does the fucking
ahead.
floor move?
What he's saying is
What does
that
that mean?
when they're released by the release mechanism, there's like a elastic effect, and some of them also were released early. So it's not. You can't use
An
it as
elastic
evidence.
effect?
It's not.
What's
not
elastic?
precision.
An elastic effect of what?
How could
They're held
objects that
down.
aren't being released be released separately? How could that happen?
Well, if you give one of them a head start and you say, hey, look, they're
how?
And you look at a later frame and you say, hey, look, it looks
How
like
would
that
you
one's
give it
going
a head start?
faster. You just had a head start, so it's not valid.
How? It's at the bottom of the floor. It's something sitting there. Okay, me and you are in the
Just ask
elevator.
AJ.
We're both standing in the elevator. They cut the cable. How is one of us going to get a head start?
If you're a fat
You
cunt.
could just I could pull up the paper, but you'd have to read it.
Like
I
Yeah,
don't wanna, like,
exactly.
spring it
Don't
on
make
you.
sense. It's bullshit.
Sound like
I can pull up the paper. It does make sense. It's been famously debunked.
Yeah, famously not debunked, and you can't say how anything could get a head start sitting on the floor of a fucking elevator.
Demonstrably debunked.
Yeah,
Did a
but you didn't
frame-by-frame
demonstrate
analysis.
it. Yeah, a frame-by-frame analysis of something they don't understand, obviously.
This is a published response.
So what? That doesn't make it valid.
Yes, the arguments in it are valid.
It's someone's opinion
Okay,
on
I
a bit
asked
of
you what the
paper.
argument was. You said one got a head start. You can't tell me how it got a head start.
Oh, I guess it's wrong then.
You're damn right it's wrong. If you can't tell me the mechanism how it got a head start, then it's wrong. You're claiming that there's a reason that it fell at different rates. You got to pinpoint what that mechanism was that allowed that to happen.
Shit.
All right, I had to walk out of my office.
That's what the
Can you
paper
hear
goes
me?
into.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this Joker thinks that everything is being held down in place by like some kind of imaginary clamp holding everything down, and then they release it. And that's not what's happening. This thing is just raised with these items, these elements laying on the bottom of the capsule, and then they just cut the capsule and let it go. There's no contraption holding them down.
You obviously have no idea how science is performed and no idea how you debunk a claim, Production. Why the hell are you in any debate forum regarding any topic?
So whoever that was, I hope when I link this paper, you actually read it.
I read it. It doesn't debunk it at all. And in fact, what you're saying about them being dropped at different rates and that kind of thing, it's completely false, right? Just like Indio is telling you. It's like an elevator, like the example Indio gave you. They're all sitting on the bottom of a container, and then it drops. The whole thing drops at the same time. You might be mistaking the video of it when it actually makes an impact at the bottom of the chamber and you see them jump up. I don't know if you're mistaking it as that, but the paper that you shared, it's not someone testing it. It's just someone's opinion on it. But yeah, share the paper so we can look at it and show you in the paper. It doesn't actually say it. It doesn't debunk it. It doesn't test it. It doesn't correct it and retest it or anything like that and say, look, this is why it was wrong. It's just some guy's opinion on it.
Well, no, like he's doing a frame by frame analysis, and he observed that some of them got a head start, and the thing is that in more high precision tests, you don't see this effect, and you guys don't have a response to that, right?
No,
This
you're not.
lower
Okay,
precision approach
you need to
had
show us. You need to show
invariable
us. Like,
results.
show us where it's validated that some of them had a head start because they're all dropped, right? In a similar way that Indio said with the like they're all just sitting at the bottom of a container, and then it's the whole container's dropped at the same time. So how would any of them possibly have a head start?
Yeah, all you have to do is answer that one question.
Well, you can look at the frame by frame proving they have a head start, but
show it.
given the frame by frame speculated, like it could be due to
Are you actually
the release
mistaken the fact they're
mechanism.
dropping at different fucking rates for some of them having a head start?
Yeah, back up your claim.
Do you have that link? I tagged you in it a couple days ago. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to search for it. If you
I
have it
didn't
on
save it
ping.
because I read it and it was crap.
I didn't either. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it.
Like how he said, eyeballing frame by frame and then high precision in the next sentence. Wasn't that tower demolished shortly after that test was performed?
So that thing, those elements are sitting on the bottom of a capsule. It's raised to the top, and then the capsule's let go. Those things are not being held down by anything that's letting them go. So wherever this kid got the idea that those are being held down by something and then they're released by something else, there's nothing in there moving, dude.
Dude, this has got to rank in my top 3 dumbest rebuttals ever on this channel.
It is pretty up there, yeah.
The funniest bit I found was, right, so when we go out and observe the Earth, we just find flatness. Okay, when we're doing observations, we're not trying to prove the Earth's flat because that's just what everyone experiences. We're going out to try to find the curvature that should be there, right? But it's still flat. Now he's saying that there's some magical level of refraction that can make the curved surface flat, and it's the flat Earther's job to prove that that's there. Like, what the freaking hell is that kind of an argument? Right? We got to prove your globe magic. Like, that's you, dude. That's your claim. We're just observing flatness, and we're unable to find the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. You're claiming there's some crazy shit happening that has no evidence, that you don't have any empirical evidence for, and you're saying that flat earthers are the ones that have to prove that that's possible. Prove something that's impossible and doesn't have any empirical evidence is possible, and it's your claim.
Is this the specific drop tower experiment? I'm just trying to find it again. Is it the
Wait, you don't know what you're looking for?
Cezaz's? The Cezaz's Atoms SZ experiment? June 21st, 2020 or 2004.
I don't think so. Let me check. – 2004.
Can you just cite the mechanism that allowed for some elements to have a head start?
So I just want to confirm, is this the one we're talking about? Is the Dr. Istvan Cezaz's? I don't know how to pronounce his name. June 21st, 2004. Is that the experiment we're talking about? He dropped lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, lead. He dropped those inside an aluminum drop capsule, which fell inside of a vacuum. Let me just pull up. I can't find the peer-reviewed response I linked to the other day, but I think another response to this is that inside the chamber, that was normal air pressure. Like the drop was actually in a vacuum, but inside each capsule was not a vacuum as well, which obviously is problematic as well. Like, surely you would agree if that's true, then they would obviously experience different buoyant forces and air resistance interactions.
Hey, where are you getting this information? Because that's not what the mainstream explanation was. And
Well,
I posted in the
went over this
text
a couple
chat
days ago.
what the excuse was, and you can read it for yourself.
Let me see.
Nowhere did anyone say they were dropped at different times or there was air in the capsule. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from. It just sounds like you're reading it off some anti-FE site or something.
That's not some anti-FE site. I'm just trying to Google it, but
why would they make a vacuum chamber? Why would they make a vacuum-proof capsule that you just put the shit in the capsule and pull the vacuum on the whole thing? You're gonna pull the vacuum on the capsule too.
You're arguing.
Do you get it?
That's not the thing you want to. That's not the point you. Bro, the whole point of doing it in a vacuum chamber is to eliminate air drag. If you introduce air drag, don't you think that's a problem?
Are you just reading AI now because, and ignoring what
No,
I
I'm
posted?
trying to search for, because I linked DJ a paper 3 days ago and I can't find it, but that was one response to it.
Okay, well, you can see what emails were actually being sent right after this happened to cover for it, and none of them make the claims that you're stating.
Induced by transient disturbances which came in through relaxing the internal stress of the capsule. Okay, this is something like what I was seeing earlier, like the release mechanism or the head start thing or whatever. Like it's not
It's not
as
like that at
precise of
all.
a.
It's
The
not
thing is,
like
like,
that at all.
this would be replicatable if
If it was
true.
allowed to be. No, you're making the assumption that
No, it's a higher precision.
scientists,
They have
that
replicated it.
no. Why do you make the
They just
assumption
found.
that people want their beliefs to be disproven?
No, like wait, you misunderstood what I said. The findings would be replicatable. Now they've done different drop tests just with higher precision and like proper methodology, not like flawed methodology like this one you guys like to cherry pick.
Wait,
And they
now,
don't find the same results. Now why?
Can you post
Why
the
don't they
evidence
find
that
it?
this one used flawed
Why-
methodology?
Yeah,
Is
like
it
I
because
said,
you didn't get the result you liked, and that's why it must be flawed? Because you're
capsules
just making a claim without actually providing the evidence of that claim.
Capsules weren't in a vacuum. Release mechanism wasn't
Where
as
is the
accurate as
evidence of
possible.
your
If you do a
claim?
frame by frame analysis, you can see that.
Where
But
is the evidence that
I
that
just
is
said
true?
you
Saying it
can
doesn't
even
make
look
it
at the
true.
frame by frame.
No,
You can literally look.
looking at the frame by frame
truly
doesn't
look at
show
the
us
frame by
that it's
frame.
not a vacuum.
Did he just say it's not in a vacuum?
That's what he said.
No, the drop
It's in
was
the
in a
Brown
vacuum,
drop
but
tower. It's the
the
world's
capsules,
tallest vacuum chamber.
yeah, they dropped it in a vacuum, but the capsules weren't in a vacuum. The capsules themselves.
What? Everything was inside the
compartments of each
vacuum
element.
chamber.
Dude, you're gonna make me get in an accident. Listen, for the last time. You put the capsule in the drop tower, then you pull the vacuum. All the air comes out, including the air in the capsule. Then you raise it and then you drop it. The end.
Well, look, I'm trying to find. It's at atomsd.com. Unfortunately, I can't go to his website because I think his website's down. So I think Bud's site got shut down.
It doesn't seem
do you
relevant.
have the original
anyway,
paper
if you
though?
find it or
Like not the video, but
because it's just an assertion, right? Without evidence.
I'm looking at his website and it's shut down. Like it's saying there's an error. If you can access the original paper to find the methodology, we can go over it together if you want. But I can't find the original paper. But I'm looking at responses that like shit on it because it was horrible at the time. But I mean, this is presumably something that you would not just be able to do one time; you'd be able to do it time and time again. And why did the precision replications not find the same results? Because obviously the things outlined, the covariates actually did have an impact.
Okay, hold on, dude. Which precision replications? Do you just make that up?
There are far more modern ones I can pull up that are better. I don't have them on hand right now, but I was about to go for breakfast, but
oh yeah, so you just
to
made some
avoid
claims,
getting into
more
another
claims,
prolonged
more
debate,
claims.
I'll retract.
You
Because
just
I
make
want to
claims
go have
that
breakfast,
I
but I'll
guarantee you can't back up and you haven't researched.
I'll retract. Yeah, I'll just retract it because I don't want to. Like, I want to go have breakfast right now, but I'll keep listening if you guys want to talk to someone else.
What it comes down to is it can't be true because I don't want to believe it's true. And that's the whole argument.
I don't think I said that.
Well,
I mean, if you can show it replicated, that would be good.
Well, you're
awesome.
the one claiming that it's flawed, and so it's up to you to show that it was replicated
Yeah, but I
with
can't.
different
The thing is,
results.
like, I can't pull up
We're
the
not
guy's
allowed to
website.
replicate it. We're not allowed to
I'm trying to
replicate it anymore.
I'm trying to show you guys, and I published or I sent this to DJ a couple of days ago, but that was one response. There are more, like I went through with the vacuum
We don't want
problem, but
responses or excuses. We want to see the
I want the
actual
original paper. But
replication you're claiming.
unfortunately,
The
I can't find
paper
the original
is
paper.
okay. The paper isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for the replication that you said disproves it.
Oh Well, like I said, I'm going for
a
breakfast.
paper without a counter
I've been debating for an hour,
experiment,
so I'm just
like
going for breakfast. So
demonstrating.
I'll retract it for now. I'll retract that claim. Just want to go out for breakfast.
Will you retract all your claims that you've made without evidence, or just that one?
I backed everything else out. Just this one because I don't want to go. I don't want to move on to
you
this
must
other
have been
thing.
in a different conversation then.
I was, yeah. I think you're in a different one.
No.
Facts are subject to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, so for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat Earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. I'm start from the beginning. Okay, so start from first principles. What is the observation of the Earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. The thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. Yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that, and that's why this other thing is this other thing, right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind, right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe's starting point's the mind. And the flat Earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if you start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination, hey, I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have also a
See, that's what I mean by
question.
first principles, because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle.
Yeah.
Right, and this is why this topic goes back and forth, because we're Glovers versus flat Earth there, right? Two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously, most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well for you. Like, who's the most hardcore, like, flat earther here? Would that be, like, who would you say is?
Me.
Okay, so if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space. We went all the way up.
Every fucking time, bro.
On the hardcore one.
I know. Just
what if I
go
took
with
you
it.
to the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best
No,
offer he's had all
look,
week.
you literally
I don't
saw
really like
flat
the
Earth your whole life and don't believe it, bro. But you want to
I
take
don't
me
really
to
like
somewhere. No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
But go with my question a little bit.
I think I gotta see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I gotta see it every day for 29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
Okay. I just have to ask you one question though. Like, go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I
Yeah,
take you up to space, and you see around Earth, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No,
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
hey, I went to space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be
Yeah,
the truth.
that would be-
Check the
Yeah,
side chat,
right.
Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like? Just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat? I can play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat, right? So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's underneath it? Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around, like the entire perimeter of the Earth,
Do you understand? Remember when I started? I said the first
I know.
principles that you have to start in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you think that somehow you can go to the place which is a concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept for just like this hypothetical situation. It's hypothetical. I take you all around. I take you around the entire perimeter of it, and then you come here and you'll say it's a globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from?
I hope not.
Hardcore.
I hope not. I really hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you base truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say you'd know because it's a first-hand experience and you've been up there.
Now, I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either.
Then
This
we'll
is the
take
fundamental
everyone.
problem is it's a belief system. The globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's...
How can you tell that?
Factual.
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
We can see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand? All I did was caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay? But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality? Like, check this out. So, say we went to New York City, and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City, in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower's there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, to show that the curbing water, the curbing ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them. Right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years, is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la-la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't models.
To hear this,
Well, I mean, and not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. You can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning, logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism, is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. They're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable, you need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this, what if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun though to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that the real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some result, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay? And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. Just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I
this
can
is
definitely see what you mean in it.
yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses inductive inference, reasoning, and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships should disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because It's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that. People espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other
Probably
things being
Globin.
all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how.
The electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
It doesn't
And
come
have
in a light.
status. And have status. That's the thing. Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what's he do? Oh, he works at frickin' Frandan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians.
In
power
society, well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
In society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket science do a lot, but we also have electricity.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude.
I
We're talking about what a woman would choose. And status, and money. All things being equal, they're as good looking as each other, they're the same as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist. Because it's cooler.
It is cool. And a little less risky than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformers in there, if it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself. No, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far field, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like, think of anything you hear about science, right, is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. That's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents, they oscillate, right? So what will happen is you'll get too close, you'll get within, it's called 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body. Faster than the speed of light, I hate to tell you. It's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. Not gonna lie. Like, I majority focus on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. and neurology.
Electricians die of AIDS? What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, is there AIDS in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe I have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. What? I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no, let's not go into carpenters' wood jokes.
Okay, so Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no fucking idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening. Okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying, if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement. Using very scientific tools, and we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm going to just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.